Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift. Read by Hugh Laurie. Travels into several remote nations of the world in 4 parts. By Lemuel Gulliver, first a surgeon and then a captain of several ships. A Voyage to Lilliput. My father had a small estate in Nottinghamshire. I was the third of 5 sons. He sent me to Emmanuel College in Cambridge at 14 years old, where I resided 3 years and applied myself close to my studies. But the charge of maintaining me being too great for a narrow fortune, I was bound apprentice to Mr. James Bates, an eminent surgeon in London, with whom I continued 4 years. And my father then sending me small sums of money, I laid them out in learning navigation and other parts of the mathematics, useful to those who intend to travel, as I always believed it would be some time or other my fortune to do. When I left Mr. Bates, I went down to my father, where, by the assistance of him and my Uncle John, I got £40 and a promise of £30 a year to maintain me at Leyden. There I studied physic 2 years and 7 months, knowing it would be useful in long voyages. Soon after my return from Leyden, I was recommended by my good master, Mr. Bates, to be surgeon to the Swallow, where I continued 3 years and a half. When I came back, I resolved to settle in London, to which Mr. Bates, my master, encouraged me, and by him I was recommended to several patients. Being advised to alter my condition, I married Mrs. Mary Burton, second daughter to Mr. Edmund Burton, hosier in Newgate Street, with whom I received £400 for a portion. But my good Master Bates dying in 2 years after, and I having few friends, my business began to fail. Having therefore consulted with my wife and some of my acquaintance, I determined to go again to sea. I was surgeon successively in 2 ships, and made several voyages for 6 years to the East and West Indies, by which I got some addition to my fortune. My hours of leisure I spent in reading the best authors, ancient and modern, and when I was ashore, in observing the manners and dispositions of the people, as well as learning their language, wherein I had a great facility by the strength of my memory. The last of these voyages not proving very fortunate, I grew weary of sea life, and intended to stay at home with my wife and family. But after 3 years' expectation that fortunes would mend, I accepted an advantageous offer from Captain William Pritchard, master of the Antelope, who was making a voyage to the South Sea. Our voyage was, at first, very prosperous, but during our passage to the East Indies, we were driven by a violent storm to the northwest of Van Diemen's Land. 12 of our crew were dead by immoderate labour and ill food. The rest were in a very weak condition. On the 5th of November, which was the beginning of summer in those parts, the seamen spied a rock, but the wind was so strong that we were driven directly upon it and immediately split. 6 of the crew, of whom I was one, having let down the boat into the sea, made a shift to get clear of the ship and the rock, trusting ourselves to the mercy of the waves. In about half an hour, the boat was overset by a sudden flurry from the north. What became of my companions, I cannot tell, but conclude they were all lost. For my own part, I swam as fortune directed me, and was pushed forward by wind and tide until I was almost gone, when I found myself within my depth. The declivity was so small that I walked near a mile before I got to the shore. I then advanced forward near half a mile, but could not discover any sign of houses or inhabitants. I was extremely tired, and with that, and the heat of the weather, and about half a pint of brandy that I drank as I left the ship, I found myself much inclined to sleep. I lay down on the grass, which was very short and soft, where I slept sounder than ever I remembered to have done in my life. When I awaked, it was just daylight. I attempted to rise, but was not able to stir. For as I happened to lie on my back, I found my arms and legs were strongly fastened on each side to the ground, and my hair, which was long and thick, tied down in the same manner. I heard a confused noise about me, but in the posture I lay could see nothing except the sky. In a little time, I felt something alive moving on my left leg, which, advancing gently forward over my breast, came almost up to my chin. When bending my eyes downward as much as I could, I perceived it to be a human creature, not 6 inches high, with a bow and arrow in his hands and a quiver at his back. In the meantime, I felt at least 40 more of the same kind, as I conjectured, following the first. I was in the utmost astonishment, and roared so loud that they all ran back in a fright, and some of them, as I was afterwards told, were hurt with the falls they got by leaping from my sides upon the ground. However, they soon returned, and one of them, who ventured so far as to get a full sight of my face, lifting up his hands and eyes by way of admiration, cried out in a shrill but distinct voice, "Hekina de Gull." The others repeated the same words several times, but I then knew not what they meant. I lay all this while in great uneasiness. At length, struggling to get loose, I had the fortune to break the strings and wrench out the pegs that fastened my left arm to the ground. The creatures ran off a second time before I could seize them, but I heard one of them cry, "Tolgo Phonak," and in an instant I felt above 100 arrows discharged on my left hand, which pricked me like so many needles. When this shower of arrows was over, I fell a-groaning with grief and pain, and then, striving to get loose, they discharged another volley larger than the first, and some of them attempted with spears to stick me in the sides, but by good luck I had on my buff jerkin, which they could not pierce. I thought it the most prudent method to lie still, and my design was to continue so till night, when my left hand being already loose, I could easily free myself. But fortune disposed otherwise of me. The people discharged no more arrows, but I soon heard a knocking for above an hour. Turning my head as well as the pegs and strings would permit me, I saw a stage erected about 1.5 feet from the ground, with 2 or 3 ladders to mount it, from whence one of them, who seemed to be a person of quality, made me a long speech, whereof I understood not one syllable. I should have mentioned that before the principal person began his oration, he cried out 3 times, "Langro del San," whereupon about 50 of the inhabitants came and cut the strings that fastened the left side of my head, which gave me the liberty of turning it to the right, and of observing the person that was to speak. He appeared to be middle-aged, and taller than any of the other 3 who attended him. He acted every part of an orator, and I could observe many periods of threatenings and others of promises, pity, and kindness. I answered in a few words, lifting up my left hand and both my eyes to the sun, as calling him for a witness. Being almost famished with hunger, having not eaten a morsel for some hours before I left the ship, I found the demands of nature so strong upon me that I could not forbear showing my impatience, perhaps against the strict rules of decency, by putting my finger frequently to my mouth to signify that I wanted food. The Hergo, for so they call a great lord as I afterwards learnt, understood me very well. He descended from that stage and commanded that several ladders should be applied to my sides, on which above 100 of the inhabitants mounted and walked towards my mouth, laden with baskets full of meat, which had been provided and sent thither by the king's orders upon the first intelligence he received of me. There were shoulders, legs, and loins, shaped like those of mutton, and very well dressed, but smaller than the wings of a lark. I ate them by 2 or 3 at a mouthful, and they supplied me as they could, showing 1,000 marks of wonder and astonishment at my bulk and appetite. I then made another sign that I wanted drink, and being a most ingenious people, they flung up, with great dexterity, one of their largest hogsheads, then rolled it towards my hand and beat out the top. I drank it off at a draught, which I might well do, for it did not hold half a pint, and tasted like a small wine of Burgundy, but much more delicious. After some time, when they observed that I made no more demands for meat, there appeared before me a person of high rank from His Imperial Majesty. His Excellency, having mounted on the small of my right leg, advanced forward up to my face, with about a dozen of his retinue, and spoke about 10 minutes with a kind of determinate resolution, pointing towards the capital city, about half a mile distant, whither it was agreed by His Majesty in council I must be conveyed. I answered in few words, but to no purpose, and made a sign with my hand that was loose to signify that I desired my liberty. It appeared that he understood me well enough, for he shook his head by way of disapprobation, and held his hand in a posture to show that I must be carried as a prisoner. With this, the Hergo and his train withdrew, with much civility and cheerful countenances. Soon after, I heard a general shout, with frequent repetitions of the words Peplom Selan, and I felt great numbers of the people on my left side, relaxing the cord to such a degree that I was able to turn upon my right, and to ease myself with making water, which I very plentifully did, to the great astonishment of the people, who, conjecturing by my motions what I was going to do, immediately opened to the right and left on that side, to avoid the torrent which fell with such noise and violence from me. After this, my face and both my hands were daubed with a sort of ointment, very pleasant to the smell, which in a few minutes removed all the smart of their arrows. These circumstances, added to the refreshment I had received by their victuals and drink, disposed me to sleep. I slept about 8 hours, as I was afterwards assured, and it was no wonder, for the physicians, by the Emperor's order, had mingled a sleepy potion in the hogshead of wine. The Emperor had determined that a machine be prepared to carry me to the capital city, and 500 carpenters and engineers were immediately set to work to prepare a great engine, generally used to carry timber to the sea. It was a frame of wood raised 3 inches from the ground, about 7 feet long and 4 wide, moving upon 22 wheels. The principal difficulty was to raise and place me in this vehicle. 80 poles were erected for this purpose, and very strong cords were fastened by hooks to many bandages, which the workmen had girt round my neck, my hands, my body, and my legs. 900 of the strongest men were employed to draw up these cords by many pulleys fastened on the poles, and in less than 3 hours I was raised and flung into the engine and there tied fast. All this I was told, for while the whole operation was performing, I lay in a profound sleep by the force of that soporiferous medicine infused into my liquor. We arrived at the city gates about noon the following day. The Emperor and all his court came out to meet us. At the place where the carriage stopped, there stood an ancient temple, esteemed to be the largest in the kingdom, which, having been polluted some years before by an unnatural murder, was, according to the zeal of these people, looked on as profane. In this edifice it was determined I should lodge. The chains that held my left leg were about 2 yards long, and being fixed within 4 inches of the gate, allowed me to creep in and lie at my full length in the temple. When I found myself on my feet, I looked about me, and must confess I never beheld a more entertaining prospect. The country round appeared like a continual garden, and the enclosed fields, which were generally 40 feet square, resembled so many beds of flowers. The town itself looked like the painted scene of a city in a theatre. I had been for some hours extremely pressed by the necessities of nature, which was no wonder, it being almost 2 days since I had last disburthened myself. I was under great difficulties between urgency and shame. The best expedient I could think on was to creep into my house, and shutting the gate after me, I went as far as the length of my chain would suffer, and discharged my body of that uneasy load. But this was the only time I was ever guilty of so uncleanly an action. Afterwards my constant practice was, as soon as I rose, to perform that business in open air, and due care was taken every morning before company came that the offensive matter should be carried off in wheelbarrows by 2 servants appointed for that purpose. When this adventure was at an end, I came back out of my house, having occasion for for fresh air. The Emperor was already descended from the tower and advancing on horseback towards me. When he alighted, he surveyed me round with great admiration, but kept without the length of my chain. He ordered his cooks and butlers to give me victuals and drink, which they pushed forward in a sort of vehicle on wheels till I could reach them. The Empress and the young princes of the blood of both sexes, attended by many ladies, sat at some distance in their chairs. The Emperor himself is taller by almost the breadth of my nail than any of his court, which alone is enough to strike an awe into the beholders. His features are strong and masculine, with an Austrian lip and arched nose, his complexion olive, his body and limbs well proportioned, and his deportment majestic. He was then past his prime, being 28 years and 3/4 old, of which he had reigned about 7, in great felicity and generally victorious. His dress was very plain and simple, and the fashion of it between the Asiatic and the European. He held his sword drawn in his hand, to defend himself if I should happen to break loose. His voice was shrill, but very clear and articulate, and I could distinctly hear it when I stood up. His Imperial Majesty spoke often to me, and I returned answers, but neither of us could understand a syllable. There were several of his priests and lawyers present, as I conjectured by their habits, who were commanded to address themselves to me, and I spoke to them in as many languages as I had the least smattering of, which were High and Low Dutch, Latin, French, Spanish, Italian, and lingua franca, but all to no purpose. After about 2 hours, the court retired, and I was left with a strong guard to prevent the impertinence of the rabble, who were very impatient to crowd about me as near as they durst, and some of them had the impudence to shoot their arrows at me as I sat on the ground by the door of my house, whereof one very narrowly missed my left eye. But the colonel ordered 6 of the ringleaders to be seized and bound into my hands. I took them all in my right hand, put 5 of them into my coat pocket, and as to the 6th, I made a countenance as if I would eat him alive. The poor man squealed terribly, and the colonel and his officers were in much pain, especially when they saw me take out my penknife. But I soon put them out of fear, for looking mildly and immediately cutting the strings he was bound with, I set him gently on the ground, and away he ran. I treated the rest in the same manner, and I observed both the soldiers and people were obliged at this mark of my clemency, which was represented very much to my advantage at court. Towards night I got with some difficulty into my house, where I lay on the ground, and continued to do so about a fortnight, during which time the Emperor gave orders to have a bed prepared for me, as well as sheets, blankets, and coverlets, tolerable for one who had been so long inured to hardships. As the news of my arrival spread throughout the kingdom, it brought prodigious numbers of rich, idle, and curious people to see me, so that the villages were almost emptied, and great neglect of tillage and household affairs must have ensued, if his Imperial Majesty had not provided by several proclamations and orders of state against this inconveniency. In the meantime, the Emperor had frequent councils to debate what course should be taken with me, and I was afterwards assured by a particular friend, a person of great quality, who was looked upon to be as much in the secret as any, that the court was under many difficulties concerning me. They apprehended my breaking loose, that my diet would be very expensive, and might cause a famine. Sometimes they determined to starve me, or at least to shoot me in the face and hands with poisoned arrows. But again they considered that the stench of so large a carcass might produce a plague in the metropolis, and probably spread throughout the kingdom. In the midst of these consultations, several officers of the army went to the door of the great council chamber, and gave an account of my behaviour, which made so favourable an impression in the breast of his Majesty that an imperial commission was issued out, obliging all villages 900 yards around the city to deliver in every morning 6 beeves, 40 sheep, and other victuals for my sustenance. An establishment was also made of 600 persons to be my domestics, who had board wages allowed for their maintenance, and tents built for them very conveniently on each side of my door. It was likewise ordered that 300 tailors should make me a suit of clothes, after the fashion of the country, that 6 of his Majesty's scholars should be employed to instruct me in their language, and lastly, that the Emperor's horses should be frequently exercised in my sight to accustom themselves to me. The Emperor and myself began to converse together in some sort, for the first words I learnt were to express my desire that he would please give me my liberty, which I every day repeated on my knees. His answer, as I could apprehend it, was that this must be a work of time, and that first I must lumos kelmin pefo defma lon emposo, that is, swear a peace with him and his kingdom. However, I should be used with all kindness, and he advised me to acquire, by my patience and discreet behaviour, the good opinion of himself and his subjects. He desired I would not take it ill if he gave orders to certain proper officers to search me, for probably I might carry about me several weapons, which must needs be dangerous things if they answered the bulk of so prodigious a person, that whatever they took from me should be returned when I left the country, or paid for at the rate which I would set upon them. I took 2 officers in my hands, put them first into my coat pockets, and then into every other pocket about me, except my 2 fobs, and another secret pocket I had no mind should be searched, wherein I had some little necessaries that were of no consequence to any but myself. These gentlemen, having pen, ink, and paper about them, made an exact inventory of everything they saw, and when they had done, desired I would set them down, that they might deliver it to the Emperor. This inventory I afterwards translated into English, and is word for word as follows. Imprimis, in the right coat pocket of the great Man Mountain, for so I interpret the Quinbus Flestrin, after the strictest search we found only one great piece of coarse cloth, large enough to be a footcloth for your Majesty's chief room of state. In the left pocket we saw a huge silver chest, with a cover of the same metal, which we, the searchers, were not able to lift. We desired it should be opened, and one of us, stepping into it, found himself up to the mid-leg in a sort of dust, some part whereof, flying up to our faces, set us both a-sneezing for several times together. In his right waistcoat pocket we found a prodigious bundle of white, thin substances, folded one over another, about the bigness of 3 men, tied with cable and marked with black figures. In the left there was a sort of engine, from the back of which were extended 20 long poles, resembling the palisadoes before your Majesty's court, wherewith we conjecture the Man Mountain combs his head. In the large pocket on the right side of his middle cover, so I translate the word ranfoulot, by which they meant my breeches, we saw a hollow pillar of iron, about the length of a man, fastened to a strong piece of timber, larger than the pillar, and upon one side of the pillar were huge pieces of iron sticking out, cut into strange figures, which we knew not what to make of. In the left pocket another engine of the same kind. There were 2 pockets which we could not enter. These he called his fobs. They were 2 large slits cut into the top of his middle cover, but squeezed close by the pressure of his belly. Out of the right fob hung a great silver chain, with a wonderful kind of engine at the bottom. We directed him to draw out whatever was fastened to that chain, which appeared to be a globe, half silver, and half of some transparent metal. For on the transparent side we saw certain strange figures, circularly drawn, and thought we could touch them, till we found our fingers stopped by that lucid substance. He put this engine to our ears, which made an incessant noise like that of a water-mill, and we conjecture it is either some unknown animal or the god that he worships. But we are more inclined to the latter opinion, because he assured us, if we understood him right, for he expressed himself very imperfectly, that he seldom did anything without consulting it. He called it his oracle, and said it pointed out the time for every action of his life. From the left fob he took out a net, almost large enough for a fisherman, but contrived to open and shut like a purse, and served him for the same use. We found therein several massy pieces of yellow metal, which, if they be real gold, must be of immense value. This is an exact inventory of what we found about the body of the Man Mountain, who used us with great civility and due respect to your Majesty's commission. Signed and sealed on the 4th day of the 89th moon of your Majesty's auspicious reign. Clefven Freelock, Marcy Freelock. When this inventory was read over to the Emperor, he directed me to deliver up the several particulars. The first thing he demanded was one of the hollow iron pillars, by which he meant my pocket pistols. I drew it out, and, at his desire, as well as I could, expressed to him the use of it, and charging it only with powder, which by the closeness of my pouch happened to escape wetting in the sea, I first cautioned the Emperor not to be afraid, and then I let it off into the air. The astonishment was great. Hundreds fell down as if they'd been struck dead, and even the Emperor, although he stood his ground, could not recover himself in some time. I delivered up both my pistols in the same manner, and then my pouch of powder and bullets. I likewise delivered up my watch, which the Emperor was very curious to see, and commanded 2 of his tallest yeomen of the guards to bear it on a pole upon their shoulders, as draymen in England do a barrel of ale. He was amazed at the continual noise it made, and the motion of the minute hand, which he could easily discern, for their sight is much more acute than ours, and asked the opinions of his learned men about him, which were various and remote, although, indeed, I could not very perfectly understand them. I then gave up my silver and copper money, my purse with 9 large pieces of gold, and some smaller ones, my comb and silver snuff-box, my handkerchief and journal book. I had, as I before observed, one private pocket which escaped their search, wherein there was a pair of spectacles, which I sometimes use for the weakness of my eyes, a pocket perspective, and several other little conveniences, which, being of no consequence to the Emperor, I did not think myself bound in honour to discover, and I apprehended they might be lost or spoiled if I ventured them out of my possession. My gentleness and good behaviour had gained so far on the Emperor that I began to conceive hopes of getting my liberty in a short time. The natives came by degrees to be less apprehensive of any danger from me. I would sometimes lie down and let 5 or 6 of them dance on my hand, and the boys and girls would venture to come and play at hide-and-seek in my hair. I had also now made a good progress in understanding and speaking their language. The Emperor had a mind one day to entertain me with several of the country shows, wherein they exceed all nations I have known. I was diverted with none so much as that of the rope dancers, performed upon a slender white thread extended about 2 feet and 12 inches from the ground. This diversion is only practiced by those persons who are candidates for great employments and high favour at court. They are trained in this art from their youth, and are always of noble birth or liberal education. When a great office is vacant, either by death or disgrace, which often happens, 5 or 6 of those candidates petition the Emperor to entertain His Majesty and the court with a dance on the rope, and whoever jumps the highest, without falling, succeeds in the office. Very often the chief ministers themselves are commanded to show their skill, and to convince the Emperor that they have not lost their faculty. Flimnap, the treasurer, is allowed to cut a caper on the straight rope at least an inch higher than any other lord in the whole empire. My friend Reldresal, principal secretary for private affairs, is, in my opinion, the second after the treasurer. The rest of the officers are much upon a par. There is likewise another diversion, which is only shown before the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor lays on the table 3 fine silken threads of 6 inches long. One is blue, the other red, and the third green. These threads are proposed as prizes for those persons whom the Emperor hath a mind to distinguish by a peculiar mark of his favour. The ceremony is performed in His Majesty's great chamber of state, whereby His Majesty holds a stick in his hands, both ends parallel to the horizon, while the candidates, advancing one by one, sometimes leap over the stick, sometimes creep under it backwards and forwards several times, according as the stick is advanced or depressed. Sometimes the Emperor holds one end of the stick, and his first minister the other. Sometimes the minister has it entirely to himself. Whoever performs his part with most agility, and holds out the longest in leaping and creeping, is rewarded with the blue-coloured silk. The red is given to the next, and the green to the third, which they all wear girt twice round about the middle, and you see few great persons about this court who are not adorned with one of these girdles. About 2 or 3 days before I was set at liberty, The Emperor, having ordered part of his army to be in readiness, took a fancy of diverting himself in a very singular manner. He desired that I would stand like a colossus, with my legs as far asunder as I conveniently could. He then commanded his general to draw up the troops in close order and march them under me. His Majesty gave orders, upon pain of death, that every soldier in his march should observe the strictest decency with regard to my person, which, however, could not prevent some of the younger officers from turning up their eyes as they passed under me. And to confess the truth, my breeches were at that time in so ill a condition that they afforded some opportunities for laughter and admiration. I had sent so many memorials and petitions for my liberty that His Majesty at length mentioned the matter first in the cabinet and then in the full council, where it was opposed by none except Skyresh Bolgolam, who was pleased, without any provocation, to be my mortal enemy. But it was carried against him by the whole board and confirmed by the Emperor. That minister was Galbet, or Admiral of the Realm, very much in his master's confidence, and a person well versed in affairs, but of a morose and sour complexion. However, he was at last persuaded to comply, but prevailed that the articles and conditions upon which I should be set free should be drawn up by himself. These articles were brought to me by Skyresh Bolgolam in person, attended by 2 under-secretaries and several persons of distinction. After they were read, I was demanded to swear to the performance of them, first in the manner of my own country, and afterwards in the method prescribed by their laws, which was to hold my right foot in my left hand, and to place the middle finger of my right hand on the crown of my head, and my thumb on the tip of my right ear. I have made a translation of the whole instrument, word for word, as near as I was able, so that those who might be curious may have some idea of the style and manner of expression peculiar to that people. Golbasto momaren evlame gurdillo shefin mali ali gue. Most mighty Emperor of Lilliput, delight and terror of the universe, whose dominions extend 5,000 blustrugs, about 12 miles in circumference, to the extremities of the globe, monarch of all monarchs, at whose nod the princes of the earth shake their knees. His most sublime majesty proposeth to the Man Mountain, lately arrived to our celestial dominions, the following articles, which, by a solemn oath, he shall be obliged to perform. First, the Man Mountain shall not depart from our dominions without our license under our great seal. Second, he shall not presume to come into our metropolis without our express order, at which time the inhabitants shall have 2 hours' warning to keep within their doors. Third, the said Man Mountain shall confine his walks to our principal highroads, and not offer to walk or lie down in a meadow or field of corn. Fourth, as he walks the said roads, he shall take the utmost care not to trample upon the bodies of any of our loving subjects, their horses or carriages, nor take any of our subjects into his hands without their consent. Fifth, if an express require extraordinary dispatch, the Man Mountain shall be obliged to carry in his pocket the messenger and horse a 6 days' journey once in every moon, and return the said messenger back, if so required, to our safe presence. Sixth, he shall be our ally against our enemies in the island of Blefuscu, and do his utmost to destroy their fleet, which is now preparing to invade us. Lastly, that upon his solemn oath to observe all the above articles, the said Man Mountain shall have a daily allowance of meat and drink, sufficient for the support of 1,728 of our subjects, with free access to the royal person and other marks of our favour. Given at our palace at Belfaborak, the 12th day of the 91st moon of our reign. I swore and subscribed to those articles with great cheerfulness and content, although some of them were not so honourable as I could have wished, which proceeded wholly from the malice of Skyresh Bolgolam, the High Admiral. My chains were then immediately unlocked, and I was at full liberty. The Emperor himself did me the honour to be by at the whole ceremony. I prostrated myself at His Majesty's feet, but he commanded me to rise, and after many gracious expressions, which, to avoid the censure of vanity, I shall not repeat, he added that he hoped I should prove a useful servant, and well deserve all the favours he had already conferred on me. Some time after, asking a friend at court how they came to fix on the determinate number of 1,728 Lilliputians as my quantity of meat and drink, he told me that His Majesty's mathematicians, having taken the height of my body by the help of a quadrant, and finding it to exceed theirs in the proportion of 12 to 1, they concluded from the similarity of their bodies that mine must contain at least 1,728 of theirs, and consequently would require as much food as was necessary to support that number of Lilliputians. By which we may conceive an idea of the ingenuity of that people, as well as the prudent and exact economy of so great a prince. The first request I made, after I had obtained my liberty, was that I might have license to see Mildendo, the metropolis, which the emperor easily granted me, but with a special charge to do no hurt either to the inhabitants or their houses. The people had notice by proclamation of my design to visit the town. I stepped over the great western gate, and passed very gently and sidelong through the principal streets, only in my short waistcoat, for fear of damaging the roofs and eaves of the houses with the skirts of my coat. I walked with the utmost circumspection, to avoid treading on any stragglers that might remain in the streets, although the orders were strict that all people should keep in their houses at their own peril. The Emperor's palace is in the centre of the city, where two great streets meet. It is enclosed by a wall of 2 feet high and 20 feet distant from the buildings. I had His Majesty's permission to step over this wall, and the space being so wide between that and the palace, I could easily view it on every side. In the innermost court, by lying down upon my side, I applied my face to the windows of the middle stories, which were left open on purpose, and discovered the most splendid apartments that can be imagined. There I saw the Empress and the young princes in their several lodgings, with their chief attendants about them. Her Imperial Majesty was pleased to smile very graciously upon me, and gave me out of the window her hand to kiss. One morning, about a fortnight after I had obtained my liberty, Reldresal, principal secretary, came to my house attended by only one servant. He ordered his coach to wait at a distance, and desired I would give him an hour's audience, which I readily consented to, on account of his quality and personal merits, as well as the many good offices he had done me during my solicitations at court. I offered to lie down, that he might the more conveniently reach my ear, but he chose rather to let me hold him in my hand during our conversation. He began with compliments on my liberty, and said that he might pretend some merit in it, but added, however, that if it had not been for the present situation of things at court, perhaps I might not have obtained it so soon. For, said he, as flourishing a condition as we may appear to be in to foreigners, we labour under two mighty evils, a violent faction at home, and the danger of an invasion by a most potent enemy from abroad. As to the first, you are to understand that for above 70 moons past, there have been two struggling parties in this empire, under the names of Tramek-San and Slamek-San, from the high and low heels of their shoes by which they distinguish themselves. It is alleged, indeed, that the high heels are most agreeable to our ancient constitution, but His Majesty hath determined to make use only of low heels in the administration of the government, as you cannot but observe, and particularly that His Majesty's imperial heels are lower at least by a drur than any of his court. Drur is a measure about the 14th part of an inch. The animosities between these two parties run so high that they will neither eat nor drink nor talk with each other. Now, in the midst of these intestine disquiets, we are threatened with an invasion from the island of Blefuscu, which is the other great empire of the universe, almost as large and powerful as this of His Majesty. For as to what we heard you affirm, that there are other kingdoms and states in the world inhabited by human creatures as large as yourself, our philosophers are much in doubt, and would rather conjecture that you fell from the moon or one of the stars. These two powers of Lilliput and Blefuscu have, as I was going to tell you, been engaged in a most obstinate war for 36 moons past. It began upon the following occasion. It is allowed on all hands that the primitive way of breaking eggs before we eat them was upon the larger end. But His present Majesty's grandfather, while he was a boy, going to eat an egg, and breaking it according to the ancient practice, happened to cut one of his fingers. Whereupon the Emperor, his grandfather, published an edict, commanding all his subjects, upon great penalties, to break the smaller end of their eggs. The people so highly resented this law that there have been 6 rebellions raised on that account, wherein one emperor lost his life and another his crown. These civil commotions were constantly fomented by the monarchs of Blefuscu, and when they were quelled, the exiles always fled for refuge to that empire. It is computed that 11,000 persons have suffered death rather than submit to break their eggs at the smaller end. Many hundred large volumes have been published upon this controversy, but the books of the Big Endians have been long forbidden, and the whole party rendered incapable by law of holding employments. Now, the Big Endian exiles have found so much credit in the Emperor of Blefuscu's court, and so much private assistance and encouragement from their party here at home, that a bloody war hath been carried on between the two empires for 36 moons, with various success, during which time we have lost 40 capital ships and 30,000 of our best seamen and soldiers. The enemy have now equipped a numerous fleet, and are just preparing to make a descent upon us, and His Imperial Majesty, placing great confidence in your valour and strength, hath commanded me to lay this account of his affairs before you. I desired the secretary to present my humble duty to the Emperor, and to let him know that I thought it would not become me, who was a foreigner, to interfere with parties, but that I was ready, with the hazard of my life, to defend his person and state against all invaders. The Empire of Blefuscu is an island, situated to the north-east side of Lilliput, from whence it is parted only by a channel of 800 yards wide. I had not yet seen it, and upon this notice of an intended invasion, I avoided appearing on that side of the coast, for fear of being discovered by some of the enemy's ships, who had received no intelligence of me. I communicated to His Majesty a project I had formed, of seizing the enemy's whole fleet, which, as our scouts assured us, lay at anchor in the harbour, ready to sail with the first fair wind. I consulted the most experienced seamen upon the depth of the channel, who told me that in the middle it was 70 glumgluffs deep, which is about 6 feet of European measure. I walked towards the northeast coast, where, lying down behind a hillock, I took out my small perspective glass and viewed the enemy's fleet at anchor, consisting of about 50 men of war and a great number of transports. I then came back to my house and gave order, for which I had a warrant, for a great quantity of the strongest cable and bars of iron. I then trebled the cable to make it stronger, and twisted 3 of the iron bars together, binding the extremities into a hook. Having thus fixed 50 hooks to as many cables, I went back to the northeast coast, and putting off my coat, shoes, and stockings, walked into the sea. I waded with what haste I could, and swam in the middle about 30 yards till I felt ground. I arrived at the fleet in less than half an hour. The enemy was so frightened when they saw me that they leapt out of their ships and swam to the shore. I then took my tackling, and, fastening a hook to the hole at the prow of each, I tied all the cords together at the end. While I was thus employed, the enemy discharged several thousand arrows, many of which stuck in my hands and face, and besides the excessive smart, gave me much disturbance in my work. My greatest apprehension was for my eyes, which I should have infallibly lost if I had not suddenly thought of an expedient. I kept, among other little necessaries, a pair of spectacles in a private pocket, which, as I observed before, had escaped the Emperor's searchers. These I took out and fastened as strongly as I could upon my nose. I had now fastened all the hooks, and taking the knot in my hand began to pull, but not a ship would stir, for they were all too fast held by their anchors. I therefore let go the cord, and leaving the hooks fixed to the ships, I resolutely cut with my knife the cables that fastened the anchors. Then I took up the knotted end of the cables to which my hooks were tied, and with great ease drew 50 of the enemy's largest men of war after me. The Blefuscudians, who had not the least imagination of what I intended, were at first confounded with astonishment. Then, when they perceived the whole fleet moving in order, and saw me pulling at the other end, they set up such a scream of grief and despair that it is almost impossible to describe. When I had got out of danger, I stopped a while to pick out the arrows that stuck in my hands and face, and rubbed on some of the same ointment that was given me at my first arrival. I then took off my spectacles, and waiting about an hour till the tide was a little fallen, I waded through the middle with my cargo and arrived safe at the royal port of Lilliput. The Emperor and the whole court stood on the shore, expecting the issue of this great adventure. Holding up the end of the cable by which the fleet was fastened, I cried in a loud voice, "Long live the most puissant Emperor of Lilliput!" This great prince received me at my landing with all possible encomiums, and created me a Nardak on the spot, which is the highest title of honour among them. His Majesty desired I would take some other opportunity of bringing all the rest of his enemies' ships into his ports, and so unmeasurable is the ambition of princes that he seemed to think of nothing less than reducing the whole empire of Blefuscu into a province and governing it by a viceroy, of destroying the big Indian exiles and compelling that people to break the smaller end of their eggs, by which he would remain the sole monarch of the whole world. But I endeavoured to divert him from his design by many arguments drawn from the topics of policy as well as justice, and I plainly protested that I would never be an instrument of bringing a free and brave people into slavery. This open, bold declaration of mine was so opposite to the schemes and politics of his Imperial Majesty that he could never forgive me. He mentioned it in a very artful manner at council, where I was told that some of the wisest appeared, at least by their silence, to be of my opinion. But others, who were my secret enemies, could not forbear some expressions, and from this time began an intrigue between his Majesty and a junto of ministers maliciously bent against me, which broke out in less than 2 months, and had like to have ended in my utter destruction. About 3 weeks after this exploit, there arrived a solemn embassy from Blefuscu with humble offers of a peace, which was soon concluded upon conditions very advantageous to our Emperor. When their treaty was finished, wherein I did them several good offices by the credit I now had, or at least appeared to have, at court, their Excellencies, who were privately told how much I had been their friend, made me a visit in form. They began with many compliments upon my valour and generosity, invited me to that kingdom in the Emperor their master's name, and desired me to show them some proofs of my prodigious strength, of which they had heard so many wonders, wherein I readily obliged them. When I had for some time entertained their Excellencies to their infinite satisfaction and surprise, I desired they would do me the honour to present my most humble respects to the Emperor their master, the renown of whose virtues had so justly filled the whole world with admiration. Accordingly, the next time I had the honour to see our Emperor, I desired his general licence to wait on the Blefuscudian monarch, which he was pleased to grant me, as I could plainly perceive, in a very cold manner. However, it was not long before I had an opportunity of doing his Majesty, at least as I then thought, a most signal service. I was alarmed at midnight with the cries of many hundred people at my door, by which, being suddenly awaked, I was in some kind of terror. I heard the word burglum repeated incessantly. Several of the Emperor's court, making their way through the crowd, entreated me to come immediately to the palace, where Her Imperial Majesty's apartment was on fire by the carelessness of a maid of honour who fell asleep while she was reading a romance. I got up in an instant, and orders being given to clear the way before me, and it being likewise a moonshine night, I made a shift to get to the palace without trampling on any of the people. I found they had already applied ladders to the walls of the apartment, and were well provided with buckets, but the water was at some distance. These buckets were about the size of a large thimble, and the poor people supplied me with them as fast as they could, but the flame was so violent that they did little good. I might easily have stifled it with my coat, which I unfortunately left behind me for haste, and came away only in my leather jerkin. The case seemed wholly desperate and deplorable, and this magnificent palace would have infallibly been burnt down to the ground, if, by a presence of mind unusual to me, I had not suddenly thought of an expedient. I had, the evening before, drank plentifully of a most delicious wine called Glimigrim. The Blefuscudians call it Fluneck, but ours is esteemed the better sort, which is very diuretic. By the luckiest chance in the world, I had not discharged myself of any part of it. The heat I had contracted by coming very near the flames, and by my labouring to quench them, made the wine begin to operate by urine, which I voided in such a quantity, and applied so well to the proper places, that in 3 minutes the fire was wholly extinguished, and the rest of that noble pile, which had cost so many ages in erecting, preserved from destruction. It was now daylight, and I returned to my house without waiting to congratulate with the Emperor, because, although I had done a very eminent piece of service, yet I could not tell how His Majesty might resent the manner by which I had performed it, for by the fundamental laws of the realm it is capital in any person, of what quality soever, to make water within the precincts of the palace. But I was a little comforted by a message from His Majesty that he would give orders to the Grand Justiciary for passing my pardon in form, which, however, I could not obtain, and I was privately assured that the Empress, conceiving the greatest abhorrence of what I had done, removed to the most distant side of the court, firmly resolved that those buildings should never be repaired for her use, and, in the presence of her chief confidants, could not forbear vowing revenge. I shall say but little at present of the learning of the natives of this empire, which for many ages hath flourished in all its branches among them. But their manner of writing is very peculiar, being neither from the left to the right, like the Europeans, nor from the right to the left, like the Arabians, nor from up to down, like the Chinese, nor from down to up, like the Cascagians, but aslant from one corner of the paper to the other, like our ladies in England. They bury their dead with their heads directly downwards, because they hold an opinion that in 11,000 moons they are all to rise again, in which period the earth, which they conceive to be flat, will turn upside down, and by this means they shall, at their resurrection, be found ready standing on their feet. The learned among them confess the absurdity of this doctrine, but the practice still continues, in compliance to the vulgar. There are some laws and customs in this empire very peculiar, and if they were not so directly contrary to those of my own dear country, I should be tempted to say a little in their justification. It is only to be wished they were as well executed. The first relates to informers. All crimes against the state are punished here with the utmost severity. But if the person accused maketh his innocence plainly to appear upon his trial, the accuser is immediately put to an ignominious death, and out of his goods or lands the innocent person is quadruply recompensed for the loss of his time, for the danger he underwent, for the hardship of his imprisonment, and for all the charges he hath been at in making his defence. Although we usually call reward and punishment the two hinges upon which all government turns, yet I could never observe this maxim to be put in practice by any nation except that of Lilliput. Whoever can there bring sufficient proof that he hath strictly observed the laws of his country for 73 moons, hath a claim to certain privileges, according to his quality and condition of life, with a proportionable sum of money out of a fund appropriated for that use. He likewise acquires the title of Snilpol, or legal, which is added to his name, but does not descend to his posterity. And those people thought it a prodigious defect of policy among us, when I told them that our laws were enforced only by penalties, without any mention of reward. Their notions relating to the duties of parents and children differ extremely from ours. Their opinion is that parents are the last of all others to be trusted with the education of their own children, and therefore they have, in every town, public nurseries, where all parents, except cottagers and labourers, are obliged to send their infants of both sexes to be reared and educated when they come to the age of 20 moons, at which time they are supposed to have some rudiments of docility. The nurseries for males of noble or eminent birth are provided with grave and learned professors. The clothes and food of the children are plain and simple. They are bred up in the principles of honour, justice, courage, modesty, clemency, religion, and love of their country. They are always employed in some business, except in the times of eating and sleeping, which are very short, and 2 hours for diversions, consisting of bodily exercises. They are never suffered to converse with servants, but go together in smaller and greater numbers to take their diversions, and always in the presence of a professor or one of his deputies, whereby they avoid those early bad impressions of folly and vice to which our children are subject. Their parents are suffered to see them only twice a year, and the visit is to last but an hour. They are allowed to kiss the child at meeting and parting, but a professor, who always stands by on those occasions, will not suffer them to whisper or use any fondling expressions or bring any presents of toys, sweetmeats, and the like. The nurseries for children of ordinary gentlemen, merchants, traders, and handicrafts are managed proportionably after the same manner. Only those designed for trades are put out apprentices at 11 years old, whereas those persons of quality continue in their exercises till 15. In the female nurseries, the young girls of quality are educated much like the males, only they are dressed by orderly servants of their own sex, but always in the presence of a professor or deputy, till they come to dress themselves, which is at 5 years old. And if it be found that these nurses ever presume to entertain the girls with frightful or foolish stories, they are publicly whipped thrice about the city, imprisoned for a year, and banished for life to the most desolate part of the country. Thus the young ladies there are as much ashamed of being cowards and fools as the men, and despise all personal ornaments beyond decency and cleanliness. Their maxim is that a wife should be always a reasonable and agreeable companion, because she cannot always be young. In the nurseries of the females of the meaner sort, the children are instructed in all kinds of works proper for their sex and their several degrees. Those intended for apprentices are dismissed at 7 years old. The rest are kept to 11. The meaner families are obliged to return to the steward of the nursery a small monthly share of their gettings, to be apportioned for the child. Therefore all parents are limited in their expenses by the law. For the Lilliputians think nothing can be more unjust than for people to bring children into the world and leave the burden of supporting them on the public. The cottagers and labourers keep their children at home, their business being only to till and cultivate the earth, and therefore their education is of little consequence to the public. But the old and diseased among them are supported by hospitals, for begging is a trade unknown in this empire. Here it may be diverting to give some account of my domestic life, and my manner of living in this country during a residence of 9 months and 13 days. Having a head mechanically turned, and being likewise forced by necessity, I had made for myself a table and chair out of the largest trees in the royal park. 200 sempstresses were employed to make me shirts and linen for the bed and table, all of the strongest and coarsest kind they could get. The sempstresses took my measure as I lay on the ground, one standing at my neck and another at my mid-leg, with a strong cord extended, that each held by the end, while the third measured the length of the cord with a rule of 1 inch long. Then they measured my thumb, and desired no more. For by a mathematical computation, that twice round the thumb is once round the wrist, and so on to the neck and the waist, and by the help of my old shirt, which I displayed on the ground before them for a pattern, they fitted me exactly. When my clothes were finished, they looked like the patchwork made by the ladies of England, only that mine were all of a colour. I had 300 cooks to dress my victuals, in little convenient huts built above my house. I took up 20 waiters in my hand and placed them on the table. 100 more attended below on the ground, some with dishes of meat, and some with barrels of wine and other liquors slung on their shoulders, all of which the waiters above drew up as I wanted, in a very ingenious manner by certain cords, as we draw the bucket up a well in Europe. Their mutton yields to ours, but their beef is excellent. I have had a sirloin so large that I have been forced to make 3 bits of it, but this is rare. My servants were astonished to see me eat it, bones and all. Their geese and turkeys I usually ate at a mouthful. Of their smaller fowl I could take up 20 or 30 at the end of my knife. One day, His Imperial Majesty, being informed of my way of living, desired that he himself and his royal consort, with the young princes of the blood of both sexes, might have the happiness, as he was pleased to call it, of dining with me. Flimnap, the Lord High Treasurer, attended there likewise, and I observed he often looked on me with a sour countenance. I have some private reasons to believe that this visit from His Majesty gave Flimnap an opportunity of doing me ill offices to his master. That minister had always been my secret enemy, though he outwardly caressed me more than was usual to the moroseness of his nature. He represented to the Emperor that I had cost His Majesty above 1.5 million of sprugs, their greatest coin about the bigness of a spangle, and upon the whole it would be advisable in the Emperor to take the first fair occasion of dismissing me. I am here obliged to vindicate the reputation of an excellent lady, who was an innocent sufferer on my account. The treasurer took a fancy to be jealous of his wife, from the malice of some evil tongues, who informed him that her grace had taken a violent affection for my person, and the court scandal ran for some time that she once came privately to my lodging. This I solemnly swear to be a most infamous falsehood, without any grounds, farther than that her grace was pleased to treat me with all innocent marks of freedom and friendship. I own she often came to my house, but always publicly, nor ever without 3 more in the coach, who were usually her sister and young daughter and some particular acquaintance. And I still appeal to my servants round whether they at any time saw a coach at my door without knowing what persons were in it. On those occasions, when a servant gave me notice of the arrival of a coach, my custom was to go immediately to the door, and after paying my respects, to take up the coach and 2 horses very carefully in my hands and place them on a table, where I had fixed a movable rim to prevent accidents. And I have often had 4 coaches and horses at once on my table full of company, while I sat in my chair, leaning my face towards them. I have passed many an afternoon very agreeably in these conversations, but I defy the treasurer or his 2 informers. I will name them, and let 'em make their best of it, Clustrel and Drunlow, to prove that any person ever came to me incognito, except the secretary at Reldresal, who was sent by express command of His Imperial Majesty, as I have before related. I should not have dwelt so long upon this particular, if it had not been a point wherein the reputation of a great lady is so nearly concerned, to say nothing of my own. Though I had the honour to be a Nardac, which the treasurer himself is not, for all the world knows that he is only a Clumglum, a title inferior by 1 degree, as that of a marquis is to a duke in England, although I allow that he preceded me in right of his post. These false informations made the treasurer show his lady for some time an ill countenance, and me a worse, for although he were at last undeceived and reconciled to her, yet I lost all credit with him, and found my interest decline very fast with the Emperor himself, who was indeed too much governed by that favourite. I had been hitherto all my life a stranger to courts, for which I was unqualified by the meanness of my condition. I had heard and read enough of the dispositions of great princes and ministers, but never expected to have found such terrible effects of them in so remote a country, governed, as I thought, by very different maxims from those in Europe. When I was just preparing to pay my attendance on the Emperor of Blefuscu, a considerable person at court, to whom I had been very serviceable at a time when he lay under the highest displeasure of His Imperial Majesty, came to my house very privately at night in a close chair, and without sending his name, desired admittance. The chairmen were dismissed. I put the chair with his lordship in it into my coat pocket, and giving orders to a trusty servant to say I was indisposed and gone to sleep, I fastened the door of my house, placed the chair on the table according to my usual custom, and sat down by it. After the common salutations were over, observing his lordship's countenance full of concern, and inquiring into the reason, he desired I would hear him with patience, in a matter that highly concerned my honour and my life. "You are to know," said he, "that several committees of council have lately been called in the most private manner on your account, and it is but 2 days since His Majesty came to a full resolution. You are very sensible that Skyresh Bolgolam hath been your mortal enemy almost ever since your arrival. His original reasons I know not,
but his hatred is increased since your great success against Blefuscu, by which his glory as admiral is much obscured. This lord, in conjunction with Flimnap, the High Treasurer, whose enmity against you is notorious on account of his lady, has prepared articles of impeachment against you for treason and other capital crimes. Out of gratitude for the favours you have done me, I procured information of the whole proceedings, and a copy of the articles, wherein I venture my head for your service. Articles of impeachment against Quinbus Flestrin, the Man Mountain. Article 1. Whereas by a statute made in the reign of His Imperial Majesty Calin Defar Plune, it is enacted that whoever shall make water within the precincts of the royal palace shall be liable to the pains and penalties of high treason. Article 2. That the said Quinbus Flestrin, having brought the imperial fleet of Blefuscu into the royal port, and being afterwards commanded by His Imperial Majesty to seize all the other ships of the said Empire of Blefuscu and reduce that empire to a province, he, like a false traitor against his most auspicious, serene Imperial Majesty, did petition to be excused from the said service, upon pretence of unwillingness to force the consciences or destroy the liberties of innocent people. Article 3. That, whereas certain ambassadors arrived from the court of Blefuscu to sue for peace in His Majesty's court, he, the said Flestrin, did, like a false traitor, aid, abet, comfort, and divert the said ambassadors, although he knew them to be servants to a prince who was lately an open enemy to His Imperial Majesty. Article 4. That the said Quinbus Flestrin, contrary to the duty of a faithful subject, is now preparing to make a voyage to the court and empire of Blefuscu, for which he hath received only verbal license from His Imperial Majesty, and under colour of the said license doth falsely and traitorously intend to take the said voyage, and thereby to aid, comfort, and abet the Emperor of Blefuscu. There are other articles, but these are the most important, concluded his lordship. In the several debates upon this impeachment, it must be confessed that His Majesty gave many marks of his great lenity, often urging the services you had done him and endeavouring to extenuate your crimes. The Treasurer and Admiral insisted that you be put to the most painful and ignominious death by setting fire on your house at night, and the General was to attend with 20,000 men armed with poisoned arrows to shoot you in the face and hands. Some of your servants were to have private orders to strew a poisonous juice on your shirts and sheets, which would soon make you tear your own flesh and die in the utmost torture. Upon this incident, Reldresal, Principal Secretary for Private Affairs, who always approved himself your true friend, was commanded by the Emperor to deliver his opinion, which he accordingly did, and therein justified the good thoughts you have of him. He allowed your crimes to be great, but that still there was room for mercy, the most commendable virtue in a prince, and for which His Majesty was justly celebrated. He said the friendship between you and him was so well known to the world that perhaps the most honourable board might think him partial. However, in obedience to the command he had received, he would freely offer his sentiments. That if His Majesty, in consideration of your services and pursuant to his own merciful disposition, would please to spare your life, and only give order to put out both your eyes, he humbly conceived that, by this expedient, justice might in some measure be satisfied, and all the world would applaud the lenity of the Emperor, as well as the fair and generous proceedings of those who have the honour to be his counsellors. That the loss of your eyes would be no impediment to your bodily strength, by which you might still be useful to His Majesty. That blindness is an addition to courage, by concealing dangers from us. That the fear you had for your eyes was the greatest difficulty in bringing over the enemy's fleet, and it would be sufficient for you to see by the eyes of the ministers, since the greatest princes do no more. This proposal was received with utmost disapprobation by the whole board. Bolgolam, the admiral, could not preserve his temper, but rising up in a fury, said he wondered how the secretary durst presume to give his opinion for preserving the life of a traitor, that the services you had performed were, by all true reasons of state, the great aggravation of your crimes, that the same strength which enabled you to bring over the enemy's fleet might serve, upon the first discontent, to bring it back, that he had good reasons to think you were a big Indian in your heart, and as treason begins in the heart before it appears in overt acts, so he accused you as a traitor on that account, and therefore insisted you should be put to death. The treasurer was of the same opinion. He showed to what strait His Majesty's revenue was reduced by the charge of maintaining you, which would soon grow insupportable. That the secretary's expedient of putting out your eyes was so far from being a remedy against this evil, it would probably increase it, as it is manifest from the common practice of blinding some kind of fowl, after which they fed the faster and grew sooner fat. That His Sacred Majesty and the Council, who are your judges, were in their own consciences fully convinced of your guilt, which was a sufficient argument to condemn you to death, without the formal proofs required by the strict letter of the law. But His Imperial Majesty, fully determined against capital punishment, was graciously pleased to say that since the Council thought the loss of your eyes too easy a censure, some other might be inflicted hereafter. And your friend, the Secretary, humbly desiring to be heard again, said that His Excellency might easily provide against that evil by gradually lessening your establishment, by which, for want of sufficient food, you would grow weak and faint, and lose your appetite, and consequently decay and consume in a few months. Neither would the stench of your carcass be then so dangerous, when it should become more than half diminished, and immediately upon your death, 5,000 or 6,000 of His Majesty's subjects might cut your flesh from your bones and bury it in distant parts to prevent infection, leaving the skeleton as a monument of admiration to posterity. Thus, by the great friendship of the Secretary, the whole affair was compromised. It was strictly enjoined that the project of starving you by degrees should be kept a secret, but the sentence of putting out your eyes was entered on the books, none dissenting except Bolgolam, the Admiral, who, being a creature of the Empress, was perpetually instigated by Her Majesty to insist upon your death. In 3 days, your friend, the Secretary, will be directed to come to your house and read before you the articles of impeachment, and then to signify the great lenity and favour of His Majesty and Council, whereby you are only condemned to the loss of your eyes, which His Majesty doth not question you will gratefully and humbly submit to, and 20 of His Majesty's surgeons will attend, in order to see the operation well performed, by discharging very sharp-pointed arrows into the balls of your eyes as you lie on the ground. I leave to your prudence what measures you will take, and to avoid suspicion, I must immediately return in as private a manner as I came. His Lordship did so, and I remained alone, under many doubts and perplexities of mind. It was a custom introduced by this prince and his ministry that after the court had decreed any cruel execution, either to gratify the monarch's resentment or the malice of a favourite, the emperor always made a speech to his whole council, expressing his great lenity and tenderness as qualities known and confessed by all the world. This speech was immediately published through the kingdom, nor did anything terrify the people so much as these encomiums on His Majesty's mercy, because it was observed that the more these praises were enlarged and insisted on, the more inhuman was the punishment, and the sufferer the more innocent. As to myself, I must confess, never having been designed for a courtier, either by my birth or education, I was so ill a judge of things that I could not discover the lenity and favour of this sentence, but conceived it, perhaps erroneously, rather to be rigorous than gentle. I sometimes thought of standing my trial, for though I could not deny the facts alleged in the several articles, yet I hoped they would admit of some extenuation. But having in my life perused many state trials, which I ever observed to terminate as the judges thought fit to direct, I durst not rely on so dangerous a decision in so critical a juncture, and against such powerful enemies. Once I was strongly bent upon resistance, for while I had liberty, the whole strength of that empire could hardly subdue me, and I might easily with stones pelt the metropolis to pieces. But I soon rejected that horror by remembering the oath I had made to the emperor, the favours I had received from him, and the high title of Nardak he conferred upon me. At last I fixed upon a resolution, for which it is probable I may incur some censure, and not unjustly. Having His Imperial Majesty's license to pay my attendance upon the Emperor of Blefuscu, I took this opportunity, before the 3 days were elapsed, to send a letter to my friend the secretary, signifying my resolution of setting out that morning for Blefuscu, pursuant to the leave I had got. And without waiting for an answer, I went to that side of the island where our fleet lay. I seized a large man-of-war, tied a cable to the prow, and lifting up the anchors, I stripped myself, put my clothes into the vessel, and drawing it after me, between wading and swimming, arrived at the royal port of Blefuscu, where the people had long expected me. I lay on the ground to kiss His Majesty's and the Empress's hand, and told His Majesty that I was come according to my promise, and with the license of the Emperor my master, to offer him any service in my power consistent with my duty to my own prince. I did not mention a word of my disgrace, because I had hitherto no regular information of it, and therefore might be supposed wholly ignorant of any such design. 3 days after my arrival, walking out of curiosity to the northeast coast of the island, I observed, about half a league off, in the sea, somewhat that looked like a boat overturned. I pulled off my shoes and stockings, and wading 200 or 300 yards, I found the object to be a real boat, which I supposed might have been driven from a ship. Whereupon I returned immediately towards the city, and desired His Imperial Majesty to lend me 20 of the tallest vessels he had left after the loss of his fleet, and 3,000 seamen. These last were all provided with cordage, which I fastened to a hole in the forepart of the boat, and the other to a man-of-war. The wind being favourable, the seamen towed and I shoved, till we arrived within 40 yards of the shore, and waiting till the tide was out, I got to dry the boat, and found it was but little damaged. I told the Emperor that my good fortune had thrown this boat my way, to carry me to some place from whence I might return into my native country, and begged His Majesty's orders for getting materials to fit it up, together with his license to depart, which, after some kind expostulation, he was pleased to grant. I did very much wonder, in all this time, not to have heard of any express relating to me from our Emperor to the court of Blefuscu. But I was afterwards given privately to understand that His Imperial Majesty, never imagining that I had the least notice of his designs, believed I was only gone to Blefuscu in performance of my promise, and would return again in a few days when the ceremony was ended. But he was at last in pain at my long absence, and after consulting with the treasurer and the rest of that cabal, a person of quality was dispatched with the copy of the articles against me. This envoy had instructions to represent to the monarch of Blefuscu the great lenity of his master, who was content to punish me no farther than the loss of mine eyes, that I had fled from justice, and if I did not return within 2 hours, I should be deprived of my title of Nardak, and declared a traitor. The Emperor of Blefuscu, having taken 3 days to consult, returned an answer consisting of many civilities and excuses. He said that, as for sending me bound, his brother knew it was impossible, that although I had deprived him of many of his fleet, yet he owed great obligations to me for many good offices I had done him in making the peace. That, however, their majesties would both be made easy, for I had found a prodigious vessel on the shore, able to carry me on the sea, and he hoped in a few weeks both empires would be freed from so insupportable an encumbrance. With this answer, the envoy returned to Lilliput, and the monarch of Blefuscu related to me all that had passed, offering me at the same time, but under the strictest confidence, his gracious protection if I would continue in his service, wherein, although I believed him sincere, yet I resolved never more to put any confidence in princes or ministers, where I could possibly avoid it. I humbly begged to be excused, and told him that since fortune had thrown a vessel in my way, I was resolved to venture myself in the ocean, rather than be an occasion of difference between two such mighty monarchs. These considerations moved me to hasten my departure somewhat sooner than I intended. 500 workmen were employed to make 2 sails to my boat, according to my directions. I had the tallow of 300 cows for greasing my boat and other uses. I was at incredible pains in cutting down some of the largest timber trees for oars and masts, wherein I was, however, much assisted by His Majesty's ship carpenters, who helped me in smoothing them after I had done the rough work. In about a month, when all was prepared, I sent to receive His Majesty's commands and to take my leave. The Emperor and royal family came out of the palace. His Majesty presented me with 50 purses of 200 sprugs apiece, together with his picture at full length, which I put immediately into one of my gloves to keep it from being hurt. I stored the boat with the carcasses of 100 oxen and 300 sheep, with bread and drink proportionately, and as much meat ready dressed as 400 cooks could provide. I would gladly have taken a dozen of the natives, but this was a thing the Emperor would by no means permit. And besides a diligent search into my pockets, His Majesty engaged my honour not to carry away any of his subjects, although with their own consent and desire. I set sail on the 24th day of September 1701, and when I had, by my computation, made 24 leagues from Blefuscu, I descried a sail steering to the southeast. I made all the sail I could, and in half an hour she spied me, then hung out her ancient and discharged a gun. It is not easy to express the joy I was in upon the unexpected hope of once more seeing my beloved country, and the dear pledges I had left in it. The ship slackened her sail, and my heart leapt within me to see her English colours. The vessel was an English merchantman, returning from Japan by the North and South Seas, the captain, Mr. John Biddle of Deptford, a very civil man and an excellent sailor. This gentleman treated me with kindness, and desired I would let him know what place I came from last and whither I was bound, which I did in few words, but he thought I was raving, and that the dangers I underwent had disturbed my head. I then showed him the gold given me by the Emperor of Blefuscu, together with His Majesty's picture at full length and some other rarities of that country. I gave him 2 purses of 200 sprugs each, and promised, when we arrived in England, to make him a present of a cow. During my stay in England, I made a considerable profit by showing my cattle to many persons of quality and others, and before I began my second voyage, I sold them for £600. Since my last return, I find the breed is considerably increased, especially the sheep, which I hope will prove much to the advantage of the woolen manufacture by the fineness of the fleeces. I stayed but 2 months with my wife and family, for my insatiable desire of seeing foreign countries would suffer me to continue no longer. I left £1,500 with my wife, and fixed her in a good house at Redriff. My remaining stock I carried with me, part in money and part in goods, in hopes to improve my fortunes. My eldest uncle John had left me an estate in land near Epping of about £30 a year, and I had a long lease of the Black Bull in Fetter Lane, which yielded me as much more, so that I was not in any danger of leaving my family upon the parish. My son Johnny, named so after his uncle, was at the grammar school, and a towardly child. My daughter Betty, who is now well married and has children, was then at her needlework. I took leave of my wife and boy and girl with tears on both sides, and went on board the Adventure. But my account of this voyage must be referred to the second part of my travels. A Voyage to Brobdingnag. Having been condemned by nature and fortune to an active and restless life, in 2 months after my return from Lilliput, I again left my native country and took shipping in the Adventure, Captain John Nicholas, commander, bound for Surat. We had a very prosperous gale till we arrived at the Cape of Good Hope, where we landed for fresh water, but discovering a leak, we unshipped our goods and wintered there. For the captain falling sick of an ague, we could not leave the Cape till the end of March. We then set sail, and had a good voyage till we passed the Straits of Madagascar. But having got northward of that island, to about 5 degrees south latitude, the winds began to blow with much greater violence, continuing so for 20 days together, during which time we were driven a little to the east of the Molucca Islands, and a very fierce storm had begun to set in. Our provisions held out well,
but we lay in the utmost distress for water, and even the oldest sailor aboard could not tell in what part of the world we had been blown to. On the 16th day of June, 1703, a boy on the topmast discovered land. We cast anchor, and our captain sent a dozen of his men, well armed in the longboat, with vessels for water, if any could be found. I desired his leave to go with them, that I might see the country and make what discoveries I could. When we came to land, we saw no river or spring, nor any sign of inhabitants. Our men therefore wandered on the shore to find out some fresh water near the sea, and I walked alone about a mile on the other side, where I observed the country all barren and rocky. I now began to be weary, and seeing nothing to entertain my curiosity, I returned gently down towards the sea, where I saw our men already got into the boat, and rowing for life to the ship. I was going to halloa after them, although it had been to little purpose, when I observed a huge creature walking after them into the sea as fast as he could. He waded not much deeper than his knees, and took prodigious strides, but our men had the start of him half a league, and the sea thereabouts being full of sharp-pointed rocks, the monster was not able to overtake the boat. This I was afterwards told, for I durst not stay to see the issue of the adventure, but ran as fast as I could the way I first went, and then climbed a steep hill, which gave me some prospect of the country. I found it was fully cultivated, but that which first surprised me was the length of the grass, which in those grounds that seemed to be kept for hay was about 20 feet high. I fell into a high road, for so I took it to be, though it served to the inhabitants only as a footpath through a field of barley. Here I walked on for some time, but could see little of either side, it being now harvest and the corn rising near 40 feet. There was a stile to pass from this field into the next, but it was impossible for me to climb it, because every step was 6 feet high and the upper stone above 20. I was endeavouring to find some gap in the hedge, when I discovered one of the inhabitants in the next field advancing towards the stile, of the same size with him I saw in the sea pursuing our boat. He appeared as tall as an ordinary spire steeple, and took about 10 yards at every stride, as near as I could guess. I was struck with the utmost fear and astonishment, and ran to hide myself in the corn, from whence I saw him at the top of the stile, looking back into the next field on the right hand, and heard him call in a voice many degrees louder than a speaking trumpet. But the noise was so high in the air that at first I certainly thought it was thunder. Whereupon 7 monsters like himself came towards him with reaping hooks in their hands, each hook about the largeness of 6 scythes. These people were not so well clad as the first, whose servants or labourers they seemed to be, for upon some words he spoke, they went to reap the corn in the field where I lay. I kept from them at as great a distance as I could, but was forced to move with extreme difficulty, for the stalks of the corn were sometimes not above a foot distant, so that I could hardly squeeze my body betwixt them. However, I made shift to go forward, till I came to a part of the field where the corn had been laid by the rain and wind. Being quite dispirited with toil, and wholly overcome by grief and despair, I lay down between 2 ridges, and heartily wished I might there end my days. I bemoaned my desolate widow and fatherless children. I lamented my own folly and wilfulness in attempting a second voyage against the advice of all my friends and relations. In this terrible agitation, I could not forbear thinking of Lilliput, whose inhabitants looked upon me as the greatest prodigy that ever appeared in the world, where I was able to draw an imperial fleet in my hand, and perform those other actions which will be recorded forever in the chronicles of that empire. I reflected what a mortification it must prove to me to appear as inconsiderable in this nation as one single Lilliputian would be among us. But this, I conceived, was to be the least of my misfortunes, for as human beings are observed to be more savage and cruel in proportion to their bulk, what could I expect but to be a morsel in the mouth of the first among those enormous barbarians that should happen to seize me? Undoubtedly, philosophers are right when they tell us that nothing is great or little otherwise than by comparison. It might have pleased fortune to let the Lilliputians find some nation where the people were as diminutive with respect to them as they were to me. And who knows but that even this prodigious race of mortals might be equally overmatched in some distant part of the world whereof they have yet no discovery. Scared and confounded as I was, I could not forbear going on with these reflections, when one of the reapers, approaching within 10 yards of the ridge where I lay, made me apprehend that with the next step I should be squashed to death under his foot or cut in two with his reaping hook. And therefore, when he was again about to move, I screamed as loud as fear could make me. Whereupon the huge creature trod short, and looking round about under him for some time, at last espied me as I lay on the ground. He considered a while, with the caution of one who endeavours to lay hold on a small, dangerous animal, in such a manner that I may not be able either to scratch or to bite him, as I myself have sometimes done with a weasel in England. At length he ventured to take me up behind by the middle, between his forefinger and thumb, and brought me to within 3 yards of his eyes. My good fortune gave me so much presence of mind that I resolved not to struggle in the least as he held me in the air about 60 feet from the ground, although he grievously pinched my sides, for fear I should slip through his fingers. All I ventured was to raise my eyes towards the sun and place my hands together in a supplicating posture, and to speak some words in a humble tone, suitable to the condition I then was in. For I apprehended every moment that he would dash me to the ground, as we usually do any little hateful animal which we have a mind to destroy. But my good star would have it that he appeared pleased with my voice and gestures, and began to look upon me as a curiosity. I was not able to forbear groaning and shedding tears, and turning my head towards my sides, letting him know as well as I could how cruelly I was hurt by the pressure of his thumb and finger. He seemed to apprehend my meaning, for lifting up the lappet of his coat, he put me gently into it, and immediately ran along with me to his master, who was a substantial farmer and the same person I had seen in the field. The farmer having, as I supposed by their talk, received such an account of me as his servant could give him, placed me softly on the ground upon all four, but I got immediately up and walked slowly backwards and forwards to let the people see I had no intent to run away. I then pulled off my hat and made a low bow towards the farmer. I fell on my knees and lifted up my hands and eyes and spoke several words as loud as I could. I took a purse of gold out of my pocket and humbly presented it to him. He received it in the palm of his hand, then applied it close to his eye to see what it was. By this time, the farmer was convinced I must be a rational creature. He spoke to me, but the sound of his voice pierced my ears like that of a watermill, yet his words were articulate enough. I answered as loud as I could in several languages, but we were wholly unintelligible to each other. He then sent his servants to their work, and taking his handkerchief out of his pocket, he made a sign for me to step into it. I thought it my part to obey, and, for fear of falling, laid myself at length upon the handkerchief, and he carried me home to his house. There he called his wife and showed me to her, but she screamed and ran back, as women in England do at the sight of a toad or a spider. However, when she had a while seen my behaviour and how well I observed the signs her husband made, she was soon reconciled, and by degrees grew extremely tender of me. It was about 12 at noon, and a servant brought in dinner. It was only one substantial dish of meat in a dish of about 24 feet diameter. The company were the farmer and his wife, 3 children, and an old grandmother. When they were set down, the farmer placed me at some distance from him on the table, which was 30 feet high from the floor. I was in a terrible fright, and kept as far as I could from the edge for fear of falling. The wife minced a bit of meat, then crumbled some bread on a trencher and placed it before me. I made her a low bow, took out my knife and fork and fell to eat, which gave them exceeding delight. The mistress sent for a small dram cup, which held about 2 gallons, and filled it with drink. I took up the vessel with much difficulty in both hands, and in a most respectful manner drank to her ladyship's health. The liquor tasted like a small cider, and was not unpleasant. Then the master made me a sign to come to his trencher side. But as I walked on the table, I happened to stumble against a crust and fell flat on my face. I got up immediately, and observing the good people to be in much concern, I took my hat, which I held under my arm out of good manners, and waving it over my head, made 3 huzzas, to show I had got no mischief by my fall. But, advancing forward towards my master, as I shall henceforth call him, his youngest son, an arch boy of about 10 years old, took me up by the legs and held me so high in the air that I trembled every limb. But his father snatched me from him, and at the same time gave him such a box on the left ear as would have felled a European troop of horses to the earth, ordering him to be taken from the table. But being afraid the boy might owe me a spite, and well remembering how mischievous all children among us naturally are to sparrows, young kittens, and puppy dogs, I fell on my knees, and pointing to the boy, made my master to understand as well as I could that I desired his son might be pardoned. In the midst of dinner, my mistress's favourite cat leapt into her lap. I heard a noise behind me like that of a dozen stocking weavers at work, and turning my head, I found it proceeded from the purring of that animal, who seemed to be 3 times larger than an ox. The fierceness of this creature's countenance altogether discomposed me, though I stood at the further end of the table above 50 feet off. But it happened there was no danger, for the cat took not the least notice of me when my master placed me within 3 yards of her. And as I have always been told, and found true by experience in my travels, that flying or discovering fear before a fierce animal is a certain way to make it pursue or attack you, so I resolved in this dangerous juncture to show no manner of concern. When dinner was almost done, the nurse came in with a child of a year old in her arms, who immediately spied me and began a squall that you might have heard from London Bridge to Chelsea, after the usual oratory of infants, to get me for a plaything. The mother, out of pure indulgence, took me up and put me towards the child, who presently seized me by the middle and got my head into his mouth, where I roared so loud that the urchin was frightened and let me drop, and I should infallibly have broken my neck if the mother had not held her apron under me. The nurse, to quiet her babe, gave it suck, and I must confess no object ever disgusted me so much as the sight of her monstrous breast, which I cannot tell what to compare with, so as to give an idea of its bulk, shape, and colour. It stood prominent 6 foot, and could not be less than 16 in circumference. The nipple was about half the bigness of my head, and the hue both of that and the dug so varied with spots, pimples, and freckles, that nothing could appear more nauseous. This made me reflect upon the fair skins of our English ladies, who appear so beautiful to us only because they are of our size, and their defects not to be seen but through a magnifying glass, where we find by experiment that the smoothest and whitest skins look rough and coarse and ill-coloured. When dinner was done, my master went out to his labourers, and as I could discover by his voice and gesture, gave his wife a strict charge to take care of me. I was very much tired and disposed to sleep, which, my mistress perceiving, she put me on her own bed, and covered me with a clean white handkerchief, but larger and coarser than the mainsail of a man of war. I slept about 2 hours, and dreamed I was at home with my wife and children, which aggravated my sorrows when I awaked and found myself alone in a vast room. While I was under these circumstances, 2 rats crept up the curtains and ran sniffing backwards and forwards on the bed. One of them came up almost to my face, whereupon I rose in a fright and drew out my hanger to defend myself. These horrible animals had the boldness to attack me on both sides, and one of them held his forefeet at my collar. But I had the good fortune to rip up his belly before he could do me any mischief. He fell down at my feet, and the other, seeing the fate of his comrade, made his escape. but not without one good wound on the back, which I gave him as he fled, and made the blood trickle from him. After this exploit, I walked gently to and fro on the bed to recover my breath and loss of spirits. Soon after, my mistress came into the room, and seeing me all bloody, ran and took me up in her hand. I pointed to the dead rat, smiling and making other signs to show I was not hurt, whereat she was extremely rejoiced, calling the maid to take up the dead rat with a pair of tongs and throw it out of the window. Then she set me on a table, where I showed her my hanger all bloody, and wiping it on the lappet of my coat, returned it to the scabbard. I was pressed to do more than one thing, which another could not do for me, and therefore endeavoured to make my mistress understand that I desired to be set down on the floor, which, after she had done, my bashfulness would not suffer me to express myself further than by pointing to the door and bowing several times. The good woman, with much difficulty, at last perceived what I would be at, and taking me up again in her hand, walked into the garden, where she set me down. I went on one side about 200 yards, and beckoning to her not to look or to follow me, I hid myself between two leaves of sorrel, and there discharged the necessities of nature. I hope I will be excused for dwelling on particulars which, however insignificant they may appear to grovelling, vulgar minds, yet will certainly help a philosopher to enlarge his thoughts and imagination, and to apply them to a benefit of public as well as private life, which was my sole design in presenting this and other accounts of my travels to the world. In committing this voyage to paper, I did not omit one material circumstance. However, upon a strict review, I blotted out several passages of less moment which were in my first copy, for fear of being censured as tedious or trifling, whereof travellers are often, perhaps not without justice, accused. My mistress had a daughter of 9 years old, a child of forward parts for her age, very dexterous at her needle, and skilful at dressing her baby. Her mother and she contrived to fit up the baby's cradle for me against night. This was my bed all the time I stayed with these people, though made more convenient by degrees as I began to learn their language and make my wants known. This young girl was so handy that after I had once or twice pulled off my clothes before her, she was able to dress and undress me. She made me 7 shirts and some other linen, of as fine cloth as could be got, which, indeed, was coarser than sackcloth, and these she constantly washed for me with her own hands. She gave me the name of Grildrig, which the family took up, and afterwards the whole kingdom. The word imports what the Latins call nanunculus, the Italians homunceletino, and the English manikin. To her I chiefly owe my preservation in that country. We never parted while I was there. I called her my Glumdalclitch, or little nurse, and should be guilty of great ingratitude if I omitted this honourable mention of her care and affection towards me. It now began to be known and talked of in the neighbourhood that my master had found a strange animal in the field, about the bigness of a splacknug, but exactly shaped in every part like a human creature, which it likewise imitated in all its actions. Another farmer, who lived hard by and was a particular friend of my master, came on a visit on purpose to inquire into the truth of this story. I was immediately produced and placed upon the table, where I walked as I was commanded, drew my hanger, put it up again, made my reverence to my master's guest, asked him in his own language how he did, and told him he was welcome, just as my little nurse had instructed me. I guessed there was some mischief contriving, when I observed my master and his friend whispering long together, sometimes pointing at me, and my fears made me fancy that I overheard and understood some of their words. The next morning, Glumdalclitch, my little nurse, told me the whole matter, which she had cunningly picked out from her mother. The poor girl laid me on her bosom, and fell a-weeping with shame and grief. She apprehended that I was to be shown as a sight upon market day, and that some mischief would happen to me from rude, vulgar folks who might squeeze me to death or break one of my limbs by taking me in their hands. She had also observed how modest I was in my nature, and what an indignity I should conceive it to be exposed for money as a public spectacle to the meanest of the people. She said her papa and mamma had promised that Grildrig should be hers, but now she found they meant to serve her as they did last year, where they pretended to give her a lamb, and yet, as soon as it was fat, sold it to a butcher. My master, pursuant to the advice of his friend, carried me in a box the next market day to the neighbouring town, and took along with him his little daughter, my nurse, upon a pillion behind him. The box was close on every side, with a little door for me to go in and out, and a few gimlet holes to let in air. I was terribly shaken and discomposed in this journey, though it were but half an hour, for the horse went about 40 feet at every step, and trotted so high that the agitation was equal to the rise and falling of a ship in a great storm, but much more frequent. My master alighted at an inn, and after consulting a while with the innkeeper, he hired the Grultrud, or crier, to give notice through the town of a strange creature to be seen at the sign of the Green Eagle, not so big as a splachnock, and in every part of the body resembling a human creature. I was placed upon a table in the largest room of the inn, which might be near 300 feet square. My little nurse stood on a low stool close to the table to direct what I should do. I walked about the table as the girl commanded. She asked me questions, as far as she knew my understanding of the language reached, and I answered them as loud as I could. I took up a thimble filled with liquor, which Glumdalclitch had given me for a cup, and drank the company's health. I drew out my hanger and flourished with it after the manner of fencers in England. I was that day shown to 12 sets of company, and as often forced to go over again the same fopperies until I was half dead with weariness and vexation. My master would not suffer anyone to touch me except my nurse. But an unlucky schoolboy aimed a hazelnut directly at my head, which very narrowly missed me. Otherwise it came with so much violence that it would have infallibly knocked out my brains. I had the satisfaction to see the young rogue well beaten and turned out of the room. My master, finding how profitable I was like to be, resolved to carry me to the most considerable cities of the kingdom. Having therefore provided himself with all things necessary for a long journey, and settled his affairs at home, he took leave of his wife, and upon the 17th of August, 1703, about 2 months after my arrival, we set out for the metropolis, about 3,000 miles distance from our house. My master's daughter, Glumdalclitch, carried me on her lap, in a box tied about her waist. The girl had lined it on all sides, with the softest cloth she could get, provided me with linen and other necessaries, and made everything as convenient as she could. My master's design was to show me in all the towns by the way, and to step out of the road for 50 or 100 miles to any village or person of quality's house. We were 10 weeks in our journey, and I was shown in 18 large towns, besides many villages and private families. On the 26th day of October, we arrived at the metropolis, called in their language Lobrulgrud, or Pride of the Universe. My master took a lodging in the principal street of the city, not far from the royal palace, and put out bills in the usual form, containing an exact description of my person and parts. He hired a large room, and provided a table 60 feet in diameter, upon which I was to act my part, and palisadoed it round 3 feet from the edge and as many high to prevent my falling over. I was shown 10 times a day, to the wonder and satisfaction of the people. I could now speak the language tolerably well, and perfectly understood every word that was spoken to me. The frequent labours I underwent every day made in a few weeks a very considerable change in my health. The more my master got by me, the more insatiable he grew. I had quite lost my stomach, and was almost reduced to a skeleton. The farmer observed it, and concluding I must soon die, resolved to make as good a hand of me as he could. While he was thus reasoning and resolving with himself, a slardral, or gentleman usher, came from court, commanding my master to carry me immediately thither, for the diversion of the Queen and her ladies. Her Majesty, and those who attended her, were beyond measure delighted with my demeanour. I fell on my knees and begged the honour of kissing her imperial foot. But this gracious princess held out her little finger towards me after I was set on a table, which I embraced in both my arms and put the tip of it with the utmost respect to my lips. She asked whether I would be content to live at court. I humbly answered that I was my master's slave, but if I were at my own disposal, I should be proud to devote my life to Her Majesty's service. She then asked my master whether he were willing to sell me at a good price. He, who apprehended I could not live a month, was ready enough to part with me, and demanded 1,000 pieces of gold, which were ordered him on the spot. I then said to the Queen, since I was now Her Majesty's humble creature and vassal, I must beg the favour that Glumdalclitch, who had always tended me with so much care and kindness, might be admitted into her service, and continue to be my nurse and instructor. Her Majesty agreed to my petition, and easily got the farmer's consent, who was glad enough to have his daughter preferred at court. My late master withdrew, bidding me farewell, and saying he had left me in a good service, to which I replied not a word, only making him a slight bow. The Queen observed my coldness, and asked me the reason. I made bold to tell Her Majesty that I owed no other obligation to my late master than his not dashing out the brains of a poor, harmless creature found by chance in his field, which obligation was amply recompensed by the gain he had made in showing me through half the kingdom. That my health was much impaired by the continual drudgery of entertaining the rabble every hour of the day, and that if my master had not thought my life in danger, Her Majesty perhaps would not have got so cheap a bargain. The Queen, giving great allowance for my defectiveness in speaking, took me in her hands and carried me to the King, who was then retired to his cabinet. His Majesty, a prince of much gravity, not well observing my shape at first view, asked the Queen how long it was since she grew fond of a splachnuck. But this princess, who hath an infinite deal of wit and humour, set me gently on my feet, and commanded me to give his Majesty an account of myself. The King, when he saw me walk erect before I began to speak, conceived I might be a piece of clockwork contrived by some ingenious artist. But when he heard my voice, he could not conceal his astonishment. He was by no means satisfied with the relation I gave him of the manner I came into his kingdom, and sent for 3 great scholars, who were then in their weekly waiting, according to the custom in that country. These gentlemen, after they had a while examined my shape with much nicety, were of different opinions concerning me. They all agreed that I could not be produced according to the regular laws of nature, because I was not framed with the capacity of preserving my life, either by swiftness, or climbing of trees, or digging holes in the earth. They would not allow me to be a dwarf, because my littleness was beyond all degrees of comparison, the Queen's favourite dwarf, the smallest ever known in that kingdom, being near 30 feet high. After much debate, they concluded that I was only Relplum Scalcath. I entreated to be heard a word or two, and applied myself to the King, assuring his Majesty that I came from a country which abounded with several millions of both sexes and of my own stature, where the animals, trees, and houses were all in proportion. To this they only replied with a smile of contempt, saying that the farmer had instructed me very well in my lesson. The King, who had a much better understanding, dismissed his learned men, and desired the Queen to order that a particular care should be taken of me. The Queen commanded her own cabinet-maker to contrive a box that might serve me for a bedchamber, after the model that Glumdalclitch and I should agree upon. The room was quilted on all sides, as well as the floor and ceiling, to prevent any accident from the carelessness of those who carried me, and to break the force of a jolt when I went in a coach. I desired a lock for my door, to prevent rats and mice from coming in, and the Queen ordered the thinnest silks that could be gotten to make me clothes. They were after the fashion of the kingdom, partly resembling the Persian, and partly the Chinese, and are a very grave and decent habit. The Queen became so fond of my company that she could not dine without me, I had a table placed upon the same at which Her Majesty ate, just at her left elbow, and a chair to sit on. Glumdalclitch stood on a stool on the floor near my table to assist and take care of me. Her Majesty used to put a bit of meat upon one of my dishes, and her diversion was to see me eat in miniature. She took up at one mouthful as much as a dozen English farmers could eat at a meal, which to me was for some time a very nauseous sight. She would crunch the wing of a lark, bones and all, between her teeth, although it were 9 times as large as that of a turkey, and put a bit of bread into her mouth as big as 2 12-penny loaves. She drank out of a golden cup, above a hogshead at a draught. Her knives were twice as long as a scythe, the spoons, forks, and other instruments all being in the same proportion. I remember when Glumdalclitch carried me to see some of the table at court, where 10 or a dozen of these enormous knives and forks were lifted up together, I thought I had never till then beheld so terrible a sight. It is the custom that every Wednesday, which was their Sabbath, the King and Queen, with the royal issue of both sexes, dine together in the apartment of His Majesty, to whom I was now become a great favourite. And at these times my little chair and table were placed at his left hand, before one of the salt cellars. This prince took a pleasure in conversing with me, inquiring into the manners, religion, laws, government, and learning of Europe, wherein I gave him the best account I was able. But I confess that after I had been a little too copious in talking of my own beloved country, the prejudices of his education prevailed so far that he could not forbear taking me up in his right hand, and after a hearty fit of laughing, asked me whether I was a Whig or a Tory. Then, turning to his first minister, he observed how contemptible a thing was human grandeur, which could be mimicked by such diminutive insects as I. He continued in this manner while my colour came and went several times, with indignation to hear our noble country, the mistress of arts and arms, the scourge of France, the arbitress of Europe, the pride and envy of the world, so contemptuously treated. Upon mature thoughts, however, I began to doubt whether I was injured or no, for after having been accustomed several months to the sight of these people, and observed every object upon which I cast mine eyes to be of proportionable magnitude, the horror I had at first conceived was so far worn off that if I had beheld a company of English lords and ladies in their finery and birthday clothes, acting their several parts in the most courtly manner, of strutting and bowing and prating, to say the truth, I should have been strongly tempted to laugh as much at them as the king and his grandees did at me. Nothing angered and mortified me so much as the Queen's dwarf, who, being of the lowest stature that was ever in that country, became insolent at seeing a creature so much beneath him, that he would always affect to swagger and look big as he passed by me in the Queen's antechamber, and he seldom failed of a smart word or two upon my littleness, against which I could only revenge myself by calling him brother, challenging him to wrestle, and such repartees as are usual in the mouths of court pages. One day at dinner, this malicious little cub was so nettled with something I had said to him, that raising himself upon the frame of Her Majesty's chair, he took me up by the middle and let me drop into a large silver bowl of cream. If I had not been a good swimmer, it might have gone very hard with me, for Glumdalclitch, in that instant, happened to be at the other end of the room, and the Queen was in such a fright that she wanted presence of mind to assist me. But my little nurse ran to my relief, and took me out after I had swallowed about a quart of cream. The dwarf was soundly whipped, and forced to drink up the bowl of cream into which he had thrown me. Neither was he ever restored to favour, for soon after the Queen bestowed him on a lady of high quality, so that I saw him no more, to my very great satisfaction, for I could not tell to what extremity such a malicious urchin might have carried his resentment. I now intend to give a short description of this country. The whole of the King's dominions reacheth about 6,000 miles in length, and from 3 to 5 in breadth, from whence I cannot but conclude that our geographers of Europe are in great error, by supposing nothing but sea between Japan and California. They ought to correct their maps and charts by joining this vast tract of land to the northwest parts of America, wherein I shall be ready to lend them my assistance. The kingdom is a peninsula, terminated to the northeast by a ridge of mountains 30 miles high, which are impassable by reason of the volcanoes upon the tops. On the other 3 sides it is bounded by the ocean. There is not one seaport in the whole kingdom, so that these people are wholly excluded from any commerce with the rest of the world. But the large rivers are full of vessels, and abound with excellent fish, for they seldom get any from the sea, because the sea fish are of the same size with those in Europe, and consequently are not worth catching. Now and then they take a whale that happens to be dashed against the rocks, which the common people feed on heartily. I saw one of them in a dish at the king's table, which passed for a rarity, but I did not observe he was fond of it, for I think, indeed, the bigness disgusted him, although I have seen one somewhat larger in Greenland. A coach was allowed to Glumdalclitch and me, wherein her governess frequently took her out to see the town, and I was always of the party, carried in my box, although the girl, at my own desire, would often take me out and hold me in her hand, that I might more conveniently view the houses and the people as we passed along the streets. When I was weary of the coach, a servant on horseback would buckle my box and place it on a cushion before him, and there I had a full prospect of the country on 3 sides from the 3 windows. One day the governess ordered our coachman to stop at several shops, where the beggars, watching their opportunity, crowded to the sides of the coach and gave me the most horrible spectacle that ever a European eye beheld. There was a woman with a cancer in her breast, swelled to a monstrous size, full of holes, in 2 or 3 of which I could have easily crept. There was a fellow with a wen in his neck, larger than 5 woolpacks, and another with a couple of wooden legs, each about 20 foot high. But the most hateful sight of all was the lice crawling on their clothes. I could see distinctly the limbs of these vermin with my naked eye, and their snouts which they rooted like swine. They were the first I had ever beheld, and I should have been curious enough to dissect one of them, if I had the proper instruments, although indeed the sight was so nauseous that it perfectly turned my stomach. I was very desirous to see the chief temple, and particularly the tower belonging to it, which is reckoned the highest in the kingdom. Accordingly, one day my nurse carried me thither, but I may truly say I came back disappointed, for the height is not above 3,000 feet, reckoning from the ground to the highest pinnacle top, which, allowing for the difference between the size of those people and us in Europe, is no matter for admiration, not at all equal in proportion, if I rightly remember, to Salisbury steeple. But not to detract from a nation to which during my life I shall acknowledge myself extremely obliged, it must be allowed that whatever this famous tower wants in height is amply made up in beauty and strength. For the walls are near 100 feet thick, built of hewn stone, whereof each is about 40 feet square, and adorned on all sides with statues of gods and emperors, cut in marble larger than the life, placed in their several niches. The king's kitchen is indeed a noble building, vaulted atop and about 600 feet high. The great oven is not so wide by 10 paces as the cupola at St. Paul's, for I measured the latter on purpose after my return. But if I should describe the kitchen grate, the prodigious pots and kettles, the joints of meat turning on the spits, with many other particulars, perhaps I should be hardly believed. At least, a severe critic would be apt to think I enlarged a little, as travellers are often suspected to do. To avoid which censure, I fear I have run too much into the other extreme, and that if this treatise should happen to be translated into the language of Brobdingnag, which is the general name of that kingdom, and transmitted thither, the king and his people would have reason to complain that I had done them an injury by a false and diminutive representation. I should have lived happy enough in that country, if my littleness had not exposed me to several ridiculous and troublesome accidents, some of which I shall venture to relate. Glumdalclitch often carried me into the gardens of the court in my box, and would sometimes take me out of it and hold me in her hand, or set me down to walk. I remember, before the dwarf left the Queen, he followed us one day into those gardens, and he and I, being close together near some dwarf apple trees, I must needs show my wit by a silly allusion between him and the trees, which happens to hold in their language as it does in ours. Whereupon the malicious rogue, watching his opportunity, when I was walking under one of them, shook it directly over my head, by which a dozen apples, each of them as large as a Bristol barrel, came tumbling about my ears. One of them hit me on the back as I chanced to stoop, and knocked me down flat on my face. But I received no other hurt, and the dwarf was pardoned at my desire, because I had given the provocation. Another day Glumdalclitch left me on a smooth grass plot to divert myself, when there suddenly fell such a violent shower of hail that I was immediately struck to the ground, the hailstones giving me such cruel bangs all over the body as if I had been pelted with tennis balls. I made shift to creep on all fours and shelter myself by lying flat on my face on the lee side of a border of lemon thyme, but so bruised from head to foot that I could not go abroad in 10 days. But a more dangerous accident happened to me in the same garden, when my little nurse, believing she had put me in a safe place, and having left my box at home to avoid the trouble of carrying it, went to another part of the garden with a lady of her acquaintance. While she was absent and out of hearing, a small white spaniel, belonging to one of the chief gardeners, having got by accident into the garden, happened to range near the place where I lay. The dog, following the scent, came directly up, and taking me in his mouth, ran straight to his master, wagging his tail, and set me gently on the ground. By good fortune he had been so well taught that I was carried between his teeth without the least hurt or even tearing my clothes. But the poor gardener, who knew me well, was in a terrible fright. He gently took me up in both his hands and asked me how I did, but I was so amazed and out of breath that I could not speak a word. My little nurse had by this time returned to the place where she had left me, and was in cruel agonies when I did not appear when she called. She severely reprimanded the gardener on account of his dog, but the thing was hushed up and never known at court, for the girl was afraid of the Queen's anger, and truly as to myself, I thought it would not be for my reputation that such a story should go about. The maids of honour often invited Glumdalclitch to their apartments, and desired she would bring me along with her. They would often strip me naked from top to toe, and lay me at full length in their bosoms, wherewith I was much disgusted, because, to say the truth, a very offensive smell came from their skins, which I do not mention or intend to the disadvantage of those excellent ladies, for whom I have all manner of respect, but I conceive that my sense was more acute in proportion to my littleness, and that those illustrious persons were no more disagreeable to their lovers than people of the same quality are with us in England. And after all, I found their natural smell was much more supportable than when they used perfumes, under which I immediately swooned away. I cannot forget that a friend of mine in Lilliput took the freedom in a warm day, when I had used a good deal of exercise, to complain of a strong smell about me, although I am as little faulty that way as most of my sex. That which gave me most uneasiness among these maids of honour was to see them use me without any manner of ceremony, like a creature who had no sort of consequence, for they would strip themselves to the skin and put on their smocks in my presence, while I was placed on their toilet directly before their naked bodies, which I am sure was very far from being a tempting sight. Their skins appeared so coarse and uneven, so variously coloured, with a mole here and there as broad as a trencher, and hairs hanging from it thicker than pack-threads, to say nothing further concerning the rest of their persons. The handsomest among these maids of honour, a pleasant, frolicsome girl of 16, would sometimes set me astride upon one of her nipples, with many other tricks, wherein I must be excused for not being over-particular. But I was so much displeased that I entreated Glumdalclitch to contrive some excuse for not seeing that young lady any more. The Queen, who often used to hear me talk of my sea voyages, and took all occasions to divert me when I was melancholy, asked me whether I understood how to handle a sail or an oar, and whether a little exercise of rowing might not be convenient for my health. I answered that I understood both very well, for although my proper employment had been to be surgeon or doctor to the ship, yet often, upon a pinch, I was forced to work like a common mariner. Her Majesty said if I would contrive a boat, her own joiner would make it, and she would provide a place for me to sail in. The fellow was an ingenious workman, and by my instructions in 10 days finished a pleasure boat with all its tackling. The Queen was delighted, and then contrived another project. She ordered the joiner to make a wooden trough of 300 feet long, 50 broad, and 8 deep, which was placed on the floor along the wall in an outer room of the palace. It had a cock near the bottom to let out the water when it began to grow stale, and 2 servants could easily fill it in half an hour. Here I often used to row for my own diversion, as well as that of the Queen and her ladies, who thought themselves well entertained by my skill and agility. Sometime I would put up my sail, and then my business was only to steer, while the ladies gave me a gale with their fans. And when they were weary, some of the pages would blow my sail forward with their breath, while I showed my art by steering starboard or larboard as I pleased. When I had done, Glumdalclitch always carried my boat back into her closet, and hung it on a nail to dry. The greatest danger I ever underwent in that kingdom was from a monkey, who belonged to one of the clerks of the kitchen. Glumdalclitch had locked me up in her closet while she went somewhere upon business or a visit. The weather being very warm, the closet window was left open, as well as the windows and the doors of my bigger box in which I usually lived, because of its largeness and conveniency. As I sat quietly meditating at my table, I heard something bounce in at the closet window and skip about from one side to the other. Whereat, although I was much alarmed, yet I ventured to look out, and saw this frolicsome animal frisking and leaping up and down till at last he came to my box, which he seemed to view with great pleasure and curiosity, peeping in at the door and every window. I retreated to the farther corner of my room or box, but the monkey put me in such a fright that I wanted presence of mind to conceal myself under the bed, as I might easily have done. After some time spent in peeping, grinning, and chattering, he at last espied me, and reaching one of his paws in at the door, as a cat does when she plays with a mouse, although I often shifted place to avoid him, he at length seized the lappet of my coat and dragged me out. He took me up in his right forefoot and held me as a nurse does a child she is going to suckle, just as I have seen the same sort of creature do with a kitten in Europe. And when I offered to struggle, he squeezed me so hard that I thought it more prudent to submit. In these diversions, he was interrupted by a noise at the closet door, as if somebody were opening it, whereupon he suddenly leapt up to the window, and thence upon the leads and gutters, walking upon 3 legs and holding me in the 4th, till he clambered up to a roof that was next to ours. I heard Glumdalclitch give a shriek at the moment he was carrying me out. The poor girl was almost distracted. That quarter of the palace was all in an uproar. The servants ran for ladders. The monkey was seen by hundreds in the court, sitting upon the ridge of the building, holding me like a baby in one of his forepaws, and feeding me with the other, by cramming into my mouth some victuals he had squeezed out of the bag on one side of his chaps, and patting me when I would not eat. Whereat many of the rabble below could not forbear laughing. Neither do I think they justly ought to be blamed, for without question the sight was ridiculous enough to everybody but myself. The ladders were now applied and mounted by several men, which the monkey observing, let me drop on a ridge tile, and made his escape. Here I sat for some time, 500 yards from the ground, expecting every moment to be blown down by the wind or to fall by my own giddiness. But an honest lad, one of my nurse's footmen, climbed up and, putting me into his breeches pocket, brought me down safe. I was almost choked with the filthy stuff the monkey had crammed down my throat, but my dear little nurse picked it out of my mouth with a small needle, and then I fell a-vomiting, which gave me a great relief. Yet I was so weak and bruised in the sides with the squeezes given me by this odious animal that I was forced to keep my bed a fortnight. The king, Queen, and all the court sent every day to inquire after my health, and Her Majesty made me several visits during my sickness. The monkey was killed, and an order made that no such animal should be kept about the palace. When I attended the king after my recovery to return him thanks for his favours, he was pleased to rally me a good deal upon this adventure. He asked me what my thoughts and speculations were while I lay in the monkey's paw, how I liked the victuals he gave me, his manner of feeding, and whether the fresh air on the roof had sharpened my stomach. He desired to know what I would have done upon such an occasion in my own country. I told His Majesty that in Europe we had no monkeys, except such as were brought for curiosities from other places. As for that monstrous animal with whom I was so lately engaged, if my fears had suffered me to think so far as to make use of my hanger, looking fiercely and clapping my hand upon the hilt as I spoke, when he poked his paw into my chamber, perhaps I should have given him such a wound as would have made him glad to withdraw it with more haste than he put it in. This I delivered in a firm tone, but my speech produced nothing else besides a loud laughter. This made me reflect how vain an attempt it is for a man to endeavour doing himself honour among those who are out of all degree of equality or comparison with him. And yet I have seen the moral of my own behaviour very frequent in England since my return, where a little contemptible varlet without the least title to birth, person, or wit shall presume to look with importance and put himself upon a foot with the greatest persons of the kingdom. I was every day furnishing the court with some ridiculous story, and Glumdalclitch, although she loved me to excess, yet was arch enough to inform the Queen whenever I committed any folly that she thought would be diverting to Her Majesty. The girl, who had been out of order, was carried by a friend to take the air about an hour's distance. They alighted out of the coach near a small footpath in a field, and Glumdalclitch setting down my travelling box, I went out of it to walk. There was a cow dung in the path, and I must needs try my activity by attempting to leap over it. I took a run, but unfortunately jumped short, and found myself just in the middle up to my knees. I waded through with some difficulty, and one of the footmen wiped me as clean as he could with his handkerchief, for I was filthily bemired, and my nurse confined me to my box till we returned home, where the Queen was soon informed of what had passed, and the footman spread it about the court, so that all the mirth for some days was at my expense. The king, who, as I before observed, was a prince of excellent understanding, would frequently order that I should be brought in my box and set upon the table in his closet. In this manner I had several conversations with him. I one day took the freedom to tell His Majesty that the contempt he discovered towards Europe and the rest of the world did not seem answerable to those excellent qualities of mind he was master of. That reason did not extend itself with the bulk of the body. On the contrary, we observed in our country that the tallest persons were usually least provided with it. That among other animals, bees and ants had the reputation of more industry, art, and sagacity than many of the larger kinds, and that, as inconsiderable as he took me to be, I hoped I might live to do His Majesty some signal service. The king heard me with attention, and began to conceive a much better opinion of me than he had ever before. He desired I would give him as exact an account of the government of England as I possibly could, because, as fond as princes commonly are of their own customs, for so he conjectured of other monarchs by my former discourses, he should be glad to hear of anything that might deserve imitation. I began my discourse by informing His Majesty that our dominions consisted of 2 islands, which composed 3 mighty kingdoms under one sovereign, besides our plantations in America. I dwelt long upon the fertility of our soil and the temperature of our climate. I then spoke at large upon the constitution of an English Parliament, partly made up of an illustrious body called the House of Peers, persons of the noblest blood, and of the most ancient and ample patrimonies. I described that extraordinary care always taken of their education in arts and arms, to qualify them for being counsellors both to the king and kingdom, to have a share in the legislature, to be members of the highest court of judicature, from whence there could be no appeal, and to be champions always ready for the defence of their prince and country, by their valour, conduct, and felicity. To these were joined several holy persons under the title of bishops, whose peculiar business it is to take care of religion and of those who instruct the people therein. That the other part of the Parliament consisted of an assembly called the House of Commons, who were all principal gentlemen freely picked and culled out by the people themselves for their great abilities and love of their country, to represent the wisdom of the whole nation. I then descended to the courts of justice, over which the judges, those venerable sages and interpreters of the law, presided, for determining the disputed rights and properties of men, as well as for the punishment of vice and protection of innocence. I mentioned the prudent management of our treasury, and the valour and achievements of our forces by sea and land. I computed the number of our people by reckoning how many millions there might be of each religious sect or political party among us. And I finished with a brief historical account of affairs and events in England for about 100 years past. When I had put an end to these long discourses, 5 in number, and each of several hours' duration, His Majesty, in a 6th audience, consulting his notes, proposed many doubts, queries, and objections on every article. He asked what methods were used to cultivate the minds and bodies of our young nobility, and in what kind of business they commonly spent the first and teachable part of their lives. What qualifications were necessary in those who are to be created new lords? Whether the humour of the prince, a sum of money to a court lady, or a prime minister ever happened to be motives in those advancements? What share of knowledge these lords had in the laws of their country, and how they came by it, so as to enable them to decide the properties of their fellow subjects in their last resort? Whether they were always so free from avarice, partialities, or want, that a bribe or some other sinister view could have no place among them. He then desired to know what arts were practised in electing those whom I called commoners, whether a stranger with a strong purse might not influence the vulgar voters to choose him before their own landlord, or the most considerable gentleman in the neighbourhood. How it came to pass that people were so violently bent upon getting into this assembly, which I allowed to be a great trouble and expense, often to the ruin of their families, without any salary or pension. Because that appeared such an exalted strain of virtue and public spirit, that His Majesty seemed to doubt it might possibly not be always sincere. Upon what I said in relation to the management of our treasury, he thought my memory had failed me, because I computed taxes at about 5 or 6 millions a year, and when I came to mention the issues, he found they sometimes amounted to more than double. For the notes he had taken were very particular in this point, because he hoped, as he told me, that the knowledge of our conduct might be useful to him, and he could not be deceived in his calculations. But if what I told him were true, he was still at a loss how a kingdom could run out of its estate like a private person. He asked me who were our creditors, and where we should find money to pay them. He wondered to hear me talk of such chargeable and expensive wars, that certainly we must be a quarrelsome people, or live among very bad neighbours, and that our generals must needs be richer than our kings. Above all, he was amazed to hear me talk of a mercenary standing army in the midst of peace, and among a free people. Taking me in his hands, and stroking me gently, His Majesty delivered himself in these words, which I shall never forget. "My little friend Grildrig, you have made a most admirable panegyric upon your country. You have clearly proved that ignorance, idleness, and vice are the proper ingredients for qualifying a legislator, that laws are best explained, interpreted, and applied by those whose interest and abilities lie in perverting, confounding, and eluding them. I observe among you some lines of an institution which, in its original, might have been tolerable, but these half erased, and the rest wholly blurred and blotted by corruptions. It doth not appear from all you have said how any one perfection is required toward the procurement of any one station among you, much less that men are ennobled on account of their virtue, that priests are advanced for their piety of learning, soldiers for their conduct or valour, judges for their integrity, senators for the love of their country, or counsellors for their wisdom. As for yourself, who have spent the greatest part of your life in travelling, I am well disposed to hope you may hitherto have escaped many vices of your country. But by what I have gathered from your own relation, and the answers I have with much pain wringed and extorted from you, I cannot but conclude the bulk of your natives to be the most pernicious race of little odious vermin that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. Nothing but an extreme love of truth could have hindered me from concealing this part of my story. It was in vain to discover my resentments, which were always turned into ridicule, and I was forced to rest with patience while my noble and most beloved country was so injuriously treated. But great allowances should be given to a king who lives wholly secluded from the rest of the world, and must therefore be altogether unacquainted with the manners and customs that must prevail in other nations, the want of which knowledge will ever produce many prejudices and a certain narrowness of thinking, from which we in the politer countries of Europe are wholly exempted. To confirm what I have now said, and further to show the miserable effects of a confined education, I shall here relate a passage which will hardly obtain belief. In hopes to ingratiate myself further into His Majesty's favour, I told him of an invention discovered 300 years ago to make a certain powder, into a heap of which the smallest spark of fire falling would kindle the whole in a moment and make it all fly up in the air together with a noise and agitation greater than thunder. Such powder would not only destroy whole ranks of an army at once, but batter the strongest walls to the ground, sink down ships, and divide hundreds of bodies in the middle. These ingredients I humbly offered to His Majesty as a small tribute of acknowledgment for so many marks that I had received of his royal favour and protection. The king was struck with horror at the description I had given and the proposal I had made. He was amazed how so impotent and grovelling an insect as I, these were his expressions, could entertain such inhuman ideas, and in so familiar a manner as to appear totally unmoved at all the scenes of blood and desolation which I had painted. He protested that, although few things delighted him so much as new discoveries in art or in nature, yet he would rather lose half his kingdom than be privy to such a secret, which he commanded me, as I valued my life, never to mention any more. A strange effect of narrow principles and short views. The learning of this people is very defective, consisting only in morality, history, poetry, and mathematics, wherein they must be allowed to excel. They have had the art of printing, as well as the Chinese, time out of mind, but their libraries are not very large. I have perused many of their books, especially those in history and morality. I was much diverted with a little old treatise which always lay in Glumdalclitch's bedchamber, and belonged to a grave, elderly lady of her acquaintance. The book treats of the weakness of humankind, and is in little esteem except among women and the vulgar. The writer went through all the usual topics of European moralists, showing how diminutive, contemptible, and helpless an animal was man in his own nature, how unable to defend himself from inclemencies of the air or the fury of wild beasts. He added that nature was degenerated in those latter declining ages of the world, and could now produce only small abortive births in comparison of those in ancient times. He said it was very reasonable to think not only that the species of men were originally much larger, but also that there must have been giants in former ages, which, as it is asserted by history and tradition, so it hath been confirmed by huge bones and skulls casually dug up in several parts of the kingdom, far exceeding the common dwindling race of man in our days. The author drew several moral applications useful in the conduct of life, but needless here to repeat. For my own part, I could not avoid reflecting how universally this talent was spread, of drawing lectures in morality, or indeed rather matter of discontent and repining from the quarrels we raise with nature. And, I believe, upon a strict inquiry, those quarrels might be shown as ill-grounded among us as they are among that people. I had always a strong impulse that I should some time recover my liberty, though it was impossible to conjecture by what means. The ship in which I sailed was the first ever known to be driven within sight of that coast, and the king had given strict orders that, if at any time another appeared, it should be taken ashore, and with all its crew and passengers brought in a tumbril to the metropolis. He was strongly bent to get me a woman of my own size, by whom I might propagate the breed. But I think I should rather have died than undergone the disgrace of leaving a posterity to be kept in cages like tame canary birds, and perhaps, in time, sold about the kingdom to persons of quality for curiosities. I was, indeed, the favourite of a great king and queen, but it was upon such a foot as ill became the dignity of humankind. I could never forget those domestic pledges I had left behind me. I wanted to be among people with whom I could converse on even terms, and walk about the streets without being afraid of being trod to death like a frog. I had now been 2 years in this country, and about the beginning of the third, Glumdalclitch and I attended the king and queen in a progress to the south coast of the kingdom. I was carried, as usual, in my travelling box, and I had ordered a hammock to be fixed by silken ropes from the 4 corners at the top to break the jolts. When we came to journey's end, the king thought proper to pass a few days at a palace he hath near Llanflasnic, a city within 18 English miles of the seaside. Glumdalclitch and I were much fatigued. I had gotten a small cold, but the poor girl was so ill as to be confined to her chamber. I longed to see the ocean, which must be the only scene of my escape if it should ever happen. I pretended to be worse than I really was, and desired to take the fresh air of the sea with a page I was very fond of, who had sometimes been trusted with me. The boy took me out in my box for about half an hour's walk from the palace towards some rocks on the sea-shore. I ordered him to set me down, and told him that I had a mind to take a nap in my hammock, which I hoped would do me good. I soon fell asleep, and all I can conjecture is that while I slept, the page, thinking no danger could happen, went among the rocks to look for birds' eggs. Be that as it will, I found myself suddenly awaked with a violent pull upon the ring which was fastened at the top of my box, for the conveniency of carriage. I felt my box raised very high in the air, and then borne forward with prodigious speed. I called out several times as loud as I could raise my voice, but all to no purpose. I looked towards my windows, and could see nothing but clouds and sky. I heard a noise over my head like the clapping of wings, and then began to see the woeful position I was in, that some eagle had got the ring of my box in his beak, with an intent to let it fall on a rock like a tortoise in a shell, and then pick out my body and devour it. In a little time, I observed the noise and flutter of wings to increase very fast, and my box was tossed up and down like a signpost in a windy day. I heard several bangs or buffets, and then all on a sudden felt myself falling perpendicularly down for above a minute, but with such incredible swiftness that I almost lost my breath. My fall was stopped by a terrible squash that sounded louder to my ears than the cataract of Niagara, after which I was quite in the dark for another minute, and then my box began to rise so high that I could see light from the tops of the windows. I now perceived that I was fallen into the sea. My box floated above 5 foot deep in water. I did then, and do now, suppose that the eagle which flew away with my box was pursued by 2 or 3 others, and forced to let me drop while he was defending himself against the rest who hoped to share in the prey. The plates of iron fastened on the bottom of the box preserved the balance while it fell, and hindered it from being broken on the surface of the water. I got, with much difficulty, out of my hammock, having first ventured to draw back the slipboard on the roof, contrived to let in air, for want of which I found myself already stifled. How often did I then wish myself with my dear Glumdalclitch, from whom one single hour had so far divided me. And I may say with truth that in the midst of my own misfortunes I could not forbear lamenting my poor nurse, the grief she would suffer for my loss, the displeasure of the Queen, and the ruin of her fortune. Perhaps many travellers have not been under greater difficulties and distress than I was at this juncture, expecting every moment to see my box dashed in pieces, or at least overset by the first violent blast or a rising wave. I was not able to lift up the roof of my closet, which otherwise I certainly should have done, and sat on top of it where I might at least preserve myself some hours longer than by being shut up, as I may call it, in the hold. Or, if I escaped these dangers for a day or two, what could I expect but a miserable death of cold and hunger? Being in this disconsolate state, I heard, or at least thought I heard, some kind of grating noise on the side of my box, and soon after I began to fancy that the box was pulled or towed along in the sea, for I now and then felt a sort of tugging, which made the waves rise near the top of my windows, leaving me almost in the dark. This gave me some faint hopes of relief, although I was not able to imagine how it could be brought about. I ventured to unscrew one of my chairs, and having made a hard shift to screw it down again directly under the slipping board that I had just opened, I mounted on the chair, and putting my mouth as near as I could to the hole, I called for help in a loud voice, and in all the languages I understood. I then fastened my handkerchief to a stick I usually carried, and thrusting it up the hole, waved it several times in the air, that if any boat or ship were near, the seamen might conjecture some unhappy mortal to be shut up in the box. In the space of an hour, or better, one side of the box struck against something that was hard. I apprehended it to be a rock, and found myself tossed more than ever. I plainly heard a noise upon the cover of my closet, like that of a cable, and the grating of it as it passed through the ring. I then found myself hoisted by degrees at least 3 feet higher than I was before, whereupon I again thrust up my stick and handkerchief, calling for help till I was almost hoarse. In return to which, I heard a great shout repeated 3 times, giving me such transports of joy as are not to be conceived but by those who feel them. I now heard a trampling over my head, and somebody calling through the hole with a loud voice in the English tongue. I answered I was an Englishman, drawn by ill fortune into the greatest calamity that ever any creature underwent, and begged by all that was moving to be delivered out of the dungeon I was in. The voice replied I was safe, for my box was fastened to their ship, and the carpenter should immediately come and saw a hole in the cover large enough to pull me out. In a few minutes, a passage about 4 feet square had been sawed, and a ladder was let down, upon which I mounted, and from thence was taken into the ship in a very weak condition. The sailors were all in amazement, and asked me 1,000 questions which I had no inclination to answer. I was equally confounded at the sight of so many pygmies, for such I took them to be after having so long accustomed mine eyes to the monstrous objects I had left. But the captain, Mr. Thomas Wilcox, an honest, worthy Shropshire man, observing that I was ready to faint, took me into his cabin, gave me a good cordial to comfort me, and made me to turn in upon his bed, advising me to take a little rest. Before I went to sleep, I gave him to understand that I had valuable furniture in my box, too good to be lost, a fine hammock, a handsome field bed, 2 chairs, a table, and a cabinet. The captain, hearing me utter these absurdities, concluded I was raving. However, he promised to give order, and sent some of his men down into my closet, from whence, as I afterwards found, the chairs, cabinet, and bedstead, being screwed to the floor, were much damaged by the ignorance of the seamen, who tore them up by force. Then they knocked off some of the boards for the use of the ship, and when they got all they had a mind for, let the hulk drop into the sea. I was glad not to have been a spectator of the havoc they made, because I am confident it would have sensibly touched me by bringing former passages into my mind, which I had rather forget. I slept some hours, and upon waking found myself much recovered. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and the captain ordered supper immediately. He entertained me with great kindness, and when we were left alone, desired I would give him a relation of my travels, and by what accident I came to be set adrift in that monstrous wooden chest. He also desired to ask me freely whether I were not troubled in mind by the consciousness of some enormous crime, for which I was punished at the command of some prince by exposing me in that chest, as great criminals in other countries have been forced to sea in a leaky vessel without provisions. He added that his suspicions were much increased by some very absurd speeches I had delivered at first to the sailors and afterwards to himself in relation to my closet or chest, as well as by my odd looks and behaviour while I was at supper. I begged his patience to hear me tell my story, which I faithfully did, and as truth always forces its way into rational minds, so this honest, worthy gentleman, who had some tincture of learning and very good sense, was immediately convinced of my candour and veracity. But further to confirm all I had said, I showed him the collection of rarities I made in the country from whence I had been so strangely delivered. The captain said he hoped, when we returned to England, I would oblige the world by putting my story to paper and making it public. My answer was that I thought we were already overstocked with books of travel, that nothing could pass that was not extraordinary, and that I doubted some authors less consulted truth in their own vanity or interest or the diversion of ignorant readers. However, I thanked him for his good opinion and promised to take the matter into my thoughts. He said he wondered at one thing very much, which was to hear me speak so loud, asking me whether the king or queen of that country were thick of hearing. I told him it was what I had been used to for above 2 years past, and that I admired as much the voices of him and his men, who seemed to me only to whisper, and yet I could hear them well enough. But when I spoke in that country, it was like a man talking in the street to another looking out from the top of the steeple. I told him I had likewise observed another thing, that when I first got into the ship, and the sailors stood all about me, I thought they were the most little, contemptible creatures I had ever beheld. For indeed, while I was in that country, I could never endure to look in the glass, after my own eyes had been accustomed to such prodigious objects. Our voyage was very prosperous. The captain called in at 1 or 2 ports, and sent in his longboat for provisions and fresh water, but I never went out the ship till we came into the Downs, which was on the 3rd day of June, 1706, about 9 months after my escape. I offered to leave my goods in security for payment of my freight, but the captain protested he would not accept 1 farthing. We took kind leave of each other, and I made him promise he would come to see me at my house in Redriff. As I was on the road, observing the littleness of the houses, the trees, the cattle, and the people, I began to think myself in Lilliput. I was afraid of trampling on every traveller I met, and often called aloud to have them stand out of the way, so that I had like to have gotten 1 or 2 broken heads for my impatience. When I came to my own house, for which I was forced to inquire, I bent down to go in for fear of striking my head. My wife ran to embrace me, but I stooped lower than her knees, thinking she could otherwise never be able to reach my mouth. My daughter kneeled to ask my blessing, but I could not see her till she arose, having been so long used to stand with my head and eyes erect to above 60 feet. In a little time, I and my family and friends came to a right understanding, but my wife protested I should never go to sea any more, although my evil destiny so ordered that she had not power to hinder me, as you may know hereafter. A voyage to Laputa, Balnibarbi, Glubdubdrib, Lugnag, and Japan. I had not been at home above 10 days, when Captain William Robinson, a Cornishman, commander of the Hopewell, a stout ship of 300 tons, came to my house. Expressing his joy to find me in good health, he asked whether I were now settled for life, as he intended a voyage to the East Indies in 2 months. He said so many obliging things, and I knew him to be so honest a man, that I could not reject his proposal. The thirst I had of seeing the world, notwithstanding my past misfortunes, continuing as violent as ever. The only difficulty that remained was to persuade my wife, whose consent, however, I at last obtained by the prospect of advantage she proposed to her children. We set out the 5th day of August, 1706, and had not sailed above 3 days, when a great storm arising, we were driven 5 days to the north-northeast, and then to the east. Upon the 10th day, we were chased by 2 pirates, who soon overtook us, and boarded the ship furiously. Finding us all prostrate upon our faces, for so I gave order, they pinioned us with strong ropes, and setting a guard upon us, searched the boat. I observed among them a Dutchman, who seemed to be of some authority, though he was not commander of either pirate ship. I spoke Dutch tolerably well, told him who we were, and begged him, in consideration of our being Christians and Protestants of neighbouring countries in strict alliance, that he would move the captain to take some pity on us. This seemed to inflame his rage. He threatened us with being tied back to back and thrown into the sea, and turning to his companions, spoke with great vehemence in the Japanese language, as I suppose, often using the word Christianos. The largest of the 2 pirate ships was commanded by a Japanese captain, who spoke a little Dutch, but very imperfectly. He came up to me, and after several questions, which I answered in great humility, he said we should not die. I made the captain a very low bow, and then, turning to the Dutchman, said I was sorry to find more mercy in a heathen than in a brother Christian. But I had soon reason to repent those foolish words, for that malicious reprobate, having often endeavoured in vain to persuade both the captains that I might be thrown into the sea, prevailed so far as to have a punishment inflicted on me worse than death itself. Our men were sent by an equal division into both pirate ships, whilst it was determined that I should be set adrift in a small canoe, with paddles and a sail and 4 days' provisions, which last the Japanese captain was so kind to double out of his own stores, and would permit no man to search me. I got down into the canoe, while the Dutchman, standing upon the deck, loaded me with all the curses and injurious terms his language could afford. About an hour before we saw the pirates, I had taken an observation, and found we were in the latitude of 46 north and of longitude 183. When I was at some distance from the pirates, I discovered by my pocket glass several islands to the southeast. I set up my sail, the wind being fair, with the design to reach the nearest of those islands, which I made a shift to do in about 3 hours. The island was all rocky. However, I got many birds' eggs, and striking fire, I kindled some heath and dry seaweed by which I roasted my eggs. I passed the night under the shelter of a rock, strewing some heath under me, and slept pretty well. The next day, I sailed to another island, and thence to a third and fourth, sometimes using my sail and sometimes my paddles. On the 5th day, I arrived at the last island in my sight, which lay southeast to the former. I encompassed it almost round before I could find a convenient place to land in, which was a small creek about 3 times the wideness of my canoe. I found the island to be all rocky, only a little intermingled with tufts of grass and sweet-smelling herbs. I took out my small provisions, and having refreshed myself, I secured the remainder in a cave, whereof there were great numbers. My bed was the same dry grass and seaweed which I intended for fuel. I considered how impossible it was to preserve my life in so desolate a place, and how miserable my end must be. I walked a while among the rocks. The sky was perfectly clear, and the sun so hot that I was forced to turn my face from it, when all on a sudden it became obscure, as I thought, in a manner very different from what happens by the interposition of a cloud. I turned back and perceived a vast opaque body between me and the sun, moving forwards towards the island. It seemed to be about 2 miles high, and hid the sun 6 or 7 minutes, but I did not observe the air to be much colder or the sky more darkened than if I had stood under the shade of a mountain. As it approached nearer, over the place where I was, it appeared to be a firm substance, the bottom flat, smooth, and shining very bright from the reflection of the sea below. I stood upon a height about 200 yards from the shore and saw this vast body descending almost to a parallel with me, at less than an English mile distance. I took out my pocket perspective and could plainly discover numbers of people moving up and down the sides of it, which appeared to be sloping. But what those people were doing, I was not able to distinguish. The natural love of life gave me some inward motions of joy, and I was ready to entertain a hope that this adventure might some way or other help to deliver me from the desolate place and condition I was in. But at the same time, I was astonished to behold an island in the air, inhabited by men who were able, as it should seem, to raise or sink or put it into a progressive motion as they pleased. It advanced nearer, and I could see the sides of it encompassed with several gradations of galleries and stairs at certain intervals, to descend from one to the other. In the lowest gallery, I beheld some people fishing with long angling rods, and others looking on. I waved my cap and my handkerchief towards the island, and upon its nearer approach, I called and shouted with the utmost strength of my voice. And then, looking circumspectly, I beheld a crowd gathered to that side which was most in my view. I found by their pointing towards me, and to each other, that they plainly discovered me, although they made no return to my shouting. The number of people increased, and in less than half an hour the island was moved and raised in such a manner that the lowest gallery appeared in a parallel of less than 100 yards from where I stood. I then put myself into the most supplicating postures and spoke in the humblest accent, but received no answer. Those who stood nearest over against me seemed to be persons of distinction, as I supposed by their habit. They conferred earnestly with each other, looking often upon me. At length, one of them called out, in a clear, polite, smooth dialect, not unlike a sound in Italian. And therefore I returned an answer in that language, hoping at least that the cadence might be more agreeable to his ears. They made signs for me to come down from the rock and go towards the shore, which I accordingly did. And the flying island being raised to a convenient height, the verge directly over me, a chain was let down from the lowest gallery, with a seat fastened to the bottom, to which I fixed myself, and was drawn up by pulleys. At my alighting, I was surrounded with a crowd of people, but those who stood nearest seemed to be of better quality. They beheld me with all the marks and circumstances of wonder. Neither, indeed, was I in their debt, having never till then seen a race of mortals so singular in shapes, habits, and countenances. Their heads were all reclined either to the right or the left, one of their eyes turned inward and the other directly up to the zenith. Their outward garments were adorned with the figures of suns, moons, and stars, interwoven with those of fiddles, flutes, harps, trumpets, guitars, and many other instruments of music unknown to us in Europe. I observed here and there many in the habits of servants, with a blown bladder fastened like a flail to the end of a short stick, which they carried in their hands. In each bladder was a small quantity of dried peas, or little pebbles, as I was afterwards informed. With these bladders, they now and then flapped the mouths and ears of those who stood near them, of which practice I could not then conceive the meaning. It seems that the minds of these people are so taken up with intense speculations that they neither can speak nor attend to the discourses of others without being roused by some external taction upon the organs of speech and hearing, for which reason those persons who are able to afford it always keep a flapper, the original is climinole, in their family, as one of their domestics, nor ever walk abroad or make visits without him. And the business of this officer is, when 2 or 3 more persons are in company, gently to strike with his bladder the mouth of him who is to speak, and the right ear of him or them to whom the speaker addresseth himself. This flapper is likewise employed diligently to attend his master in his walks, and upon occasion to give him a soft flap on his eyes, because he is always so wrapped up in cogitation that he is in manifest danger of falling down every precipice and bouncing his head against every post. As they conducted me up the stairs to the top of the island, and from thence to the royal palace, they forgot several times what they were about, and left me to myself, till their memories were again roused by their flappers. They appeared altogether unmoved by the sight of my foreign habit and countenance, and by the shouts of the vulgar, whose thoughts and minds were more disengaged. At last we entered the palace, and proceeded into the chamber of presence, where I saw the king seated on his throne, attended on each side by persons of prime quality. Before the throne was a large table filled with globes and spheres and mathematical instruments of all kinds. His Majesty took not the least notice of us, although our entrance was not without sufficient noise, by the concourse of all persons belonging to the court. But he was then in a deep problem, and we attended at least an hour before he could solve it. There stood by him, on each side, a young page with flaps in their hands, and when they saw he was at leisure, one of them gently struck his mouth, and the other his right ear, at which he started like one awaked on the sudden, and looking towards me and the company I was in, recollected the occasion of our coming, whereof he had been informed before. He spoke some words, whereupon immediately a young man with a flap came up to my side and flapped me gently on the right ear. But I made signs I had no occasion for such an instrument, which, as I afterwards found, gave his Majesty and the whole court a very mean opinion of my understanding. When it was found that I could neither understand nor be understood, I was conducted to an apartment in the palace, where 2 servants were appointed to attend me. My dinner was brought, consisting of 2 courses of 3 dishes each. In the first course there was a shoulder of mutton cut into an equilateral triangle, a piece of beef into a rhomboid, and a pudding into a cycloid. The second course was 2 ducks trussed up into the form of fiddles, sausages resembling flutes and hautboys, and a breast of veal in the shape of a harp. While we were eating, I made bold to ask the names of several things in their language, and those noble persons, by the assistance of their flappers, delighted to give me answers, hoping to raise my admiration of their great abilities if I could be brought to converse with them. I was soon able to call for bread and drink, or whatever else I wanted. After dinner, a person was sent to me by the king's order, attended by a flapper. He brought with him pen, ink, and paper, and gave me to understand by signs that he was sent to teach me the language. We sat together 4 hours, in which time I wrote down a great number of words in columns, with the translations over against them. Over the next few days, by the help of a very faithful memory, I got some insight into their language. The word, which I interpret the flying or floating island, is, in the original, Laputa, whereof I could never learn the true etymology. Lap, in the old obsolete language, signifieth high, and unter, a governor, from which they say by corruption was derived Laputa, from Lapunta. But I do not approve of this derivation, which seems a little strained. Those to whom the king had entrusted me, observing how ill I was clad, ordered a tailor to come next morning and take my measure for a suit of clothes. This operator first took my altitude by a quadrant, and then, with a rule and compasses, described the dimensions and outlines of my whole body, all of which he entered upon paper, and in 6 days brought my clothes very ill-made and quite out of shape, by happening to mistake a figure in the calculation. But my comfort was that I observed such accidents very frequent and little regarded. During my confinement, for want of clothes, I much enlarged my dictionary, and when I went next to court, was able to understand many things the king spoke. His Majesty had given orders that the island should move northeast and by east, to the vertical point over Lagado, the metropolis of the whole kingdom below upon the firm earth. It was about 90 leagues distant, and our voyage lasted 4 days and a half. On the second morning, the king played on some musical instruments for 3 hours without intermission, so that I was quite stunned with the noise. Neither could I possibly guess the meaning till my tutor informed me. He said that the people of their island had their ears adapted to hear the music of the spheres, which always played at certain periods, and the court was now prepared to bear their part in whatever instrument they most excelled. In our journey towards Lagado, the capital city, His Majesty ordered that the island should stop over certain towns and villages from whence he might receive the petitions of his subjects. And to this purpose, several packages were let down with small weights at the bottom. On these pack threads the people strung their petitions, which mounted up directly like the scraps of paper fastened by schoolboys at the end of the string that holds their kite. Their houses are very ill built. The walls bevel without one right angle in any apartment. And this defect ariseth from the contempt they bear to practical geometry, which they despise as vulgar and mechanic, those instructions they give being too refined for the intellectuals of their workmen, which occasions perpetual mistakes. Imagination, fancy, and invention they are wholly strangers to, nor have any words in their language by which these ideas can be expressed, the whole compass of their thoughts and mind being shut up within the sciences. They are under continual disquietudes, never enjoying a minute's peace of mind, and their disturbances proceed from causes which very little affect the rest of mortals. Their apprehensions arise from several changes they dread in the celestial bodies. For instance, that the earth, by the continual approaches of the sun towards it, must, in course of time, be absorbed or swallowed up. That the face of the sun will, by degrees, be encrusted with its own effluvia, and give no more light to the world, and that the sun, daily spending its rays without any nutriment to supply them, will at last be wholly consumed and annihilated, which must be attended with the destruction of this earth and of all the planets that receive their light from it. They are so perpetually alarmed with the apprehensions of these impending dangers that they can neither sleep quietly in their beds, nor have any relish for the common pleasures or amusements of life. When they meet an acquaintance in the morning, the first question is about the sun's health, how he looked at his setting and rising, and what hopes they have to avoid the stroke of the approaching comet. The women of the island have abundance of vivacity. They contemn their husbands, and are exceedingly fond of strangers, whereof there is always a considerable number from the continent below. Among these, the ladies choose their gallants, but the vexation is that they act with too much ease and security, for the husband is always so wrapped in speculation that the mistress and lover may proceed to the greatest familiarities before his face, if he be but provided with paper and implements and without his flapper at his side. The wives and daughters lament their confinement to the island, although I think it the most delicious spot of ground in the world. And although they live here in the greatest plenty and magnificence, and are allowed to do whatever they please, they long to see the world, and take the diversions of the metropolis, which they are not allowed to do without a particular license from the king. And this is not easy to be obtained, because the people of quality have found by frequent experience how hard it is to persuade their women to return from below. I was told that a great court lady, who had several children, is married to the Prime Minister, and lives in the finest palace of the island, went to Lagado on the pretence of health, and there hid herself for several months, till the king sent a warrant to search for her, and she was found in an obscure eating-house, all in rags, having pawned her clothes to maintain an old, deformed footman, who beat her every day, and from whose company she was taken much against her will. And although her husband received her with all possible kindness, and without the least reproach, she soon after contrived to steal down again to the same gallant, and hath not been heard of since. This may perhaps pass rather for a European or English story than for a country so remote. But you may please to consider that the caprices of womankind are not limited by any climate or nation, and that they are much more uniform than can be easily imagined. In about a month's time, I had made a tolerable proficiency in their language, and was able to answer most of the king's questions when I had the honour to attend him. His Majesty discovered not the least curiosity to inquire into the laws, government, history, or manners of the countries where I had been, but confined his questions to the state of mathematics, and received the account I gave him with great contempt and indifference, though often roused by his flapper on each side. I desired leave of this prince to see the curiosities of the island, which he was graciously pleased to grant, and ordered my tutor to attend me. The flying or floating island is exactly circular, its diameter 7,837 yards, or about 4 miles and a half, and consequently contains 10,000 acres. The bottom, or undersurface, which appears to those who view it from below, is one even regular plate of adamant, shooting up to the height of about 200 yards. Above it lie the several minerals in their usual order, and over all is a coat of rich mould 10 or 12 feet deep. The declivity of the upper surface, from the circumference to the centre, is the natural cause why all the dews and rains fall upon the middle, where they are emptied into 4 large basins, each of about half a mile in circuit, and 200 yards distant from the centre. From these basins, the water is continually exhaled by the sun in the daytime, which effectually prevents their overflowing. At the centre of the island there is a chasm about 50 yards in diameter, from whence the astronomers descend into a large dome, which is therefore called Flandona Gagnole, or the astronomer's cave, situated at the depth of 100 yards beneath the upper surface of the adamant. The greatest curiosity, upon which the fate of the island depends, is a lodestone of a prodigious size, in shape resembling a weaver's shuttle. This magnet is sustained by a very strong axle of adamant passing through its middle, upon which it plays, and is poised so exactly that the weakest hand can turn it. In the middle of the concave side there is a groove 12 inches deep, in which the extremities of the axle are lodged, and turned round as there is occasion. By means of this lodestone the island is made to rise and fall, and move from one place to another. For with respect to that part of the earth over which the monarch presides, the stone is endued at one of its sides with an attractive power, and at the other with a repulsive. Upon placing the magnet erect, with its attracting end towards the earth, the island descends. But when the repelling extremity points downwards, the island mounts directly upwards. But it must be observed that this island cannot move beyond the extent of the dominions below, nor can it rise above the height of 4 miles. When the stone is put parallel to the plane of the horizon, the island stands still. The lodestone is under the care of certain astronomers, who from time to time give it such positions as the monarch directs. They spend the greatest part of their lives in observing the celestial bodies, which they do by the assistance of glasses far excelling ours in goodness. For, although their largest telescopes do not exceed 3 feet, they magnify much more than those of 100 yards among us, and at the same time show the stars with great clearness. They have made a catalogue of 10,000 fixed stars, whereas the largest of ours do not contain above 1/3 part of that number. The king would be the most absolute prince in the universe, if he could but prevail on a ministry to join with him. But these, having their estates below on the continent, and considering that the office of a favourite hath a very uncertain tenure, would never consent to enslaving their country. If any town should engage in rebellion or mutiny, fall into factions, or refuse to pay the usual tribute, the king hath 2 methods of reducing them to obedience. The first and mildest course is by keeping the island hovering over such a town, whereby he can deprive them of the benefit of sun and rain, and consequently afflict the inhabitants with dearth and diseases. And, if the crime deserve it, they are at the same time pelted from above with great stones, against which they have no defence but by creeping into cellars or caves. But if they still continue obstinate, or offer to raise insurrections, he proceeds to the last remedy, by letting the island drop directly upon their heads, which makes a universal destruction both of houses and men. However, this is an extremity to which the prince is seldom driven. Neither, indeed, is he willing to put it in execution, nor dare his ministers advise him to an action which, as it would render them odious to the people, so it would be a great damage to their own estates, which lie all below, for the island is the king's demesne. But there is still, indeed, a more weighty reason why the kings of this country have been always averse from executing so terrible an action, unless upon the utmost necessity. For if the town intended to be destroyed should have in it any tall rocks, or if it abound in high spires or pillars of stone, a sudden fall might endanger the bottom or undersurface of the island, which, although it consists, as I have said, of one entire adamant 200 yards thick, might happen to crack by too great a shock, or burst by approaching too near the fires from the houses below. Of this all the people are well apprised, and understand how far to carry their obstinacy where their liberty of property is concerned. And the king, when he is highest provoked, and most determined to press a city to rubbish, orders the island to descend with great gentleness, out of a pretence of tenderness to his people. By a fundamental law of this realm, neither the king nor either of his 2 elder sons are permitted to leave the island, nor the queen, till she is past childbearing. Although I cannot say that I was ill-treated in this island, yet I must confess I thought myself too much neglected, not without some degree of contempt. For neither prince nor people appeared to be curious in any part of knowledge except mathematics and music, wherein I was far their inferior, and upon that account very little regarded. After having seen all the curiosities of the island, I was very desirous to leave it, being heartily weary of those people. I conversed only with women, tradesmen, and flappers during 2 months of my abode there. I resolved to leave with the first opportunity. There was a great lord at court nearly related to the king, and for that reason alone used with great respect. He was universally reckoned the most ignorant and stupid person among them. He had performed many eminent services for the crown, had great and acquired parts, adorned with integrity and honour, but so ill an ear for music that his detractors reported he'd been often known to beat time in the wrong place. He was pleased to show me many marks of favour, often did me the honour of a visit, desired to be informed in the affairs of Europe, and learning of the several countries where I had travelled. He had 2 flappers attending him for state, but never made use of them. I entreated this illustrious person to intercede in my behalf with his Majesty for leave to depart, which he accordingly did, as he was well pleased to tell me, with regret. For indeed he had made me several offers very advantageous, which, however, I refused with expressions of the highest acknowledgment. On the 16th day of February, I took my leave of his Majesty and the court. The king made me a present to the value of about 200 English pounds, and my protector, his kinsman, as much more, together with a letter of recommendation to a friend of his in Lagado, the metropolis. The island then hovering over a mountain about 2 miles from it, I was let down from the lowest gallery in the same manner as I had been taken up. The continent, as far as it is subject to the monarch of the flying island, passes under the general name of Balnibarbi. I felt some little satisfaction in finding myself on firm ground. I walked to the city without any concern, being clad like one of the natives, and sufficiently instructed to converse with them. I soon found out the person's house to whom I was recommended, presented my letter from his friend, the grandee in the island, and was received with much kindness. This great lord, whose name was Monodi, ordered me an apartment in his own house, where I continued during my stay and was entertained in a most hospitable manner. The next morning after my arrival, he took me in his chariot to see the town, which is about half the bigness of London, but the houses very strangely built, and most of them out of repair. We passed through one of the town gates and went about 3 miles into the country, where I saw many labourers working with several sorts of tools in the ground, but was not able to conjecture what they were about. I made bold to desire my conductor that he would be pleased to explain to me what could be meant by so many busy heads, hands, and faces, because I did not discover any good effects they produced. On the contrary, I never knew a soil so unhappily cultivated, houses so ill-contrived and so ruinous, or a people whose countenances and habit express so much misery and want. This Lord Munody was a person of the first rank, and had been some years governor of Legado, but by a cabal of ministers was discharged for insufficiency. When I gave that free censure of the country and its inhabitants, he made no further answer than by telling me that I had not been long enough among them to form a judgment, and that the different nations of the world had different customs. But when we returned to his palace, he asked me how I liked the building, what absurdities I observed, and what quarrel I had with the dress or looks of his domestics. I answered that His Excellency's prudence, quality, and fortune had exempted him from those defects which folly and beggary had produced in others. He said if I would go with him to his country house, about 20 miles distant, there would be more leisure for this kind of conversation. During our journey, he made me observe the several methods used by farmers in managing their lands, which to me were wholly unaccountable. But in 3 hours' travelling, the scene was altered. We came into a most beautiful country. Farmers' houses at small distances neatly built, the fields enclosed containing vineyards, corn grounds, and meadows. Neither do I remember to have seen a more delightful prospect. His Excellency told me with a sigh that his countrymen ridiculed and despised him for managing his affairs no better, and for setting so ill an example to the kingdom. We came at length to the house, which was a noble structure, built according to the best rules of ancient architecture. The fountains, gardens, walks, avenues, and groves were all disposed with exact judgment and taste. His Excellency told me, with a very melancholy air, that he doubted he must throw down his houses in town and country to rebuild them after the present mode, destroy all his plantations, and cast others into such a form as modern usage required. He told me that about 40 years ago, certain persons went up to Laputa, and after 5 months' continuance, came back with a very little smattering in mathematics, but full of volatile spirits acquired in that airy region. That these people, upon their return, began to dislike the management of everything below, and fell into schemes of putting all arts, sciences, and mechanics upon a new foot. To this end, they procured a royal patent for erecting an academy of projectors in Legado, and the humour prevailed so strongly among the people that there is not a town of any consequence in the kingdom without such an academy. In these colleges, the professors contrive new rules and methods of agriculture and building, whereby one man shall do the work of 10. A palace may be built in a week, and all the fruits of the earth shall come to maturity at whatever season we think fit to choose. The only inconvenience is that none of these projects are yet brought to perfection, and in the meantime the whole country lies miserably waste, the houses in ruin, and the people without food or clothes. His lordship added that he would not by any further particulars prevent the pleasure I should certainly take in viewing the grand academy, whither he was resolved I should go. He only desired me to observe a ruined building upon the side of a mountain, of which he gave me this account: that he had a very convenient mill within a half-mile of his house, turned by a current from a large river; that about 7 years ago a club of those projectors came to him with proposals to destroy this mill and build another on the side of that mountain, whereof a long canal must be cut for a repository of water, to be conveyed up by pipes and engines to supply the mill, because the wind and air upon a height agitated the water, and thereby made it fitter for motion. He said that being then not very well with the court, he complied with the proposal, and after employing 100 men for 2 years, the work miscarried. The projectors went off, laying the blame entirely upon him, railing at him ever since, and putting others upon the same experiment, with equal assurance of success as well as equal disappointment. In a few days we came back to town, and His Excellency, considering the bad character he had in the Academy, would not go with me himself, but recommended me to a friend of his to bear me company thither. This Academy is not a single building, but a continuation of several houses on both sides of a street, which, growing waste, was purchased and applied to that use. I was received very kindly by the warden, and went for many days to the Academy. The first man I saw was of meagre aspect, with sooty hands and face, his hair and beard long, ragged, and singed in several places. He had been 8 years upon a project for extracting sunbeams out of cucumbers, which were to be put into vials, hermetically sealed, and let out to warm the air in raw, inclement summers. He told me he did not doubt in 8 years more he should be able to supply the governor's gardens with sunshine at a reasonable rate, and entreated me to give him something as an encouragement to ingenuity. I made him a small present, for my lord had furnished me with money on purpose, because he knew their practice of begging from all who go to see them. I went into another chamber, but was ready to hasten back, being almost overcome with a horrible stink. My conductor pressed me forward, conjuring me in a whisper to give no offence, which would be highly resented, and therefore I durst not so much as stop my nose. The projector of this cell gave me a very close embrace, a compliment I could well have excused. His employment was an operation to reduce human excrement to its original food, by separating the several parts, removing the tincture which it receives from the gall, making the odour exhale, and scumming off the saliva. He had a weekly allowance from the society of a vessel filled with human ordure, about the bigness of a Bristol barrel. There was a most ingenious architect who had contrived a new method for building houses, by beginning at the roof and working downwards to the foundation, which he justified to me by the like practice of those prudent insects, the bee and the spider. There was a man born blind who had several apprentices in his own condition. Their employment was to mix colours for painters, which their master taught them to distinguish by feeling and smelling. It was my misfortune to find them at that time not very perfect in their lessons, and the professor himself happened to be generally mistaken. This artist is much encouraged and esteemed by the whole fraternity. In another apartment, I was highly pleased with a projector who had found a device of ploughing the ground with hogs to save the charges of ploughs, cattle, and labour. The method is this. In an acre of ground, you bury, at 6 inches distance and 8 deep, a quantity of acorns, dates, and chestnuts, whereof these animals are fondest. Then you drive 600 or more of them into the field, where in a few days they will root up the whole ground in search of their food, and make it fit for sowing, at the same time manuring it with their dung. It is true, upon experiment, they found the charge and trouble very great, and they had little or no crop. However, it is not doubted that this invention may be capable of great improvement. I visited many other apartments, but shall not trouble to explain all the curiosities I observed, being studious of brevity. I had hitherto seen only one side of the Academy, the other being appropriated to the advancers of speculative learning, of whom I shall say something. The first professor I saw was in a very large room, with 40 pupils about him. After salutation, observing me to look earnestly upon a frame which took up the greatest part of both the length and breadth of the room, he said perhaps I might wonder to see him employed in a project for improving speculative knowledge by practical and mechanical operations. But the world would soon be sensible of its usefulness, and he flattered himself that a more noble, exalted thought never sprang in any other man's head. By his contrivance, the most ignorant person, at a reasonable charge, may write books in philosophy, poetry, politics, law, mathematics, and theology, without the least assistance from genius or study. He then led me to the frame, about the sides whereof all his pupils stood in ranks. The superficies were composed of several bits of wood, about the bigness of a die, but some larger than others. They were linked together by slender wires. These bits of wood were covered on every square with paper pasted on them, and on these papers were written all the words of their language in their several moods, tenses, and declensions. The pupils, at his command, took each of them hold of an iron handle, and giving them a sudden turn, the whole disposition of the words was entirely changed. He then commanded 36 of the lads to read the several lines softly as they appeared on the frame, and where they found 3 or 4 words together that might make part of a sentence, they dictated to the 4 remaining boys, who were scribes. This work was repeated 3 or 4 times, and at every turn the engine was so contrived that the words shifted into new places as the square bits of wood moved upside down. I made my humblest acknowledgment to this illustrious person for his great communicativeness, and promised, if ever I had the good fortune to return to my native country, that I would do him justice as the sole inventor of this wonderful machine, the form and contrivance of which I desired leave to delineate on paper. I told him, although it were the custom of our learned in Europe to steal inventions from each other, who had thereby at least this advantage, that it became a controversy which was the right owner, yet I would take such a caution that he should have the honour entire without a rival. I was at the mathematical school, where the master taught his pupils after a method scarce imaginable to us in Europe. The proposition and demonstration were fairly written on a thin wafer, with ink composed of a cephalic tincture. This the student was to swallow upon a fasting stomach, and for 3 days following eat nothing but bread and water. As the wafer digested, the tincture mounted to his brain, bearing the proposition along with it. But the success had not hitherto been answerable, partly by some error in the quantum or composition, and partly by the perverseness of lads, to whom this bolus is so nauseous that they generally steal aside and discharge it upwards before it can operate. Neither have they been persuaded to use so long an abstinence as the prescription requires. In the school of political projectors, I was but ill entertained, the professors appearing, in my judgment, wholly out of their senses, which is a scene that never fails to make me melancholy. These unhappy people were proposing schemes for persuading monarchs to choose favourites upon the score of their wisdom, capacity, and virtue, of teaching ministers to consult the public good, of rewarding merit, great abilities, and eminent services, of choosing for employments persons qualified to exercise them, and with many other wild, impossible chimeras that never entered before into the heart of man to conceive. I shall, however, so far do justice to this part of the Academy as to acknowledge that all of them were not so visionary. There was a most ingenious doctor, who seemed to be perfectly versed in the whole nature and system of government. This illustrious person had very usefully employed his studies in finding out effectual remedies for all diseases and corruptions to which the several kinds of public administration are subject, by the vices or infirmities of those who govern, as well as by the licentiousness of those who are to obey. For instance, whereas all writers and reasoners have agreed that there is a strict universal resemblance between the natural and the political body, can there be anything more evident than that the health of both must be preserved and the diseases cured by the same prescriptions? It is allowed that senates and great councils are often troubled with redundant, ebullient, and other peccant humours, with many diseases of the head and more of the heart, with spleen, flatus, vertigos, and deliriums, with scrofulous tumours full of fetid purulent matter,
and with sour, frothy ructations and canine appetites and crudeness of digestion. This doctor therefore proposed that upon the meeting of a senate, certain physicians should attend at the first 3 days of their sitting, and at the close of each day's debate, feel the pulses of every senator, after which, having maturely considered and consulted upon the nature of the several maladies and methods of cure, they should on the 4th day return to the Senate House, attended by the apothecaries, stored with several medicines, and according as these medicines should operate, repeat, alter, or admit them at the next meeting. The project could not be of any great expense to the public, and would, in my poor opinion, be of much use for the dispatch of business in those countries where senates have any share in the legislative power. Again, because it is a general complaint that the favourites of princes are troubled with short and weak memories, the same doctor proposed that whoever attended a first minister, after having told his business with the utmost brevity and in the plainest words, should, at his departure, give the said minister a tweak by the nose, or a kick in the belly, or tread on his corns, or pinch his arm black and blue, to prevent forgetfulness. And at every levee day repeat the same operation till the business were done, or absolutely refused. When parties in a state are violent, he offered a wonderful contrivance to reconcile them. The method is this: you take 100 leaders of each party, you dispose them into couples of such whose heads are nearest of a size, then let 2 nice operators saw off the occiput of each couple at the same time, in such a manner that the brain may be equally divided. Let the occiputs thus cut off be interchanged, applying each to the head of his opposite party man. It seems, indeed, to be a work that requireth some exactness, but the professor assured us that if it were dexterously performed, the cure would be infallible. For he argued that the 2 half-brains, being left to debate the matter between themselves within the space of one skull, would soon come to a good understanding, and produce that moderation as well as regularity of thinking so much to be wished for in the heads of those who imagine they come into the world only to watch and govern its motion. As to the difference of brains in quantity or quality among those who are directors in faction, the doctor assured us from his own knowledge that this was a perfect trifle. I heard a very warm debate between 2 professors about the most commodious and effectual ways and means of raising money without grieving the subject. The first affirmed the justest method would be to lay a certain tax upon vices and folly, and the sum fixed upon every man to be rated after the fairest manner by a jury of his neighbours. The second was of an opinion directly contrary, to tax those qualities of body and mind for which men chiefly value themselves, the rate to be more or less according to the degrees of excelling, the decision whereof should be left entirely to their own breast. The highest tax was upon men who are the greatest favourites of the other sex, and the assessments according to the number and natures of the favours they have received, for which they are allowed to be their own vouchers. Wit, valour, and politeness were likewise proposed to be largely taxed and collected in the same manner, by every person giving his own word for the quantum of what he possessed. But as to honour, justice, wisdom, and learning, they should not be taxed at all, because they are qualifications of so singular a kind that no man will either allow them in his neighbour or value them in himself. The women were proposed to be taxed according to their beauty and skill in dressing, wherein they had the same privilege with the men to be determined by their own judgment. But chastity, good sense, and good nature were not rated, because they would not bear the charge of collecting. To keep senators in the interest of the crown, it was proposed that the members should raffle for employments, every man first taking an oath and giving security that he would vote for the court, whether he won or no. After which the losers had, in their turn, the liberty of raffling upon the next vacancy. Thus, hope and expectation would be kept alive, none would complain of broken promises, but impute their disappointments wholly to fortune, whose shoulders are broader and stronger than those of a ministry. I saw nothing in this country that could invite me to a longer continuance, and began to think of returning home to England. The continent of which this kingdom is a part extends itself eastward to that unknown tract of America, westward of California, which is not above 150 miles from Legado, where there is a good port and much commerce with the great island of Lugnag. This island stands southeastwards of Japan, about 100 leagues distant. There is a strict alliance between the Japanese emperor and the king of Lugnag, which affords frequent opportunities of sailing from one island to the other. I determined, therefore, to direct my course this way, in order for my return to Europe. I took leave of my noble protector, who had shown me so much favour, and who made me a generous present at my departure. My journey was without any accident or adventure worth relating. When I arrived at the port of Maldonada, for so it is called, there was no ship in the harbour bound for Lugnag, nor like to be in some time. I soon fell into some acquaintance, and was very hospitably received. A gentleman of distinction told me it might be no disagreeable amusement for me to take a trip to the little island of Glubbdubdrib, about 5 leagues off to the southwest. He offered himself and a friend to accompany me, and that I should be provided with a small, convenient bark for the voyage. Glubbdubdrib, as nearly as I can interpret the word, signifies the island of sorcerers or magicians. It is about 1/3 as large as the Isle of Wight, and extremely fruitful. It is governed by the head of a certain tribe, who are all magicians. This tribe marries only among each other, and the eldest in succession is prince or governor. The governor and his family are served and attended by domestics of a kind somewhat unusual. By his skill in necromancy, he hath a power of calling whom he pleaseth from the dead, and commanding their service for 24 hours, but no longer. Nor can he call the same persons up again in less than 3 months, except upon very extraordinary occasions. When we arrived at the island, one of the gentlemen who accompanied me went to the governor and desired admittance. This was immediately granted, and we all 3 entered the gate of the palace between 2 rows of guards, armed and dressed after a very antique manner, and with something in their countenances that made my flesh creep with a horror I cannot express. His Highness desired me to give him some account of my travels, and to let me see that I should be treated without ceremony, he dismissed all his attendants with a turn of his finger, at which, to my great astonishment, they vanished in an instant, like visions in a dream, when we awake on a sudden. I had the honour later to dine with the governor, where a new set of ghosts served up the meat and waited at table. I now observed myself to be less terrified than I had been in the morning. We continued in the island for 10 days, most part of every day with the governor. I soon grew so familiarized to the sight of spirits that after the 3rd or 4th time they gave me no emotion at all. His Highness the Governor ordered me to call up whatever persons I would choose to name, and in whatever numbers, among all the dead from the beginning of the world to this present time, and command them to answer any questions I should think fit to ask, with this condition, that my questions must be confined within the compass of the times they lived in. And one thing I might depend upon, that they would certainly tell me the truth, for lying was a talent of no use in the lower world. I made my humble acknowledgments to His Highness for so great a favour. We were in a chamber from whence there was a fair prospect into the park, and because my first inclination was to be entertained with scenes of pomp and magnificence, I desired to see Alexander the Great at the head of his army just after the battle of Arbela, which, upon a motion of the governor's finger, immediately appeared in a large field under the window where we stood. It was with great difficulty that I understood Alexander's Greek, but took him to assure me, upon his honour, that he was not poisoned, but died of a fever by excessive drinking. Next I saw Hannibal passing the Alps, and then Caesar and Pompey at the head of their troops just ready to engage. The governor, at my request, gave the sign for Caesar and then Brutus to advance towards us. I was struck with a profound veneration at the sight of Brutus, and could easily discover the most consummate virtue, the truest love of his country, and general benevolence for mankind in every lineament of his countenance. I observed, with much pleasure, that these two persons were in good intelligence with each other, and Caesar freely confessed to me that the greatest actions of his own life were not equal by many degrees to the glory of taking it away. Having a desire to see those ancients who were most renowned for wit and learning, I proposed one day that Homer and Aristotle might appear. Homer was the taller and comelier of the two, walked very erect for one of his age, and his eyes were the most quick and piercing I ever beheld. Aristotle stooped much and made use of a staff. His visage was meagre, his hair lank and thin, and his voice hollow. I introduced Didymus and Eustathius to Homer, and prevailed on him to treat them better than perhaps they deserved, for he soon found they wanted a genius to enter into the spirit of a poet. But Aristotle was out of all patience with the account I gave him of Scotus and Ramus as I presented them to him, and he asked them whether the rest of the tribe were as great dunces as themselves. I spent 5 days conversing with many others of the ancient learned. I saw most of the first Roman emperors. I prevailed on the governor to call up Eliogabalus's cooks to dress us a dinner, but they could not show us much of their skill for want of materials. A helot of Agesilaus made us a dish of Spartan broth, but I was not able to get down a second spoonful. Having been always a great admirer of old illustrious families, I desired the governor would call up a dozen or two kings with their ancestors. But my disappointment was grievous and unexpected, for instead of a long train with royal diadems, I saw in one family 2 fiddlers, 3 spruce courtiers, and an Italian prelate. In another, a barber, an abbot, and 2 cardinals. I have too great a veneration for crowned heads to dwell any longer on so nice a subject. But as to counts, marquises, dukes, earls, and the like, I was not so scrupulous. And I confess it was not without some pleasure that I found myself able to trace the particular features by which certain families are distinguished up to their originals. I could plainly discover from whence one family derives a long chin, why a second hath abounded with knaves for 2 generations and fools for 2 more, why a third happened to be crack-brained, and a fourth to be sharpers. Whence it came, what Polydore Virgil says of a certain great house, nec vir fortis, nex femina casta. How cruelty, falsehood, and cowardice grew to be characteristics by which certain families are distinguished as much by their coat of arms. Who first brought the pox into a noble house, which hath lineally descended in scrofulous tumours to their posterity? Neither could I wonder at all this, when I saw such an interruption of lineages by pages, lackeys, valets, coachmen, gamesters, fiddlers, and pickpockets. I was chiefly disgusted with modern history, for having strictly examined all the persons of greatest name in the courts of princes for 100 years past, I found how the world had been misled by prostitute writers to ascribe the greatest exploits in war to cowards, the wisest counsel to fools, sincerity to flatterers, Roman virtue to betrayers of their country, piety to atheists, truth to informers, how many innocent and excellent persons had been condemned to death or banishment by the practicing of great ministers upon the corruption of judges and the malice of factions, how many villains had been exalted to the highest places of trust, power, dignity, and profit, how great a share in the motions and events of courts, councils, and senates might be challenged by parasites and buffoons. How low an opinion I had of human wisdom and integrity, when I was truly informed of the springs of motives of great enterprises and revolutions in the world, and of the contemptible accidents to which they owed their success. Here I discovered the roguery and ignorance of those people who pretend to write anecdotes or secret history, who send so many kings to their graves with a cup of poison, will repeat the discourse between a prince and chief minister where no witness was by, unlock the thoughts and cabinets of ambassadors and secretaries of state, and have the perpetual misfortune to be mistaken. A general confessed in my presence that he got a victory purely by the force of cowardice and ill conduct, and an admiral that for want of proper intelligence he beat the enemy to whom he intended to betray the fleet. 3 kings protested to me that in their whole reigns they did never once prefer any person of merit, unless by mistake or treachery of some minister in whom they confided. Neither would they do it if they were to live again, and they showed with great strength of reason that the royal throne could not be supported without corruption, because that positive, confident, restive temper which virtue infused into man was a perpetual clog to public business. I had the curiosity to inquire, in a particular manner, by what method great numbers had procured to themselves high titles of honour and prodigious estates, and I confined my inquiry to a very modern period, without, however, grating upon present times, because I would be sure to give no offence even to foreigners, for I hope I do not need to add that I do not intend my own country in what I say upon this occasion. A great number of persons concerned were called up, and upon a very slight examination I discovered such a scene of infamy that I cannot reflect upon it without some seriousness. Perjury, oppression, subordination, fraud, and the like infirmities were amongst the most excusable arts they had to mention, and for these I gave, as it was reasonable, due allowance. But when some confessed they owed their greatness and wealth to sodomy or incest, others to the prostituting of their own wives and daughters, others to the betraying their country or their prince, some to poisoning, more to the perverting of justice in order to destroy the innocent, I hope I may be pardoned if these discoveries incline me a little to abate of that profound veneration which I am naturally apt to pay to persons of high rank, who ought to be treated with the utmost respect, due to their sublime dignity by us, their inferiors. I had often read of some great services done to princes and states, and desired to see the persons by whom those services were performed. Upon inquiry, I was told that their names were to be found on no record, except a few of them, whom history hath represented as the vilest rogues and traitors. As to the rest, I had never once heard of them. They all appeared with dejected looks, and in the meanest habit, most of them telling me they died in poverty and disgrace, and the rest on a scaffold or a gibbet. As every person called up made exactly the same appearance he had done in the world, it gave me melancholy reflections to observe how much the race of humankind was degenerate among us within these 100 years past, how the pox, under all its consequences and denominations, had altered every lineament of an English countenance, shortened the size of bodies, unbraced the nerves, relaxed the sinews and muscles, introduced a sallow complexion, and rendered the flesh loose and rancid. I descended so low as to desire that some English yeoman of the old stamp might be summoned to appear, once so famous for the simplicity of their manners, diet, and dress, for justice in their dealings, and for their valour and love of their country. Neither could I be wholly unmoved after comparing the living with the dead, when I considered how all these pure native virtues were prostituted for a piece of money by their grandchildren, who in selling their votes and managing at elections have acquired every vice and corruption that can possibly be learned in a court. The day of our departure being come, I took leave of His Highness, the Governor of Glubbdubdrib, and returned with my 2 companions to Maldonada, where, after a fortnight's waiting, a ship was ready to sail for Lugnag. The 2 gentlemen and some others were so generous and kind as to furnish me with provisions and see me on board. I was a month in this voyage. On the 21st of April, 1708, we sailed into the river of Clymegnig, which is a seaport town at the southeast point of Lugnag. Some of our sailors, whether out of treachery or inadvertence, had informed the pilots that I was a stranger and a great traveller, whereof these gave notice to a custom-house officer, by whom I was examined very strictly upon my landing. This officer spoke to me in the language of Balnibarbi, and I gave him a short account of some particulars, and made my story as plausible and consistent as I could. But I thought it necessary to disguise my country and call myself a Hollander, because my intentions were for Japan, and I knew the Dutch were the only Europeans permitted to enter into that kingdom. The officer said I must be confined till he could receive orders from court, for which he would write immediately and hope to receive the answer in a fortnight. I was carried to a convenient lodging, with a sentry placed at the door. However, I had the liberty of a large garden, and was treated with humanity enough, being maintained all the time at the king's charge. I hired a young man who came in the same ship to be an interpreter. He was a native of Luggnagg, but had lived some years at Maldonada, and was a perfect master of both languages. The dispatch came from the court about the time expected. It contained a warrant for conducting me and my retinue to Traldragdub, or Trildrogdrib, for it is pronounced both ways, as near as I can remember, by a party of 10 horse. All my retinue was that poor lad for an interpreter, whom I persuaded into my service, and, at my humble request, we each had a mule to ride on. A messenger was dispatched to give the king notice of my approach, and that his majesty would please appoint a day and hour when it would be his gracious pleasure that I might have the honour to lick the dust before his footstool. This is the court style, and I found it to be more than matter of form, for upon my admittance, 2 days after my arrival, I was commanded to crawl on my belly and lick the floor as I advanced. But on account of my being a stranger, care was taken to have it made so clean that the dust was not offensive. This was a peculiar grace, as I have sometimes seen a great lord with his mouth so crammed with dust that when he crept to the proper distance from the throne, he was not able to speak a word. It is, further, a capital offence to spit or wipe your mouth in his Majesty's presence. There is indeed another custom which I cannot altogether approve of. When the king hath a mind to put any of his nobles to death in gentle, indulgent manner, he commands the floor to be strewn with a certain brown powder of a deadly composition, which, being licked up, infallibly kills him in 24 hours. But, in justice to this prince's great clemency, and the care he hath of his subjects' lives, wherein it were much to be wished that the monarchs of Europe would imitate him, it must be mentioned for his honour that strict orders are given to have the infected parts of the floor well washed after every such execution, which, if his domestics neglect, they are in danger of incurring his royal displeasure. I myself heard him give directions that one of his pages should be whipped, whose turn it was to give notice about washing the floor after an execution, but maliciously had omitted it, by which neglect a young lord of great hopes coming to an audience was unfortunately poisoned, although the king at that time had no design against his life. But this good prince was so gracious as to forgive the page his whipping, upon promise that he would do so no more without special orders. To return from this digression, when I had crept within 4 yards of the throne, I raised myself gently upon my knees, and then, striking my forehead 7 times on the ground, I pronounced the following words, as they had been taught me the night before. Ikpling, glofthrob, squatserum, bliop, mleshnaut, zwin, tnodbalk, guff, schliopad, girdlub, asht. It may be rendered into English thus. May your celestial majesty outlive the sun 11 moons and a half. To this the king returned some answer, which, although I could not understand, yet I replied as I had been directed. Fluft drin yaleric dwaldum prastrad meerplush, which properly signifies, my tongue is in the mouth of my friend. And by this expression was meant that I desired leave to bring my interpreter, whereupon the young man already mentioned was accordingly introduced, by whose intervention I answered as many questions as his majesty could put in above an hour. I spoke in the Balnibarbian tongue, and my interpreter delivered my meaning in that of Luggnagg. The king was much delighted with my company, and ordered his Blifmarklub, or High Chamberlain, to appoint a lodging in the court for me and my interpreter, with a daily allowance for my table and a large purse of gold for my common expenses. I stayed 3 months in this country, out of perfect obedience to his majesty, who was pleased highly to favour me, and made me very honourable offers. But I thought it more consistent with prudence and justice to pass the remainder of my days with my wife and family. The Lugnagians are a polite and generous people, and although they are not without some share of that pride which is peculiar to all eastern countries, yet they show themselves courteous to strangers. One day, in much good company, I was asked by a person of quality whether I had seen any of their struldbrugs, or immortals. I said I had not, and desired he would explain to me what he meant by such an appellation applied to a mortal creature. He told me that sometimes, though very rarely, a child happened to be born in a family with a red circular spot in the forehead, directly over the left eyebrow, which was an infallible mark that it should never die. At 12 years old, it grew larger and became green, so continued till 25, then turned to a deep blue. At 45, it grew coal black, and as large as an English shilling, but never admitted any farther alteration. I freely own myself to have been struck with inexpressible delight upon hearing this account, and cried out, as in a rapture, "Happy nation, where every child hath at least a chance of being immortal!" I observed that I had not seen any of these illustrious struldbrugs at court, the black spot on the forehead being so remarkable a distinction that I could not have easily overlooked it. And it was impossible that His Majesty, a most judicious prince, should not provide himself with a good number of such wise and able counsellors, although perhaps the virtue of those reverend sages was too strict for the corrupt and libertine manners of a court. I was determined upon the very first occasion that His Majesty having frequently offered me an establishment in this country, I would with great thankfulness accept the favour, and pass my life here in the conversation of those superior beings, the struldbrugs, if they would please to admit me. The gentleman to whom I addressed my discourse said to me, with a sort of smile which usually ariseth from pity to the ignorant, that he was glad of any occasion to keep me among them, and desired to know in a particular manner what scheme of living I should have formed to myself if it had fallen to my lot to have been born a struldbrug. I answered it was easy to be eloquent on so copious and delightful a subject, especially to me, who have been often apt to amuse myself with visions of what I should do if I were a king or a great lord, and upon this very case I had frequently run over the whole system, how I should employ myself and pass the time if I were sure to live forever. That if it had been my good fortune to come into the world a struldbrug, as soon as I could discover my own happiness, by understanding the difference between life and death, I would first resolve, by all arts and methods whatsoever, to procure myself riches. In the second place, I would, from my earliest youth, apply myself to the study of arts and sciences, by which I should arrive in time to excel all others in learning. Lastly, I would carefully record every action and event of consequence that happened in the public, impartially draw the characters of the several successions of princes and great ministers of state, with my own observations on every point. I would exactly set down the several changes in customs, language, fashions of dress, diet, and diversions. By all which acquirements I should be a living treasury of knowledge and wisdom, and certainly become the oracle of the nation. I would never marry after 60, but live in a hospitable manner, yet still on the saving side. I would entertain myself in forming and directing the minds of hopeful young men, by convincing them from my own remembrance, experience, and observation, fortified by numerous examples of the usefulness of virtue in public and private life. But my choice and constant companions should be a set of my own immortal brotherhood, among whom I would elect a dozen from the most ancient down to my own contemporaries. I enlarged upon many other topics which the natural desire of endless life and sublunary happiness could easily furnish me with. When I had ended, there was a good deal of talk among my listeners in the language of the country, and not without some laughter at my expense. At last, the same gentleman who had been my interpreter said he was desired by the rest to set me right in a few mistakes, which I had fallen into through the common imbecility of human nature, and upon that allowance was less answerable for them. That this breed of struldbrugs was peculiar to their country, for there were no such people either in Balnibarbi or Japan, where he had had the honour to be ambassador from His Majesty. That in those two kingdoms he had observed long life to be the universal desire and wish of mankind, that whoever had one foot in the grave was sure to hold back the other as strongly as he could, and looked on death as the greatest evil. In the island of Lugnag, however, the appetite for living was not so eager, from the continual example of the Struldbrugs before their eyes. That the system of living contrived by me was unreasonable and unjust, because it supposed a perpetuity of youth, health, and vigour, which no man could be so foolish to hope, however extravagant he may be in his wishes. That the question was not whether a man would choose to be always in the prime of youth, but how he would pass a perpetual life under all the usual disadvantages which old age brings with it. After this preface, he gave me a particular account of the Struldbrugs among them. He said they commonly acted like mortals, till about 30 years old, after which, by degrees, they grew melancholy and dejected, increasing in both till they came to 80. When they came to this age, which is reckoned the extremity of living in this country, they had not only all the follies and infirmities of other old men, but many more, which arose from the dreadful prospects of never dying. They were not only opinionative, peevish, covetous, morose, vain, and talkative, but incapable of friendship, and dead to all natural affection. Whenever they see a funeral, they lament and repine that others are gone to a harbour of rest to which they themselves can never hope to arrive. They have no remembrance of anything but what they learned and observed in their youth and middle age, and even that is very imperfect. And for the truth or particulars of any fact, it is safer to depend on common traditions than upon their best recollections. The least miserable among them appear to be those who turn to dotage and entirely lose their memories. These meet with more pity and assistance, because they want many bad qualities which abound in others. If a Struldbrug happen to marry one of his own kind, the marriage is dissolved, of course, as soon as the younger of the two comes to be 80. For the law thinks it a reasonable indulgence that those who are condemned, without any fault of their own, to a perpetual continuance in the world, should not have their misery doubled by the load of a wife. As soon as they have completed the term of 80 years, they are looked on as dead in law. Their heirs immediately succeed to their estates. Only a small pittance is reserved for their support, and the poor ones are maintained at the public charge. After that period, they are held incapable of any employment of trust or profit. They cannot purchase lands or take leases, neither are they allowed to be witnesses in any cause, either civil or criminal, not even for the decision of meres and bounds. At 90, they lose their teeth and hair. They have at that age no distinction of taste, but eat and drink whatever they can get without relish or appetite. The diseases they were subject to still continue, without increasing or diminishing. In talking, they forget the common appellation of things, and the names of persons, even of those who are their nearest friends and relations. They can never amuse themselves with reading, because their memory will not serve to carry them from the beginning of a sentence to the end. The language of this country being always upon the flux, the Struldbrugs of one age do not understand those of another. Neither are they able, after 200 years, to hold any conversation with their neighbours, the mortals. And thus they lie under the disadvantages of living like foreigners in their own country. This was the account given me of the Struldbrugs, as near as I can remember. I afterwards saw 5 or 6 of them of different ages, the youngest not above 200 years old. Although they were told that I was a great traveller and had seen all the world, they had not the least curiosity to ask me a question, only desired that I would give them a slumskadask, or a token of remembrance, which is a modest way of begging, to avoid the law that strictly forbids it, because they are provided for by the public, although indeed with a very scanty allowance. The usual way of computing how old they are is by asking them what kings or great persons they can remember, and then consulting history. For infallibly the last prince in their minds did not begin his reign after they were 80 years old. They were the most mortifying sight I ever beheld, and the women more horrible than the men. Besides the usual deformities in extreme old age, they acquired an additional ghastliness in proportion to their number of years, which is not to be described. My keen appetite for perpetuity of life was much abated, as may be imagined. I grew heartily ashamed of the pleasing visions I had formed, and thought no tyrant could invent a death into which I would not run with pleasure from such a life. The king heard of all that passed between me and my friends upon this occasion, and rallied me very pleasantly, wishing I would send a couple of struldbrugs to my own country to arm our people against the fear of death. But this, it seems, is forbidden by the fundamental laws of the kingdom, or else I should have been well content with the trouble and expense of transporting them. His Majesty, having often pressed me to accept some employment in his court, and finding me absolutely determined to return to my native country, was pleased to give me his license to depart, and honoured me with a letter of recommendation under his own hand to the Emperor of Japan. He likewise presented me with 444 large pieces of gold, this nation delighting in even numbers, and a red diamond, which I sold in England for £1,100. On the 6th day of May, 1709, I took a solemn leave of His Majesty and all my friends. This prince was so gracious as to order a guard to conduct me to Llangwenstald, which is a royal port to the southwest part of the island. In 6 days I found a vessel ready to carry me to Japan, and spent 15 days in the voyage. We landed at a small port town called Examoshi, situated on the southeast part of Japan. At landing, I showed the custom house officials my letter from the King of Lugnag to His Imperial Majesty. They knew the seal perfectly well, as it was as broad as the palm of my hand. The impression was, a king lifting up a lame beggar from the earth. The magistrates of the town, hearing of my letter, received me as a public minister. They provided me with carriages and servants, and bore my charges to Yedo, the metropolis, where I was admitted to an audience and delivered my letter. It was opened with great ceremony, and explained to the emperor by an interpreter, who gave notice that I should signify my request, and whatever it were, it should be granted, for the sake of His Majesty's royal brother of Lugnag. This interpreter was a person employed to transact affairs with the Hollanders, and repeated His Majesty's commands in Low Dutch. I answered, as I had before determined, that I was a Dutch merchant, shipwrecked in a very remote country, from whence I had travelled by sea and land to Lugnag, and then took shipping for Japan, where I knew my countrymen often traded, and with some of these I hoped to get an opportunity of returning into Europe. I therefore humbly entreated his royal favour to give order that I should be conducted in safety to Nangasak. To this I added another petition, that, for the sake of my patron, the King of Lugnag, His Majesty would condescend to excuse my performing the ceremony imposed on my countrymen, of trampling upon the crucifix, because I had been thrown into his kingdom by my misfortunes, without any intention of trading. When this latter petition was interpreted to the emperor, he seemed a little surprised, and said he believed I was the first of my countrymen who ever made any scruple in this point, and he began to doubt whether I was a real Hollander or no, but rather suspected I must be a Christian. However, for reasons I had offered, but chiefly to gratify the King of Lugnag by an uncommon mark of his favour, he would comply with the singularity of my humour. But he assured me that if the secret should be discovered by my countrymen, the Dutch, they would cut my throat in the voyage. On the 9th day of June, 1709, I arrived at Nangasak, after a very long and troublesome journey. I soon fell into the company of some Dutch sailors, belonging to the Aboyna of Amsterdam, a stout ship of 450 tons. I had lived long in Holland, pursuing my studies at Leiden, and I spoke Dutch well. The seamen were curious to inquire into my voyages and course of life. I made up a story as short and probable as I could, but concealed the greatest part. I knew many persons in Holland, and was able to invent names for my parents, whom I pretended to be obscure people in the province of Gelderland. Nothing happened worth mentioning in this voyage. We sailed with a fair wind to the Cape of Good Hope, where we stayed only to take in fresh water. On the 16th of April, we arrived safely at Amsterdam, having lost only 3 men by sickness in the voyage, and a 4th who fell from the foremast into the sea not far from the coast of Guinea. From Amsterdam, I soon after set sail for England, in a small vessel belonging to that city. On the 10th of April, 1710, we put in at the Downs. I landed next morning and saw once more my native country, after an absence of 5 years and 6 months complete. I went straight to Redriff, where I arrived the same day at 2 in the afternoon, and found my wife and family in good health. A voyage to the country of the Houyhnhnms. I continued at home with my wife and children about 5 months, in very happy condition. If I could have learned the lesson of knowing when I was well. I left my poor wife big with child, and accepted an advantageous offer made me to be captain of the Adventure, a stout merchant shipman of 350 tons. For I understood navigation well, and being grown weary of a surgeon's employment at sea, I took a skilful young man of that calling, one Robert Purefoy, into my ship. We set sail from Portsmouth upon the 2nd day of August, 1710. I had several men die in my ship of calentures, so that I was forced to get recruits out of Barbados and the Leeward Islands, where I touched by the direction of the merchants who employed me, which I had soon too much cause to repent, for I found afterwards that most of them had been buccaneers. I had 50 hands on board, and my orders were that I should make trade with the Indians in the South Sea, and make what discoveries I could. These rogues whom I had picked up debauched my other men, and they all formed a conspiracy to seize the ship and secure me, which they did one morning, rushing into my cabin and binding me hand and foot and threatening to throw me overboard if I offered to stir. I told them I was their prisoner and would submit. They placed a sentry at my door with his piece charged, who was commanded to shoot me dead if I attempted my liberty. They sailed many weeks and traded with the Indians, but I knew not what course they took, being kept a close prisoner in my cabin, and expecting nothing less than to be murdered, as they often threatened me. Upon the 9th day of May, 1711, one James Welch came down to my cabin and said he had orders from the captain to set me ashore. I expostulated with him, but in vain. Neither would he so much as tell me who their new captain was. They forced me into the longboat, letting me put on my best suit of clothes and a small bundle of linen, but no arms, except my hanger. They rowed about a league, and then set me down on a strand. I desired them to tell me what country it was. They all swore they knew no more than myself, but said that the captain, as they called him, was resolved to get rid of me in the first place where they could discover land. They pushed off immediately, advising me to make haste for fear of being overtaken by the tide, and bade me farewell. In this desolate condition, I advanced forward, and soon got upon firm ground, where I sat down on a bank to rest myself, and consider what I had best do. When I was a little refreshed, I went up into the country, resolving to deliver myself to the first savages I should meet. The land was divided by long rows of trees, not regularly planted, but naturally growing. There was plenty of grass and several fields of oats. I walked very circumspectly, for fear of being surprised or suddenly shot with an arrow from behind. I fell into a beaten track, where I saw many tracks of human feet and some of cows, but most of horses. At last I beheld several animals in a field, and 1 or 2 of the same kind sitting in trees. Their shape was very singular and deformed, which a little discomposed me, so that I lay down behind a thicket to observe them better. Some of them, coming forward near the place where I lay, gave me an opportunity of distinctly marking their form. Their heads and breasts were covered with a thick hair, some frizzled and others lank. They had beards like goats, and a long ridge of hair down their backs, and the foreparts of their legs and feet. But the rest of their bodies were bare, so that I might see their skins, which were of a brown-buff colour. They had no tails, and were accustomed to sit as well as to lie down.
They climbed high trees as nimbly as a squirrel, for they had strong, extended claws, terminating in sharp points and hooked. The females were not so large as the males. They had long, lank hair on their heads, but none on their faces, nor anything more than a sort of down on the rest of their bodies, except about the anus and pudenda. Their dugs hung between their forefeet and reached almost to the ground as they walked. The hair of both sexes was of several colours: brown, red, black, and yellow. Upon the whole, I never beheld in all my travels so disagreeable an animal, nor one against which I naturally conceived so strong an antipathy. So that, thinking I had seen enough, I got up and pursued the beaten road, hoping it might direct me to the cabin of some Indian. I had not got far when I met one of these creatures full in my way and coming up directly to me. The ugly monster, when he saw me, distorted several ways every feature of his visage, and stared as at an object he had never seen before. Then, approaching nearer, he lifted up his forepaw, whether out of curiosity or mischief I could not tell. But I drew my hanger and gave him a good blow with the flat side of it. When the beast felt the smart, he drew back and roared so loud that a herd of at least 40 came flocking about me from the next field, howling and making odious faces. But I ran to the body of a tree and, leaning my back against it, kept them off by waving my hanger. Several of this cursed brood, getting hold of the branches behind, leapt up into the trees, from whence they began to discharge their excrements on my head. However, I escaped pretty well by sticking close to the stem of the tree, but was almost stifled with the filth, which fell about me on every side. In the midst of this distress, I observed them all to run away on a sudden, as fast as they could, and looking on my left hand, I saw a horse walking softly in the field. The horse started a little when he came near me, but soon recovering himself, looked full in my face with manifest tokens of wonder. He viewed my hands and feet, walking round me several times. I would have pursued my journey, but he placed himself directly in the way, yet looking with a very mild aspect, never offering the least violence. We stood gazing at each other for some time. At last, I took the boldness to reach my hand towards his neck, and with a design to stroke it, using the common style and whistle of jockeys when they are going to handle a strange horse. But this animal seemed to receive my civilities with disdain, shook his head and bent his brows, softly raising up his right forefoot to remove my hand. Then he neighed 3 or 4 times, but in so different a cadence that I almost began to think he was speaking to himself in some language of his own. While he and I were thus employed, another horse came up, who, applying himself to the first in a very formal manner, they gently struck each other's right hoof before neighing several times by turns, and varying the sound, which seemed to be almost articulate. They went some paces off, as if to confer together, walking side by side, backward and forward, like persons deliberating upon some affair of weight, but often turning their eyes towards me, as it were to watch that I might not escape. I was amazed to see such actions and behaviour in brute beasts, and concluded with myself that if the inhabitants of this country were endued with a proportionable degree of reason, they must needs be the wisest people upon earth. I resolved to go forward until I could discover some house or village, or meet with any of the natives. But the first horse, who was a dapple grey, observing me to steal off, neighed after me in so expressive a tone that I fancied myself to understand what he meant. Whereupon I turned back and came near him, to expect his further commands, but concealing my fear as much as I could, for I began to be in some pain how this adventure might terminate. The 2 horses came up close to me, looking with great earnestness upon my face and hands. The grey steed rubbed my hat all round with his right forehoof, and discomposed it so much that I was forced to adjust it better by taking it off and settling it again, whereat he and his companion, who was a brown bay, appeared to be much surprised. The latter stroked my right hand, seeming to admire the softness and colour, but he squeezed it so hard between his hoof and his pastern that I was forced to roar, after which they both touched me with all possible tenderness. They were under great perplexity about my shoes and stockings, which they felt very often, neighing to each other and using various gestures, not unlike those of a philosopher when he would attempt to solve some new and difficult phenomenon. Upon the whole, the behaviour of these animals was so orderly and rational, so acute and judicious, that I at last concluded they must needs be magicians, who had thus metamorphosed themselves upon some design. Upon the strength of this reasoning, I ventured to address them in the following manner. Gentlemen, if you be conjurers, as I have good cause to believe, you can understand any language. Therefore I make bold to let your worships know that I am a poor, distressed Englishman, driven by his misfortunes upon your coast, and I entreat one of you to let me ride upon his back, as if he were a real horse, to some house or village where I can be relieved. The two creatures stood silent while I spoke, seeming to listen with great attention, and when I had ended, they neighed frequently to each other, as if they were engaged in serious conversation. I plainly observed that their language expressed the passions very well, and the words might with little pains be resolved into an alphabet, more easily than the Chinese. I could frequently distinguish the word Yahoo, which was repeated by each of them several times, and although it was impossible for me to conjecture what it meant, yet while the two horses were busy in conversation, I endeavoured to practice this word upon my tongue, and as soon as they were silent, I boldly pronounced Yahoo in a loud voice, imitating at the same time, as near as I could, the neighing of a horse, at which both were visibly surprised, and the grey repeated the same word twice, as if he meant to teach me the right accent. Then the bay tried me with a second word, much harder to pronounce, but, reducing it to the English orthography, may be spelt Houyhnhm. I did not succeed in speaking this so well as the former, but after 2 or 3 further trials I had better fortune, and they both appeared amazed at my capacity. After some further discourse, the two friends took their leaves, with the same compliment of striking each other's hoof. The grey made me signs that I should walk before him, wherein I thought it prudent to comply till I could find a better director. When I offered to slacken my pace, he would cry, "Hoon, hoon." I guessed his meaning, and gave him to understand as well as I could that I was weary and not able to walk faster, upon which he would stand a while to let me rest. Having travelled about 3 miles, we came to a long kind of building, made of timber stuck in the ground and wattled across. The roof was low and covered with straw. The horse made me a sign to go in first. It was a large room with a smooth clay floor and a rack and manger extending the whole length on one side. There were 3 nags and 2 mares, not eating, but some of them sitting down on their hams, which I much wondered at. These seemed but ordinary cattle, and this confirmed my first opinion that a people who could so far civilize brute animals must needs excel in wisdom all the nations in the world. The grey neighed to the others several times in a style of authority, and received answers. Beyond this room there were 3 others, reaching the length of the house. I waited in the second room and got ready some presents for the master and mistress of the house. They were 2 knives, 3 bracelets of false pearl, and a bead necklace. The horse neighed 3 or 4 times, and I waited to hear some answers in a human voice. But I observed no other returns than in the same dialect, only 1 or 2 a little shriller than his. I began to think that this house must belong to some person of great note among them, because there appeared so much ceremony before I could gain admittance. But that a man of quality should be served all by horses was beyond my comprehension. I feared my brain was disturbed by my sufferings and misfortunes. The grey horse then came to the door, and made a sign to follow him into the 3rd room, where I saw a very comely mare, together with a colt and foal, sitting on their haunches upon mats of straw. The mare, soon after my entrance, rose from her mat, and coming up close, having nicely observed my hands and face, gave me a most contemptuous look, and turned to the horse. I heard the word Yahoo often repeated betwixt them. The horse then beckoned to me with his head, and repeating the word, which I understood was to attend him, led me out into a kind of court, where was another building at some distance from the house. Here we entered, and I saw 3 of those detestable creatures, whom I first met after my landing, feeding upon roots and the flesh of some animals. They were all tied by the neck with strong withes, fastened to a beam. They held their food between the claws of their forefeet and tore it with their teeth. The master horse ordered a sorrel nag, one of his servants, to untie the largest of these animals and take him into the yard. The beast and I were brought together, and our countenances diligently compared by master and servant, who thereupon repeated several times the word Yahoo. My horror and astonishment are not to be described when I observed in this abominable animal a perfect human figure. The face of it, indeed, was flat and broad, the nose depressed, the lips large, and the mouth wide, but these differences are common to all savage nations, where the lineaments of the countenance are distorted. The forefeet of the Yahoo differed from my hands in nothing else but the length of the nails, the coarseness and brownness of the palms, and the hairiness on the backs. There was the same resemblance between our feet, and the same in every part of our bodies, except as to hairiness and colour, which I have already described. The great difficulty that seemed to stick for the 2 horses was to see the rest of my body so very different from that of a Yahoo, for which I was obliged to my clothes, whereof they had no conception. The sorrel nag brought out of the Yahoo's kennel a piece of ass's flesh, but it smelt so offensively that I turned from it with loathing. He afterwards showed me a wisp of hay and a fetlock full of oats, but I shook my head to signify that neither of these were food for me. And indeed I now apprehended that I must absolutely starve if I did not get to some of my own species. The master horse then put his forehoof to his mouth, and with a motion that appeared perfectly natural, made signs to know what I would eat, but I could not return him such an answer as he was able to apprehend. While we were thus engaged, I observed a cow passing by, whereupon I pointed to her and expressed a desire to let me go and milk her. This had its effect, for he led me back into the house and ordered a mare servant to open a room, where a good store of milk lay in earthen and wooden vessels, after a very orderly and cleanly manner. She gave me a large bowlful, of which I drank heartily, and found myself well refreshed. About noon, I saw coming to the house a kind of vehicle, drawn like a sledge by 4 Yahoos. There was in it an old steed, who seemed to be of quality. He alighted with his hind feet forward, having by accident got a hurt in his forefoot. He came to dine with our horse, who greeted him with great civility. They dined in the best room, and had oats boiled in milk, which the old horse ate warm and the rest cold. The grey ordered me to stand by him, and much discourse passed between him and his friend concerning me. I happened to wear my gloves, which the master grey, observing, seemed perplexed, discovering signs of wonder what I had done to my forefeet. I reduced them to their former shape, which occasioned further talk, and I saw the company was pleased with my behaviour, whereof I soon found the good effects. I was ordered to speak the few words I understood, and while they were at dinner, the master taught me the names for oats, milk, fire, water, and some others which I could readily pronounce after him, having from my youth a great facility in learning languages. When dinner was done, the master horse took me aside, and by signs and words made me understand the concern he was in that I had nothing to eat. Oats in their tongue are called hln. This word I pronounced 2 or 3 times. Although I had refused them at first, yet, upon second thoughts, I considered that I could contrive to make of them a kind of bread, which might be sufficient with milk to keep me alive till I could make my escape to some other country and to creatures of my own species. It was at first a very insipid diet, though common enough in parts of Europe, but grew tolerable in time, and having been often reduced to hard fare in my time, this was not the first experiment I had made. How easily nature is satisfied! And I cannot but observe that I never had a day's sickness while I stayed in this island. I was, at first, at a great loss for salt, but custom soon reconciled me to the want of it, and I am confident that the frequent use of salt among us is an effect of luxury, for we observe no animal to be fond of it but man. As to myself, when I left this country, it was a great while before I could endure the taste of it in anything that I ate. My principal endeavour was to learn the language, which my master, for so I shall henceforth call him, and his children, and every servant of his house were desirous to teach me. I pointed to everything and inquired the name of it, which I wrote down in my journal book when I was alone, and corrected my bad accent by desiring those of the family to pronounce it often. In speaking, they pronounce through the nose and throat, and their language approaches nearest to the High Dutch or German of any I know in Europe, but is much more graceful and significant. The Emperor Charles V made almost the same observation when he said that if he were to speak to his horse, it should be in High Dutch. My master was convinced, as he afterwards told me, that I must be a Yahoo, but my teachableness, civility, and cleanliness astonished him, which were qualities altogether so opposite to those animals. He was most perplexed about my clothes, reasoning sometimes with himself whether they were a part of my body, for I never pulled them off until the family were asleep, and got them on before they waked in the morning. In about 10 weeks' time, I was able to understand most of my master's questions, and in 3 months could give him some tolerable answers. The word huionim, in their tongue, signifies a horse, and in its etymology, the perfection of nature. The huionims who came to visit my master, out of a design of seeking and talking with me, could hardly believe me to be a right Yahoo, because my body had different covering from others of my kind. They were astonished to observe me without the usual hair or skin, except on my head, face, and hands. But I discovered that secret to my master upon an accident some weeks later. It happened one morning early that my master sent for me by the sorrel nag who was his valet. When he came, I was fast asleep. I awaked at the noise he made and observed him to deliver his message in some disorder, after which he went to my master in a great fright. I was now forced to tell my master that in the country from whence I came, those of my kind always covered their bodies with the hairs of certain animals, prepared by art, as well as for decency, as to avoid the inclemencies of air both hot and cold. I then unbuttoned my coat and pulled it off. I did the same with my waistcoat, shoes, stockings, and breeches. My master observed the whole performance with great signs of curiosity and admiration. He took up all my clothes in his pastern and examined them diligently. He stroked my body very gently and looked round me several times, after which he said it was plain that I must be a perfect Yahoo, but that I differed very much from the rest of my species in the softness and whiteness of my skin, my want of hair in several parts of my body, the shape and shortness of my claws behind and before, and my affectation of walking continually on my 2 hinder feet. He desired to see no more, and gave me leave to put on my clothes again. I expressed my uneasiness at his giving me so often the appellation of Yahoo, an odious animal for which I had so utter hatred and contempt. I begged he would forbear applying that word to me, and make the same order in his family and among his friends, to which he very graciously consented. Every day, when I waited on him, he would ask me several questions concerning myself, which I answered as well as I could. I told him that I came from a very far country, with about 50 more of my own species, that we travelled upon the seas in a great hollow vessel made of wood and larger than his honour's house, and that upon a quarrel among us I was set on shore on this coast. My master asked me who made the ship, and how it was possible that the huionims of my country would leave it to the management of brutes. I assured him that the ship was made by creatures like myself, who in all the countries I had travelled, as well as my own, were the only governing rational animals. That upon my arrival hither, I was as much astonished to see the huionims act like rational beings as he or his friends could be in finding some marks of reason in a creature he was pleased to call a Yahoo. I said that if fortune ever restored me to my native country, no one would believe that a Huyanim should be the presiding creature of a nation, and a Yahoo the brute. My master heard me with great appearances of uneasiness in his countenance, because doubting or not believing are so little known in this country that the inhabitants cannot tell how to behave themselves under such circumstances. He then desired to know whether we had Huyanims among us, and what was their employment. I told him that we had great numbers, that in summer they grazed in the fields, and in winter were kept in houses with hay and oats. I owned that the Huyanims among us, whom he called horses, were the most generous and comely animal we had, and that when they belonged to persons of quality, were treated with much kindness and care, till they fell into diseases or became foundered in the feet, but that then they were sold, and used to all kinds of drudgery till they died, after which their skins were stripped, and their bodies left to be devoured by dogs and birds of prey. But the common race of horses had not so good fortune, being kept by farmers and carriers who put them to great labour and fed them worse. I described, as well as I could, our way of riding, the shape and use of a bridle, a saddle, a spur, and a whip. I added that we fastened plates of a certain hard substance called iron at the bottom of their feet, to preserve their hooves from being broken by the stony ways on which we often travelled. My master, after some expressions of great indignation, wondered how we dared to venture upon a Huyanim's back, for he was sure that the weakest servant in his house would be able to shake off the strongest Yahoo, or by lying down and rolling on his back, squeeze the brute to death. I answered that our horses were trained up from 3 or 4 years old to the several uses we intended them for, that if any of them proved intolerably vicious, they were employed for carriages, that they were severely beaten while they were young for any mischievous tricks, but that his honour would please to consider that they had not the least tincture of reason, any more than the Yahoos in this country. It is impossible to represent his noble resentment at our savage treatment of the Huyanim race. He said if it were possible there could be any country where Yahoos alone were endued with reason, they certainly must be the governing animal, because reason will in time always prevail against brutal strength. But considering the frame of our bodies, and especially of mine, he thought no creature of equal bulk was so ill contrived for employing that reason in the common offices of life. Whereupon he desired to know whether those among whom I lived resembled me, or the Yahoos of his country. I assured him that I was as well shaped as most of my age, but that the younger and the females were much more soft and tender. He said I differed indeed from other Yahoos, being much more cleanly, and not altogether so deformed. But in point of real advantage, he thought I differed for the worse. That my nails were of no use, my forefeet were too soft to bear the ground, and that I could not walk with any security, for if either of my hinder feet slipped, I must inevitably fall. He then began to find faults with other parts of my body, the flatness of my face, the prominence of my nose, mine eyes placed directly in front, so that I could not look on either side without turning my head, and that my whole body wanted a fence against the heat and cold, which I was forced to put on and off every day with tediousness and trouble. However, he would, as he said, debate the matter no further, because he was more desirous to know my own story, the country where I was born, and the several actions and events of my life before I came hither. During my discourse, my master was pleased to interrupt me several times. I had made use of many circumlocutions in describing to him the nature of certain crimes, for which most of our crew had been forced to fly their country. This labour took up several days' conversation before he was able to comprehend me. He was wholly at a loss to know what could be the use or necessity of practising those vices, to clear up which I endeavoured to give him some ideas of the desire of power and riches, and of the terrible effects of lust, intemperance, malice, and envy. All this I was forced to define and describe by putting cases and making suppositions, after which, like one whose imagination was struck with something never seen or heard before, he would lift up his eyes with amazement and indignation. Power, government, war, law, punishment, and 1,000 other things had no terms wherein the language could express them, which made the difficulty almost insuperable to give my master any conception of what I meant. But being of an excellent understanding, much improved by contemplation and converse, he at last arrived at a competent knowledge of what human nature, in our parts of the world, is capable to perform. In obedience to my master's commands, I had many conversations with him, discoursed at several times for above 2 years on the whole state of Europe, of trade and manufactures, and of arts and sciences. I related to him the revolution under the Prince of Orange, and the long war with France, wherein the greatest powers of Christendom were engaged. I computed, at his request, that about 1 million of Yahoos might have been killed in the whole progress of it, and perhaps 100 or more cities taken, and 5 times as many ships burnt or sunk. He asked me what were the usual causes or motives that made one country go to war with another. I answered that they were innumerable, but I should only mention a few of the chief. Sometimes the ambition of princes, who never think they have land or people enough to govern. Sometimes the corruption of ministers, who engage their master in war in order to stifle or divert the clamour of the subjects against their evil administration. Sometimes the quarrel between 2 princes is to decide which of them shall dispossess a third of his dominions, where neither of them pretend to any right. Sometimes one prince quarrelleth with another, for fear the other should quarrel with him. Sometimes a war is entered upon because the enemy is too strong, and sometimes because he is too weak. Sometimes our neighbours want the things which we have, or have the things which we want, and we both fight, till they take ours or give us theirs. The trade of a soldier is held the most honourable of all others, because a soldier is a Yahoo hired to kill in cold blood as many of his own species who had never offended him as possibly he can. What you have told me, said my master, upon the subject of war, does indeed discover most admirably the defects of that reason you pretend to. However, it is happy that the shame is greater than the danger, and that nature hath left you utterly incapable of doing much mischief. For your mouths lying flat with your faces, you can hardly bite each other to any purpose, unless by consent. Then, as to the claws upon your feet before and behind, they are so short and tender that one of our Yahoos would drive 12 of yours before him. And therefore, in recounting the numbers of those who have been killed in battle, I cannot but think that you have said the thing which is not. I could not forbear shaking my head and smiling a little at his ignorance, and being no stranger to the art of war, I gave him a description of cannons, culverins, muskets, carbines, pistols, bullets, powder, swords, bayonets, ships sunk with 1,000 men, dying groans, and limbs flying in the air. And to set forth the valour of my own dear countrymen, I assured him that I had seen them blow up 100 enemies at once in a siege, and as many in a ship, and behold the dead bodies come down in pieces from the clouds, to the great diversion of the spectators. I was going on to more particulars, when my master commanded me silence. He said whoever understood the nature of Yahoos might easily believe it possible for so vile an animal to be capable of every action I had named, if their strength and cunning equalled their malice. But as my discourse had increased his abhorrence of the whole species, so he found it gave him a disturbance in his mind to which he was wholly a stranger before, that although he hated the Yahoos of this country, yet he no more blamed them for their odious qualities than he did a gnyar, a bird of prey, for its cruelty, or a sharp stone for cutting his hoof. But when a creature pretending to reason could be capable of such enormities, he dreaded lest the corruption of that faculty might be worse than brutality itself. He seemed therefore confident that instead of reason, we were only possessed of some quality fitted to increase our natural vices, as the reflection from a troubled stream returns the images of an ill-shapen body, not only larger, but more distorted. I was at much pains to describe to my master the use of money, the materials it was made of, and the value of the metals. I explained that when a Yahoo had got a great store of this precious substance, he was able to purchase whatever he had a mind to, the finest clothing, the noblest houses, the most costly meat and drinks, and his choice of the most beautiful females. Therefore, since money alone was able to perform all these feats, our Yahoos thought they could never have enough of it to spend or to save, as they found themselves inclined from their natural bent either to profusion or avarice. That the rich man enjoyed the fruits of the poor man's labour, and the latter were 1,000 to 1 in proportion to the former. That the bulk of our people were forced to live miserably by labouring every day for small wages to make a few live plentifully. I enlarge myself on these and many other particulars to the same purpose, but his honour was still puzzled, for he went upon a supposition that all animals had a title to their share in the productions of the earth. I was going on to tell him of another sort of people who get their livelihood by attending the sick, having upon some occasions informed his honour that many of my crew had died of diseases. But here it was with the utmost difficulty that I brought him to apprehend what I meant. He could easily conceive that a Huionim grew weak and heavy a few days before his death, or by some accident hurt a limb, but that nature, who worketh all things to perfection, should suffer any pains to breed in our bodies, he thought impossible, and desired to know the reason of so unaccountable an evil. I told him we fed on 1,000 things which operated contrary to each other, that we ate when we were not hungry, and drank without the provocation of thirst, that we sat whole nights drinking strong liquors without eating a bit, which disposed us to sloth, inflamed our bodies, and precipitated or prevented digestion. That prostitute female yahoos acquired a certain malady, which bred rottenness in the bones of those who fell into their embraces, that this and many other diseases were propagated from father to son, so that great numbers come into the world with complicated maladies upon them, that it would be endless to give him a catalogue of all diseases incident to human bodies. For they could not be fewer than 500 or 600, spread over every limb and joint and every part, external and intestine, having diseases appropriated to each. I had formerly, upon occasion, discoursed with my master upon the nature of government in general, and particularly of our own excellent constitution, deservedly the wonder and envy of the whole world. But having here accidentally mentioned a minister of state, he commanded me to inform what species of Yahoo I particularly meant by that appellation. I told him that a first or chief minister of state was a creature wholly exempt from joy and grief, love and hatred, pity and anger, but had a violent desire of wealth, power and titles, that he applies his words to all uses, except to the indication of his mind. That he never tells the truth, but with an intent that you should take it for a lie, nor a lie, but with a design that you should take it for a truth, that those he speaks worst of behind their backs are in the surest way of preferment, and whenever he begins to praise you to others, you are from that day forlorn. The worst mark you can receive is a promise, especially when it is confirmed with an oath, after which every man retires and gives over all hopes. The palace of a chief minister is a seminary to breed up others in his own trade. The pages, lackeys, and porters, by imitating their master, become ministers of state in their several districts, and learn to excel in the 3 principal ingredients of insolence, lying, and bribery. Accordingly, they have a subaltern court paid to them by persons of best rank, and sometimes, by the force of dexterity and impudence, arrive through several gradations to be successors to their lord. My master, having one day heard me mention the nobility of my country, was pleased to make me a compliment, which I could not pretend to deserve, that he was sure I must have been born of some noble family, because I far exceeded in shape, colour, and cleanliness all the Yahoos of his nation. He made me observe that among the Huionims, the white, the sorrel, and the iron grey were not so exactly shaped as the bay, the dapple grey, and the black, nor born with equal talents of the mind or a capacity to improve them, and therefore they always continued in the condition of servants, without ever aspiring to match out of their own race, which in that country would be reckoned monstrous and unnatural. I made his honour my humble acknowledgments for the good opinion he was pleased to conceive of me, but assured him at the same time that my birth was of the lower sort, having been born of plain, honest parents, that nobility among us was altogether a different thing from the idea he had of it, that our young noblemen are bred from their childhood in idleness and luxury, that as soon as years will permit, they consume their vigour and contract odious diseases among lewd females, and when their fortunes are almost ruined, they marry some woman of mean birth, disagreeable person, and unsound constitution, merely for the sake of money, whom they hate and despise. That the productions of such marriages are generally scrofulous, rickety, or deformed children, by which the family seldom continues above 3 generations, unless the wife take care to provide a healthy father among her neighbours or domestics. That a weak, diseased body and sallow complexion are the true marks of noble blood, and healthy, robust appearance so disgraceful in a man of quality, that the world concludes his real father to have been a groom or a coachman. The imperfections of his mind run parallel with those of his body, being a composition of spleen, dullness, ignorance, caprice, sensuality, and pride. Without the consent of this illustrious body, no law can be made, repealed, or altered, and these have the decisions of all our possessions without appeal. It may well be wondered how I could prevail on myself to give so free a representation of my own species among a race of mortals who are already too apt to conceive the vilest opinion of humankind from that entire congruity betwixt me and their yahoos. But I must freely confess that the many virtues of those excellent quadrupeds, placed in opposite view to human corruptions, had so far opened my eyes and enlarged my understanding that I began to view the actions and passions of man in a very different light, and to think the honour of my own kind not worth managing. I was daily convinced of 1,000 faults in myself, whereof I had not the least perception before, and had learned from my master by his example an utter detestation of all falsehood or disguise, and truth appeared so amiable to me that I determined upon sacrificing everything to it. I had not been a year in this country, in fact, before I contracted such a love and veneration for the inhabitants that I entered on a firm resolution never to return to humankind, but to pass the rest of my life among these admirable Houyenims, in the contemplation and practice of every virtue where I could have no example or incitement to vice. But it was decreed by fortune, my perpetual enemy, that so great a felicity should not fall to my share. However, it is now some comfort to reflect that in what I said of my countrymen I extenuated their faults as much as I durst before so strict an examiner, and upon every article gave as favourable a turn as the matter would bear. For, indeed, who is there alive that will not be swayed by his bias and partiality to the place of his birth? When, after several conversations I had with my master, during the time I had the honour to be in his service, he sent for me one morning early, and commanding me to sit down at some distance, he said he had been very seriously considering my whole story as far as it related both to myself and my country, that he looked upon us as a sort of animals to whose share, by what accident he could not conjecture, some small pittance of reason had fallen, whereof we made no other use than by its assistance to aggravate our natural corruptions and to acquire new ones which nature had not given us. That as to myself, it was manifest I had neither the strength or agility of a common yahoo, that I walked infirmly on my hinder feet, had found out a contrivance to make my claws of no use or defence, and to remove the hair from my chin, which was intended as a shelter from the sun and the weather. Lastly, that I could neither run with speed nor climb trees like my brethren, as he called them, the yahoos in this country. That our institutions of government were plainly owing to our gross defects in reason, and by consequence in virtue, because reason alone is sufficient to govern a rational creature, which was therefore a character we had no pretence to challenge, even from the account I had given of my own people, although he manifestly perceived that in order to favour them, I had concealed many particulars, and often said that thing which was not. He was the more confirmed in this opinion, because he observed that as I agreed in every feature of my body with other yahoos, except where it was to my real disadvantage, in point of strength, speed, activity, and the shortness of my claws, he found as near a resemblance in the disposition of our minds. He said the yahoos
were known to hate one another more than they did any different species of animals, and the reason usually assigned was the odiousness of their own shapes, which all could see in the rest, but not in themselves. He had therefore begun to think it not unwise in us to cover our bodies, and by that invention conceal many of our own deformities from each other, which would else be hardly supportable. But he now found he had been mistaken, and that the dissensions of those brutes in his country were owing to the same cause with ours as I had described them. For if, said he, you throw among 5 Yahoos as much food as would be sufficient for 50, they will, instead of eating peaceably, fall together by the ears, each single one impatient to have all to itself. That if a cow died of age or accident, before a Huyanim could secure it for his own Yahoos, those in the neighborhood would come in herds to seize it, and then would ensue such a battle as I had described, with terrible wounds made by their claws on both sides, although they seldom were able to kill each other, for want of such convenient instruments of death as we had invented. He said it was common, when 2 Yahoos discovered a shining stone in a field, and were contending which of them should be the proprietor, a third would take the advantage and carry it away from them both, which my master would needs contend to have some resemblance with our suits at law, wherein I thought it for our credit not to undeceive him, since the decision he mentioned was much more equitable than many decrees among us, because the plaintiff and defendant there lost nothing beside the stone they contended for, whereas our courts of equity would never have dismissed the cause while either of them had anything left. My master, continuing his discourse, said there was nothing that rendered the Yahoos more odious than their undistinguishing appetite to devour everything that came in their way, whether herbs, roots, berries, the corrupted flesh of animals, or all mingled together, and it was peculiar in their temper that they were fonder of what they could get by rapine or stealth at a greater distance than much better food provided for them at home. I myself observed that the Yahoos were the only animals in that country subject to any diseases, which, however, were much fewer than horses have among us, and contracted not by any ill treatment they meet with, but by the nastiness and greediness of that sordid brute. Neither has their language any more than a general appellation for those maladies which is borrowed from the name of the beast, and called Pnea Yahoo, or the Yahoo's evil. As to learning and government, my master confessed he could find little or no resemblance between the Yahoos of that country and those in ours. He had heard, indeed, some curious Huyanims observe that in most herds there was a sort of ruling Yahoo who was always more deformed in body and mischievous in disposition than any of the rest. That this leader had usually a favourite, as like himself as he could get, whose employment was to lick his master's feet and posteriors, and drive the female Yahoos to his kennel, for which he was now and then rewarded with a piece of ass's flesh. This favourite is hated by the whole herd, and therefore, to protect himself, keeps always near the person of his leader. He usually continues in office until a worse can be found, but at the very moment he is discarded, his successor, at the head of all the Yahoos in that district, young and old, male and female, come in a body and discharge their excrements upon him from head to foot. But how far this might be applicable to our courts and favourites and ministers of state, my master said I could best determine. I durst make no return to this malicious insinuation, which debased human understanding below the sagacity of a common hound, who has judgment enough to distinguish and follow the cry of the ablest dog in the pack, without ever being mistaken. My master likewise mentioned another quality which his servants had discovered in several Yahoos, and to him was wholly unaccountable. He said a fancy would sometimes take a Yahoo to retire into a corner and lie down, then howl and groan and spurn away all that came near him, although he were young and fat and wanted neither food nor water. And the only remedy they found was to set him to hard work, after which he would infallibly come to himself. To this I was silent, out of partiality to my own kind, yet here I could plainly discover the true seeds of spleen, which only seizeth on the lazy, the luxurious, and the rich, who, if they were forced to undergo the same regimen, I would undertake for the cure. His Honour had farther observed that a female Yahoo would often stand behind a bank or a bush to gaze on the young males passing by, and then appear and hide using many antic gestures and grimaces. At the same time, it was observed that she had a most offensive smell, and when any of the males advanced, would slowly retire, looking often back, and with a counterfeit show of fear run off into some convenient place where she knew the male would follow her. Perhaps my master might refine a little in these speculations, but I could not reflect, without some amazement and much sorrow, that the rudiments of lewdness, coquetry, censure, and scandal should have place by instinct in womankind. I often begged my master's favour to let me go among the herds of Yahoos in the neighbourhood, in order that I might make a better understanding of their nature. His Honour graciously consented, being perfectly convinced that the hatred I bore those brutes would never suffer me to be corrupted by them, and he ordered one of his servants, a strong sorrel nag, to be my guard, without whose protection I durst not undertake such adventures. I had failed very narrowly 3 or 4 times of falling into their clutches when I happened to stray at any distance without my hanger. And I have reason to believe they had some imagination that I was of their own species, which I often assisted myself by stripping up my sleeves and showing my naked arms and breast in their sight when my protector was with me. The Yahoos are prodigiously nimble from their infancy. However, I once caught a young male of 3 years old and endeavoured, by all marks of tenderness, to make it quiet. But the little imp fell a-squealing and scratching and biting with such violence that I was forced to let it go. I observed the young animal's flesh to smell very rank, and the stink was somewhat between a weasel and a fox, but much more disagreeable. When I held the odious vermin in my hands, it voided its filthy excrements of a yellow liquid substance all over my clothes. But by good fortune there was a small brook hard by, where I washed myself as clean as I could, although I durst not come into my master's presence until I were sufficiently aired. Being one day abroad with my protector, the sorrel nag, and the weather exceeding hot, I entreated him to let me bathe in a river that was near. He consented, and I immediately stripped myself stark naked and went down softly into the stream. It happened that a young female Yahoo, standing behind a bank, saw the whole proceeding, and inflamed by desire, as the nag and I later conjectured, came running with all speed and leapt into the water within 5 yards of where I bathed. I was never in my life so terribly frightened. The nag was grazing at some distance, not suspecting any harm. She embraced me after the most fulsome manner, and I roared as loud as I could. The nag came galloping towards me, whereupon she quitted her grasp with the utmost reluctancy, and leapt upon the opposite bank, where she stood gazing and howling all the time I was putting on my clothes. This was a matter of diversion to my master and his family, as well as of mortification to myself, for now I could no longer deny that I was a real Yahoo in every limb and feature, since the females had a natural propensity to me as one of their own species. As the noble Houyhnhnms are endowed by nature with a general disposition to all virtues, and have no conceptions or ideas of what is evil in a rational creature, so their grand maxim is to cultivate reason and be ruled by it. Neither is reason among them a point problematical as with us, where men can argue with plausibility on both sides of a question. I remember it was with extreme difficulty that I could bring my master to understand the meaning of the word opinion, or how a point could be disputable. Controversies, wranglings, and disputes are evils unknown among the Houyhnhnms. Friendship and benevolence are their 2 principal virtues. A stranger from the remotest part is equally treated with the nearest neighbour, and wherever he goes looks upon himself as at home. They have no fondness for their own colts or foals, but the care they take in educating them proceeds entirely from the dictates of reason. and I observed my master to show the same affection to his neighbour's issue that he had for his own. They will have it that nature teaches them to love the whole species, and it is reason only that maketh a distinction of persons, where there is a superior degree of virtue. When the matron Houyhnhnms have produced one of each sex, they no longer accompany with their consorts, except they lose one of their issue by some casualty, which very seldom happens, but in such case they meet again. Or when the like accident befalls a person whose wife is past bearing, some other couple bestow him one of their own colts, and then go a second time, till the mother be pregnant. This caution is necessary to prevent the country from being overburthened with numbers. But the race of inferior Houyhnhnms bred up to be servants is not so strictly limited upon this article. These are allowed to produce 3 of each sex, to be domestics in the noble families. Temperance, industry, exercise, and cleanliness are the lessons equally enjoined to the young ones of both sexes, and my master thought it monstrous in us to give the females a different kind of education from the males, except in some articles of domestic management, whereby, as he truly observed, 1/2 of our natives were good for nothing but bringing children into the world. And to trust the care of our children to such useless animals, he said, was yet a greater instance of brutality. Every 4th year, at the vernal equinox, there is a representative council of the whole nation, which meets in a plain about 20 miles from our house, and continues about 5 or 6 days. Here they inquire into the state and condition of the several districts, whether they abound or be deficient in hay or oats or cows or yahoos. And whenever there is any want, which is but seldom, it is immediately supplied by unanimous consent and contribution. Here, likewise, the regulation of children is settled. As, for instance, if a Houyhnhnm hath 2 males, he changeth one of them with another that hath 2 females. And when a child hath been lost by any casualty, where the mother is past breeding, it is determined what family in the district shall breed another to supply the loss. One of these assemblies was held in my time, and my master went as the representative of our district. In this council was resumed their old debate, indeed the only debate which ever happened in that country, whereof my master, after his return, gave me a very particular account. The question to be debated was, whether the Yahoos should be exterminated from the face of the earth. One of the members for the affirmative offered several arguments of great strength and weight, alleging that as the Yahoos were the most filthy, noisome, and deformed animal which nature ever produced, so they were the most restive and indocible, mischievous and malicious. They would privately suck the teats of the Houyhnhnms' cows, kill and devour their cats, and trample down their oats and grass. He took notice of a general tradition that Yahoos had not been always in that country, but that many ages ago 2 of these brutes appeared together upon a mountain, whether produced by the heat of the sun upon corrupted mud and slime, or from the ooze and froth of the sea, was never known. Several others declared their sentiments to the same purpose, when my master proposed an expedient to the assembly, whereof he had, indeed, borrowed a hint from me. He approved of the tradition mentioned by the honourable member who spoke before, and affirmed that the 2 Yahoos, said to be the first seen among them, had been driven thither over the sea, that coming to land, and being forsaken by their companions, they retired to the mountains, and degenerating by degrees, became in process of time much more savage than those of their own species in the country from whence these 2 originals came. The reason of this assertion was that he had now in his possession a certain wonderful Yahoo, meaning myself, which most of them had heard of. He related to them how he had first found me, that I was an exact Yahoo in every part, only of a whiter colour and less hairy, that in my own country the Yahoos acted as the governing rational animal, and held the Houyhnhnms in servitude, that among other things I mentioned a custom we had of castrating Houyhnhnms when they were young, in order to render them tame, and that this invention might be practised upon the younger Yahoos here, which besides rendering them tractable and fitter for use, would in an age put an end to the whole species without destroying life. This was all my master thought fit to tell me at that time of what had passed in the Grand Council. But he was pleased to conceal one particular, whereof I soon felt the unhappy effect, and from whence I date all the succeeding misfortunes of my life. If they can avoid casualties, the Houyhnhnms die only of old age, and are buried in the obscurest places that can be found, their friends and relations expressing neither joy nor grief at their departure. Nor does the dying person discover the least regret that he is leaving the world, any more than if he were upon returning home from a visit to one of his neighbours. I remember my master having once made an appointment with a friend and his family to come to his house upon some affair of importance. On the day fixed, the mistress and her 2 children came very late. She made 2 excuses. First, for her husband, who, as she said, happened that very morning to... The word is strongly expressive in their language, but not easily rendered into English. It signifies to retire to his first mother. Her excuse for not coming sooner was that her husband dying late in the morning, she was a good while consulting with her servants about a convenient place where his body should be laid, and I observed that she behaved herself at our house as cheerfully as the rest. She died about 3 months after. They live generally to 70 or 75 years. Some weeks before their death, they feel a gradual decay, but without pain. During this time, they are much visited by friends, because they cannot go abroad with their usual ease and satisfaction. However, about 10 days before their death, which they seldom fail in computing, they return the visits that have been made them, being carried in a convenient sledge drawn by yahoos. They take a solemn leave of their friends, as if they were going to some remote part of the country, where they design to pass the rest of their lives. I could, with great pleasure, enlarge further upon the manners and virtues of this excellent people, but intending in a short time to publish a volume by itself expressly upon that subject, I shall in the meantime proceed to relate my own sad catastrophe. I had settled my little economy to my heart's content. My master had ordered a room to be made for me after their manner, about 6 yards from the house, the sides and floors of which I plastered with clay and covered with rush mats of my own contriving. I had beaten hemp, which there grows wild, and made of it a sort of ticking. This I filled with the feathers of several birds I had taken with springs made of yahoo's hairs, and were excellent food. I had worked 2 chairs with my knife, the sorrel nag helping me in the grosser and more laborious part. When my clothes were all to rags, I made myself others with the skins of rabbits, and of a certain beautiful animal about the same size called nunno, the skin of which is covered with a fine down. I often got honey out of hollow trees, which I mingled with water or ate with my bread. No man could more verify the truth of these 2 maxims, that nature is very easily satisfied, and that necessity is the mother of invention. I enjoyed perfect health of body and tranquillity of mind. I did not feel the treachery or inconstancy of a friend, nor the injuries of a secret or open enemy. Here were no gibers, censurers, backbiters, pickpockets, highwaymen, housebreakers, attorneys, buffoons, gamesters, politicians, murderers, cheating shopkeepers, bullies, drunkards, ranting, expensive wives, stupid, proud pedants, roaring, conceited companions, or scoundrels raised from the dust. I had the favour of being admitted to several Houyhnhnms who came to visit or dine with my master, where his honour graciously suffered me to wait in the room and listen to their discourse. I freely confess that the little knowledge I have of any value was acquired by the lectures I received from my master, and from hearing the discourses of him and his friends, to which I should be prouder to listen than to dictate to the greatest and wisest assembly in Europe. At first, I did not feel that natural awe which the yahoos and all other animals bear towards them, but it grew upon me by degrees, much sooner than I imagined, and was mingled with respectful love and gratitude, that they would condescend to distinguish me from the rest of my species. When I thought of my family, my friends, my countrymen, or the human race in general, I considered them as they really were, yahoos in shape and disposition, perhaps a little more civilized and qualified with the gift of speech, but making no other use of reason than to improve and multiply those vices whereof their brethren in this country had only the share that nature allotted them. When I happened to behold the reflection of my own form in a lake or a fountain, I turned away my face in horror and detestation of myself, and could better endure the sight of a common yahoo than of my own person. By conversing with the Houyhnhnms, and looking upon them with delight, I fell to imitate their gait and gesture, which is now grown into a habit, and my friends often tell me in a blunt way that I trot like a horse, which, however, I take like a compliment. In the midst of all this happiness, and when I looked upon myself to be fully settled for life, my master sent for me one morning, a little earlier than his usual hour. I observed by his countenance that he was in some perplexity, and at a loss how to begin what he had to speak. After a short silence, he told me he did not know how I would take what he was going to say. That in the last General Assembly, when the affair of the yahoos was entered upon, the representatives had taken offence at his keeping a yahoo, meaning myself, in his family, more like a Houyhnhnm than a brute animal. That he was known frequently to converse with me, as if he could receive some advantage or pleasure in my company. That such a practice was not agreeable to reason or nature. The Assembly did therefore exhort him either to employ me like the rest of my species, or command me to swim back to the place from whence I came. That the first of these expedients was utterly rejected by all the Houyhnhnms who had ever seen me at his house, for they alleged that, because I had some rudiments of reason, it was to be feared I might be able to seduce them into the woody and mountainous parts of the country, and bring them in troops by night to destroy the Houyhnhnms' cattle, as being naturally of the ravenous kind and averse from labour. My master added that he was daily pressed by the Houyhnhnms of the neighbourhood to have the Assembly's exhortation executed, which he could not put off much longer. He doubted it would be impossible for me to swim to another country, and therefore wished I would contrive some sort of vehicle, resembling those I had described to him, that might carry me on the sea. He added that for his own part, he could have been content to keep me in his service as long as I lived, because he found I had cured myself of some bad habits and dispositions by endeavouring, as far as my inferior nature was capable, to imitate the Houyhnhnms. I was struck with the utmost grief and despair at my master's discourse, and being unable to support the agonies I was under, I fell into a swoon at his feet. When I came to myself, he told me that he concluded I had been dead, for these people are subject to no such imbecilities of nature. I answered in a faint voice that death would have been too great a happiness, that although I could not blame the Assembly's exhortation or the urgency of his friends, yet in my weak and corrupt judgment I thought it might consist with reason to have been less rigorous, that I could not swim a league, and probably the nearest land to theirs might be distant above 100. That many materials necessary for making a small vessel to carry me off were wholly wanting in this country, which, however, I would attempt in obedience and gratitude to his honour, although I concluded the thing to be impossible, and therefore looked on myself as already devoted to destruction. My master, in a few words, made me a very gracious reply. He allowed me the space of 2 months to finish my boat, and ordered the sorrel nag to follow my instructions. In his company, my first business was to go to that part of the coast where my rebellious crew had ordered me to be set on shore. I got upon a height, and looking on every side into the sea, fancied I saw a small island towards the northeast. I took out my pocket-glass, and could clearly distinguish it about 5 leagues off, as I computed. Let it suffice to say that in 6 weeks' time, with the help of the sorrel nag, who performed the parts that required most labour, I finished a sort of Indian canoe, well stitched together with hempen threads of my own making. My sail was likewise composed of the skins of the same animal. I laid in a stock of boiled flesh, of rabbits and fowls, and took with me 2 vessels, one filled with milk and the other with water. I tried my canoe in a large pond near my master's house, then corrected in it what was amiss, stopping all the chinks with Yahoo's tallow, till I found it staunch, and able to bear me and my freight. When all was ready, I took leave of my master and lady, my eyes flowing with tears, and my heart quite sunk with grief. But his honour, out of curiosity, and perhaps, if I may speak it without vanity, partly out of kindness, was determined to see me in my canoe, and got several of his neighbouring friends to accompany him. I was forced to wait above an hour for the tide, and then, observing the wind very fortunately bearing towards the island to which I intended to steer my course, I took a second leave of my master. But as I was going to prostrate myself to kiss his hoof, he did me the honour to raise it gently to my mouth. I am not ignorant how much I have been censured for mentioning this last particular. For my detractors are pleased to think it improbable that so illustrious a person should descend to give so great a mark of distinction to a creature so inferior as I. Neither have I forgot how apt some travellers are to boast of extraordinary favours they have received. But if these censurers were better acquainted with the noble and courteous disposition of the Houyhnhnms, they would soon change their opinions. I paid my respects to the rest of the Houyhnhnms in his honour's company. Then, getting into my canoe, I pushed off from shore. I began this desperate voyage on February the 15th, 1714, at 9 o'clock in the morning. The wind was very favourable, and I ventured to set up my little sail. Thus, with the help of the tide, I went at the rate of 1.5 leagues an hour, as near as I could guess. My design was, if possible, to discover some small island, uninhabited, yet sufficient with my labour to furnish me with the necessaries of life, which I would have thought a greater happiness than to be first minister in the politest court of Europe. So horrible was the idea I conceived of returning to live in the society and under the government of Yahoos. By 6 in the evening, I spied a very small island, about half a league off, which I soon reached. It was nothing but a rock with one creek naturally arched by the force of tempests. Here I put in my canoe, and climbing up a part of the rock, I could plainly discover land to the east, extending from south to north. I saw no inhabitants in the place, and being unarmed, I was afraid of venturing too far into the country, and continued 3 days feeding on oysters and limpets. On the 4th day, venturing out early a little too far, I saw 20 or 30 natives upon a height, not above 500 yards from me. They were stark naked men, women, and children around a fire. One of them spied me and gave notice to the rest. 5 of them advanced towards me, leaving the women and children at the fire. I made what haste I could to the shore, and getting into my canoe, shoved off. The savages, observing me retreat, ran after me, and before I could get far enough into the sea, discharged an arrow, which wounded me deeply on the inside of my left knee. I shall carry the mark to my grave. I apprehended the arrow might be poisoned, and paddling out of the reach of their darts, I made a shift to suck the wound and dress it as I could. I was at a loss what to do, for I durst not return to the same landing place, but at that same moment I caught sight of a sail to the north-northeast, which appearing every minute more visible, I was in some doubt whether I should wait for them or no. But at last my detestation of the Yahoo race prevailed, and turning my canoe, I sailed and paddled back to the same creek from whence I set out in the morning, choosing rather to trust myself among these barbarians than live with European Yahoos. I drew up my canoe and hid myself behind a stone. The ship came within half a league of this creek, and sent out her longboat, with vessels to take in fresh water, but I did not observe it till the boat was almost on shore. The seamen, at their landing, observed my canoe, and rummaging it all over, easily conjectured that the owner could not be far off. 4 of them, well armed, searched every cranny and lurking hole, till at last they found me, flat on my face behind the stone. They gazed a while in admiration at my strange, uncouth dress, from whence they concluded I was not a native of the place, who all go naked. One of the seamen, in Portuguese, bid me rise, and asked me who I was. I understood that language very well, and getting upon my feet, said I was a poor Yahoo, banished from the Huaynims, and desired they would please to let me depart. They were at a loss to know what I meant by Yahoos and Huaynims, and at the same time fell a-laughing at my strange tone in speaking, which resembled the neighing of a horse. I again desired leave to depart, and was gently moving to my canoe, but they laid hold on me, desiring to know what country I was of and whence I came. I told them I was born in England, from whence I came about 5 years before, and then their country and ours were at peace, and I therefore hoped they would not treat me as an enemy, since I meant them no harm, but was a poor Yahoo seeking some desolate place where to pass the remainder of his unfortunate life. When they began to talk, I thought I had never heard anything so unnatural, for it appeared to me as monstrous as if a dog or a cow should speak in England, or a Yahoo in Huaynim land. The honest Portuguese spoke to me with great humanity, and said they were sure the captain would carry me gratis to Lisbon, that 2 of the seamen would go back to the ship and receive his orders, and that unless I would give my solemn oath not to fly, they would secure me by force. I thought it best to comply with their proposal. In 2 hours, the boat returned with the captain's command to fetch me on board. I fell to my knees to preserve my liberty, but all was in vain, and the men, having tied me with cords, heaved me into the boat, from whence I was taken into the ship. The captain's name was Pedro de Mendes. He was a very courteous and generous person, and spoke so many obliging things that I wondered to find such civilities from a Yahoo. However, I remained silent and sullen, and was ready to faint at the very smell of him and his men. He desired some information, and I gave him a very short relation of my voyage, of the conspiracy against me by my own men, of the country where they set me on shore, and of my 3 years' residence there, all of which he looked upon as if it were a dream or a vision, whereat I took great offence, for I had quite forgot the faculty of lying, so peculiar to Yahoos in all countries where they reside. Our voyage passed without any considerable accident. In gratitude to the captain, I sometimes sat with him at his earnest request, and strove to conceal my antipathy to humankind, although it often broke out, which he suffered to pass without observation. We arrived at Lisbon, November the 5th, 1715. At our landing, the captain forced me to cover myself with his cloak, to prevent the rabble from crowding about me, as I had refused to strip myself of my savage dress, abhorring to cover myself with anything that had been on the back of a Yahoo. I was conveyed to his house, where he finally persuaded me to accept a suit of clothes, newly made. His whole deportment was so obliging that I began to tolerate his company, and after a week was at last bold enough to walk the street in his company, but with my nose well stopped with rue or sometimes with tobacco. In 10 days, he put it upon me as a matter of honour and conscience that I ought to return to my wife and children. He told me there was an English ship in the port just ready to sail, and he would furnish me with all things necessary. It would be tedious to repeat his arguments and my contradictions. He said it was altogether impossible to find such a solitary island as I had desired to live in, but I might command in my own house and pass my time in a manner as recluse as I pleased. I complied at last, finding I could do no better. I left Lisbon on the 24th day of November, in an English merchantman, but who was the master I never inquired. Don Pedro accompanied me to the ship and lent me £20. He took kind leave of me, and embraced me at parting, which I bore as well as I could. During the voyage I had no commerce with the master or any of his men, but kept close to my cabin. On the 5th of December, 1715, we cast anchor in the Downs about 9 in the morning, and at 3 in the afternoon I got safe to my house. My wife and family received me with great surprise and joy, because they concluded me certainly dead. But I must freely confess that the sight of them filled me only with hatred, disgust, and contempt. As soon as I entered the house, my wife took me in her arms and kissed me, at which, having not been used to the touch of that odious animal for so many years, I fell in a swoon for almost an hour. It is 5 years since my return to England. During the first year, I could not endure my wife or children in my presence, the very smell of them being intolerable. Much less could I suffer them to eat in the same room. To this hour they dare not presume to touch my bread or drink out of the same cup. The first money I laid out was to buy 2 young horses, which I kept in a good stable, and next to them the groom is my greatest favourite, for I feel my spirits revived by the smell he contracts in the stable. My horses understand me tolerably well, and I converse with them at least 4 hours every day. They are strangers to bridle and saddle, and live in great amity with me, and friendship to each other. Thus I have given a faithful history of my travels for 16 years and above 7 months, wherein I have not been so studious of ornament as of truth. I could perhaps, like others, have astonished with strange, improbable tales, but I rather chose to relate plain matter of fact, in the simplest manner and style, because my principal design was to inform and not to amuse. I now return to enjoy my own speculations in my little garden at Redriff, and to apply those excellent lessons of virtue which I learned among the Houyhnhnms. I began last week to permit my wife to sit at dinner with me at the farthest end of a long table. The smell of a yahoo still continues very offensive, and I always keep my nose well stopped with rue, lavender, or tobacco leaves. And although it be hard for a man late in life to remove old habits, I am not altogether out of hopes in some time to suffer a neighbour yahoo in my company, without the apprehensions I am yet under of his teeth and claws. My reconcilement to the yahoo kind in general might not be so difficult, if they would be content with those vices and follies only which nature had entitled them to. I am not in the least provoked at the sight of a lawyer, a pickpocket, a colonel, a politician, a traitor, or the like, but when I behold a lump of deformity and diseases, both in body and mind, smitten with pride, it immediately breaks all the measures of my patience. Neither shall I be ever able to comprehend how such an animal and such a vice could tally together. The wise and virtuous Houyhnhnms, who live under the government of reason, are no more proud of the good qualities they possess than I should be for not wanting a leg or an arm, which no man in his wits would boast of, although he must be miserable without them. I dwell the longer upon this subject from the desire I have to make the society of an English yahoo by any means not insupportable, and therefore I here entreat those who have any tincture of this absurd vice, that they will not presume to appear in my sight.